Chapter 1. The World of Magic, Aslant. The people here are born with magic power, but magic power also varies in strength. The weak ones cannot activate or sense their own magic power, because the magic power in their bodies is so weak that it is almost non-existent. Such people occupy the majority of this world, and they have a common name: ordinary people. Correspondingly, those who can sense their own magic power and thus open up magic, without exception, have embarked on a path that is exclusive to the magician. But just like the difference between ordinary people and magicians, there are also differences between magicians. There are like-minded people who gather together for warmth, set up magic guilds, and make a living by accepting commissions. There are dark conspirators who hide in the dark and implement ulterior plans. There are also people who choose to release their inner desires because they have gained power. In the bank of the commercial guild, the ferocious bandits rudely snatched wallets one after another. The leading bandit was covered with stolen jewels, and the floating flames around him revealed the bandit's identity: he was a magician. Shul, who called himself the Fire Demon, fiddled with the genetic gem necklace. He enjoyed the panic of the hostages, or the fear of the weak against the strong. That's it, the strong should rule over the weak, dominate everything of the weak, ha 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 ha. Amid Shul's laughter, a bell rang softly, which was the prompt sound when the bank door was pushed open. A young man in his 20s walked into the bank. His black coat was stained with a little dust, making him look a little dusty. The young man seemed not to notice the manager, who winked at him among the hostages, signaling him to escape, and looked directly at the robber leader Shul. Are you robbing people?" The young man's polite question made the robbers laugh. Shul even thought that the young man was mentally ill. How could he not see such an obvious thing? "Hey, you idiot, hand over all your valuables. Our big brother is a wizard, we don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't obey, right?" The robbers threatened as usual. The young man was terrified as the robbers thought, "Wizard? It's so scary." The satisfied robbers laughed again. It can be seen that they all love to laugh. "Why, idiot, what do you do? Archaeologist? Eh? Aren't those tomb robbers? You must have a lot of valuables, right? Take them out." The young man obediently searched for valuables on his body, but in the end he only took out 10 palm-sized octagonal stone symbols. "Is this your most valuable thing? 10 broken stones." One of the extras felt fooled and grabbed the young man's black coat, ready to search him. However, the young man grabbed the extra's wrist and twisted it gently, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. "Ah! My hand!" The bandit whose wrist was crushed screamed, but he didn't dare to move because of the severe pain. Sweat beads the size of beans kept dripping from his head. "Hey! I've already told you that these 10 talismans are the most valuable things I have, why don't you believe me?" The young man let go of the bandit's wrist and slapped him in the face. The bandit stopped screaming because he fainted. Shaking his coat, the young man looked at the unconscious bandit with disdain on his face. "You want to rob with this physique? Go home and drink your milk." A slap knocked a villain unconscious. Even a fool could see that the young man was extraordinary. Shul was furious. He didn't understand that the young man's previous stupid gesture was all fake. "Who are you?" "My name is Xiaozhou, I'm just an archaeologist passing by." Xiaozhou smiled, snapped his fingers, and instantly appeared behind a robber. Feeling the hand on his shoulder and looking at his unconscious companion, the robber swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I was forced to do this." "Oh, that's really pitiful." Xiaozhou nodded sympathetically, giving the robber a glimmer of hope to escape. Then, the bank glass shattered, and the robber was thrown out like a ball, leaving a long mark on the ground. Xiaozhou still had a smile on his face, and turned to look at the other robbers. "I hate you robbers the most. There is no technical content at all." The sound of snapping fingers rang out again, and another robber was thrown out of the bank in fear. Then, the second, third, 4th, until the only robber in the bank was the magician Shul. Watching his men disappear one by one, great fear filled Shul's heart. Snap! A pair of hands suddenly appeared in front of Shul, extinguishing Shul's flame like slapping a mosquito. Xiaozuo's casual action made Shul feel like he fell into an ice cave, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't even speak. You are a fire wizard, and I also know 2 people who play with fire. Xiaozuo looked at Shul and thought of 2 people, his tone full of joy. One of them has entered the grave of marriage, and the other is a young man who loves fighting. Compared to them, your little flame is nothing. The humiliation of the words and the pressure of the momentum made Shul explode completely. As the saying goes, anger comes from the heart, and evil comes from the courage. As long as Shul succeeds in his sneak attack, no one can be safe. Go to hell! A flame as tall as a person engulfed Xiaozuo. Shul stared at the flame nervously until it went out and then relaxed. He was burned to ashes. Ha 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 ha! Hey, poor guy, has he lost his brain? Xiaozuo's voice reappeared. Shul turned around in panic, and what he was greeted with was a powerful uppercut. Shul instantly completed the difficult action of rotating 720 degrees in the air, but unfortunately he ended up with his face on the ground, so Xiaozuo had to withdraw his score. Xiaozuo helped Shul up, took off a string of jewelry and observed it, and threw it back to Shul with disgust. Xiaozuo didn't like fakes. Archaeology is an academic discipline that focuses on the study of history. As for tomb robbers, they are just a group of scum who wantonly destroy cultural relics for profit. I am very unhappy that you confuse archaeology with tomb robbing. Oh, there is one more thing. Xiaozuo took out a stone talisman and waved it in front of Shul. I am not lying to you. This stone called bull charm can give ordinary people the power of a bull. However, if used by a wizard, the bull charm will increase in power according to the user's magic power. Guess how high you will fly next? Xiaozuo rolled up his sleeves and moved his right hand, looking like he was going to use all his strength. The trembling Shul noticed that there was a tattoo on Xiaozuo's right forearm that looked like a flying fairy. You are not an archaeologist, you are a wizard. A wizard from fairy tale. Shul was a little mad, he didn't expect that he was facing a member of that guild. Are all the members of your big guild so idle? You even care about robbery? As Shul roared, he turned into a meteor and flew into the sky. Xiaozuo retracted his fists, turned around and found that the rescued hostages were staring at him with strange eyes. Xiaozuo spread his hands helplessly. I've said it before, I'm just an archaeologist passing through. As for the guild emblem on his body, as an archaeologist, it's normal for me to know a little bit of magic, right? Since you know magic, it's normal to join a magic guild, right? Everyone in the bank nodded. After what happened just now, who dared to say no? Xiaozuo nodded with satisfaction. The stone talisman with a rabbit pattern in his hand flashed a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone. 5 minutes later, Shul's figure fell from the sky and fell together with the unconscious robbers outside the bank. Chapter 3. Wow! Xiaozuo is so bold to make up this story. Isn't he afraid of death? Warriors. In front of the guild bar, a group of members surrounded Makarov and browsed Xiaozuo's article in magic history, and sighed together. Even the 5-star expert in self-destruction, Natsu, had to say that although he always accidentally caused trouble, compared with Xiaozuo, he was just a cannibal asking for a photo at the door, so bad. Only Lucy, the newcomer who just joined the guild, was confused by this. The 2 people in the title were her idols. Did they really have some secret relationship that could not be revealed? Lucy, who was full of doubts, wanted to ask Natsu, but found that Natsu was squeezed in the crowd, so she could only hug Natsu's partner, the blue cat Happy, and said, "Hey, Happy, is there really an improper relationship between the fairy girl and the fairy queen?" "Hee, Lucy, do you know who they are?" The harpy covered her mouth with her paws, looking like she was laughing. Lucy nodded. Of course, she knew who her two idols were. The fairy girl refers to the guild's S-class wizard Magic Myra. The title of Fairy Queen belongs to another female S-class wizard in the guild, Urza. That's right, it's Myra and Urza. They have a bad relationship, just like Natsu and Gray. Xiaozo is in big trouble. After saying that, a pair of small white wings grew out of Happy's back and flew towards Natsu in the crowd. Lucy also understood why Myra was so angry and made up the relationship between herself and her mortal enemy. It must be said that this wizard named Xiaozo was really brave. Looking at the crowd watching Xiaozo being beaten, Lucy sighed. She had obviously successfully joined the guild she had always dreamed of, so why was she worried in her heart? By the way, that guy named Xiaozo was too tough. Lucy couldn't help but join the crowd. On the second floor of the guild, the cold yellow-haired young man took off his headphones and stared, watching downstairs with interest. Outside the guild gate, an illusory figure stopped the arm that was about to wave the wand. At this moment, all the fairy tale members present focused their eyes on one place. The reason is simple: Natsu gets beaten every day, but this is the first time that Xiaozo gets beaten. While everyone in the guild was having fun, they all hoped to see what kind of magic Xiaozo, one of the mysterious wizards of the guild, used. But many people were destined to be disappointed. Xiaozo did nothing but get beaten, without any counterattack, but as Xiaozo was beaten, his screams became more and more weird. Yamat butterfly. Kamaji. One kwa, one kwa. Finally, Myra stopped punching. She was satisfied and tired. The scene was finished, and everyone dispersed. The lively atmosphere continued. Myra panted and lifted the magic. She stared angrily at Xiaozo, who was beaten to a panda eye on the ground. Damn it, how can you be so durable, bastard? Hey, I am immortal. Xiaozo stood up, patted his clothes, and raised his finger to Myra with full energy. One more thing, the demon in Demon's history is a demon made up of demons, and the contents are all fictional. One more thing, history is yesterday, so my article is just a reasonable academic guess as an archaeologist. One more thing, you want to kill me 1,000 times? Myra, you are 100,000 years too early. Myra was so angry at Xiaozo's series of words that she gritted her teeth, but then she thought of something, turned around and took the newspaper Magic History from Makarov's hand, and looked at Xiaozo with ill intentions. Hehe, Xiaozo, what do you think Urza would do if she saw this newspaper? If she knew about this fabricated article, she would definitely beat you to death, right? Xiaozo's smug expression froze instantly. It's over. She forgot that there was another tigress in the guild, especially this one whose methods were even worse than Myra's. Compared to a tigress, a tyrant is more suitable for her. Oh, my shoulders are so sore. Myra sat down on a chair in front of the bar, rubbing her shoulders and raising her eyebrows at Xiaozo. Xiaozo, who understood what Myra meant, immediately trotted to Myra's side and rubbed Myra's shoulders and back in a flattering manner. Myra proudly admired Xiaozo's expression and covered her cherry lips pretentiously. I actually forgot that I'm still at work. Looking at the Magic History newspaper waving in Myra's hand, Xiaozo could only swallow the anger and continue to maintain a false flattering smile. Ms. Myra, how can you do something like going to work yourself? Let me do it. Looking at the frustrated Xiaozo, Myra made a victory gesture with satisfaction, and then took the guild newcomer Lucy to introduce the guild to her. Lucy, do you know the S-class wizards in our guild? Lucy, who was once a fan of fairy tale and is now a member of the guild, raised her hand excitedly. Of course I know, we are a powerful guild with 5 S-class wizards. Fairy Queen Urza. Demon Myra. Guild Arts. Thunder Dragon Laxus. Mr. Gang. There is also the President Makarov, who is above S-class and ranked among the 10 holy wizards. After saying that, Lucy proudly puffed out her chest, but doubts followed. Myra, in the information I have collected about fairy tale in the past, it seems that there has never been any news about Gildarts and Mist Ergen. Not only news, Lucy didn't even know what these two people looked like. Generally, there will be photos or rumors circulating about S-class wizards occasionally, but as a fan of fairy tale, Lucy didn't have any information about these two people except their names. Natsu and Happy suddenly came out. Gildarts? He is the strongest wizard of fairy tale. He went to do the 100 Years mission. The 100 Years mission is the most difficult commissioned mission. Since the time of its release, no one has been able to complete an extremely dangerous mission for more than 100 years. Myra glanced at Xiaozhou, who voluntarily replaced her waiter job. As for Mist Ergen, he and Gildarts, Xiaozhou, and Felide are known as the most mysterious wizards in the guild. Only the president knows the true face of Mist Gang. Myra pointed at the old man at the bar. Makarov stared at the women in the guild wearing cool clothes, not noticing Lucy's eager eyes. Not only that, I have also seen the true face of Mist Gang. The arrogant voice came from upstairs. Lucy looked up and saw a yellow-haired man wearing a big coat and magic headphones, leaning on the railing on the second floor of the guild. This man is one of the S-class wizards of fairy tale, Thunder Dragon Laxus. Laxus, you are here too. I want to challenge you. Natsu clenched his fists and ignited flames. Laxus leaned on the railing indifferently. You are not even S-rank, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Natsu was furious in a physical sense. Damn it, come down if you have the guts. Haha, come up if you can. Laxus pointed to the stairs. Just go ahead. Chapter 4. A huge fist pinned Natsu down, and Makarov swung his fist and threw Natsu back into the hall. Natsu, only S-rank members can go up to the second floor, you are not qualified enough. Ha ha ha, how about that? You got a lesson, right? Laxus followed with a taunt. Damn it. Unable to go up to the second floor, Natsu could only rage. Makarov looked up at the people on the second floor and said, Laxus, don't provoke Natsu for no reason. Be more restrained. Humph, the strong don't have to care about the weak. Laxus seemed not to have heard Makarov's words, and still acted on his own. Laxus shifted his gaze to the figure shuttling back and forth in the guild hall, serving tea and wine, and frowned. I'm not like someone who obviously has strong strength, but is actually manipulated by a woman and has to behave so lowly. The eyes of everyone in the guild couldn't help but focus on Xiaozhou, who was acting as a waiter. According to Laxus's words, could it be that Xiaozhou is actually very strong? Xiaozhou is called one of the mysterious magicians of the guild because no one has ever seen his strength. Xiaozhou usually keeps to himself and never teams up with his companions to do tasks. Over time, everyone's impression of Xiaozhou is only a self-proclaimed archaeologist, occasionally some funny behavior, and a thick-skinned and durable physique. Xiaozhou, who was just named by Laxus, put down the tray. Laxus, you know, I won't do anything to my companions. Just because of this ridiculous reason, you won't even take the S-class test. Xiaozhou. Laxus raised his voice, you hang out with weaklings all day long, I doubt if you are still worthy of being my opponent now. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Laxus's words finally made everyone in the guild have a vague understanding of Xiaozhou's strength. Xiaozhou actually has S-class strength. And because he didn't want to fight with his companions, Xiaozhou didn't even want to take the test to be promoted to an S-class wizard. Xiaozhou was unmoved by a little bit of his old secrets. Revealing the old secrets, right? Who's afraid of who? Ever since Uncle Ivan was kicked out of the guild, you've become more and more extreme, Laxus. Don't mention that guy to me. A hint of anger appeared on Laxus's defiant face, and electric lights flickered around him. The guild suddenly became quiet. Lucy, who didn't understand what was going on, only whispered to the idol beside her, Myra, Laxus seems to hate Ivan. Because Ivan is Laxus's father and the president's son. Myra lowered her voice. Yvonne was expelled from the guild by the president for seriously violating the guild's ban. As for what Yvonne did, the president did not disclose it. But it must be something serious, otherwise the president would not have kicked his son out of the union. Since then, Laxus has become more and more rebellious. Faced with the angry Laxus, Xiaozhou still provoked him calmly. Laxus, you don't have to force yourself to be like this. Uncle Ivan's mistakes have nothing to do with you. Humph, I have always been like this. Laxus said arrogantly. Whether it is Myra or Urza, Mist Gang or Guildarts, including you Xiaozhou, I will defeat you. The throne of the strongest wizard in fairy tale will only belong to me. By then, I will eliminate the weak and create a fairy tale for the strong. Laxus's declaration of ambition made the noisy guild seem to have pressed the pause button. The bustle was gone and the air seemed to freeze. Makarov stared at Laxus with wide eyes. He didn't know why his grandson had become like this and why he said such words. For a moment, he was so angry that he covered his chest in pain. Myra and Lucy supported the shaky Makarov. Looking at Makarov's painful expression, Myra hurriedly shouted to her companions, "Everyone, go and ask Grandma Polyasica to come." Polyasica, a healing wizard with superb medical skills, is Makarov's best friend and lives alone in the forest east of Magnolia. When they heard Myra say Polyasica's name, they realized that there was something wrong with Makarov's physical condition, and a large group of people were about to set out to ask Polyasica. "Everyone, don't go. Let me do it." Xiaozhou clapped his hands and called everyone to stop him. He quickly walked to Makarov and took out an octagonal stone charm under Lucy's puzzled eyes. On the stone charm, there was a horse-shaped pattern carved in dark blue. Xiaozhou held Makarov's hand with the hand holding the charm. The dark blue light flashed on Makarov, and Makarov instantly recovered his spirit. "Thank you for your help, Xiaozhou." Makarov wiped the sweat from his head and gave Xiaozhou a grateful look. "Although I have seen it a long time ago, I still have to marvel at the magic of the horse talisman." The horse talisman is a magical item that allows the holder to use the healing power to remove a series of negative states such as wounds and diseases. The most magical thing is that the healing power is not only effective on humans or animals, but even inanimate objects can be restored to their original state. Xiaozhou threw the horse talisman from his hand like a coin and caught it again. "President, don't be angry, Laxus, let me deal with him." Makarov wanted to say something, but thinking of Laxus' attitude, he swallowed his words and nodded to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou took off his black coat, and the black tight vest perfectly outlined his well-proportioned muscles. Putting away his previous giggling expression, Xiaozhou put on a serious face, and the whole person seemed like the cold wind of winter, completely different from the funny Xiaozhou before. Myra, who was holding Makarov, couldn't help but open her mouth. It was the first time she saw Xiaozhou like this. Makarov fell into memories. 10 years ago, when he and his son Ivan and grandson Laxus were on an outing, they met a homeless mother and son. The homeless child had such an expression at the time. 10 years have passed, and Makarov almost forgot how cold Xiaozhou once was. Seeing that Makarov has returned to normal, Laxus wiped away the worry hidden in his eyes and focused his attention on Xiaozhou. "Hey! Are you finally willing to show your strength to this group of weaklings, Xiaozhou?" "Laxus, your idea is a bit too extreme. This situation is simply, it's time to clean up. I won't attack my companions, but for you, Laxus, I am willing to make an exception." Xiaozhou floated up in the air amid the astonishment of the crowd, and stared at Laxus on the second floor in mid-air. Their eyes collided, sparking a fierce spark. Just as the momentum of the two was about to reach its peak, a voice sounded out at an inopportune time. "I'm back. Did you miss me?" A woman who looked to be about 30 years old suddenly rushed into the guild, and fell to the ground without stopping. The tense atmosphere of the battle was instantly broken by the woman's arrival. The woman didn't feel embarrassed at all being stared at by everyone. She immediately got up and waved her arms to Xiaozhou with full of energy. Xiaozhou, Mom is back. Also, why are you flying so high, kid? Come down quickly. Laxus lost all his fighting spirit and looked at Xiaozhou with a gloating look, and a trace of envy flashed across his eyes. Xiaozhou sighed helplessly and put on a smile to welcome his stupid mother. Welcome back, Mom. Chapter 5. We are all good friends, fighting is wrong. Do you understand? Xiaozhou? Laxus. And Laxus, the president is already over 80 years old, it's time for you to be more considerate of the old man's health. By the way, President, Senior Polyasica asked me to tell you to stop staring at young girls. Xiaozhou, Mom has learned a new dish and will cook it for you when I get home. And one more thing. Shunny pouted her face, crossed her hands and made an X sign to Xiaozhou and Laxus, while speaking very fast. Xiaozhou and Laxus sat opposite each other at the two ends of the wooden table, and both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Xiaozhou was helpless for her mother, who was in her 30s, but her personality was as active as a girl. No, a girl didn't have such energy. Laxus didn't expect that he was gloating over Xiaozhou just now, and in a blink of an eye, he was dragged down the second floor by Shunny in a shameful way. For Laxus, he can rebel against Makarov, but he can't do the same to Shunny. Not only Laxus, but for the younger generation of the guild, Shunny is the most special woman. Most of the younger generation of the guild are children taken in by Makarov. Fairy Tale is a guild full of human touch, and they take good care of these children. But the older generation of the guild is mostly men. Everyone can give the children fatherly care, but it can't make up for the missing mother's love after all. Until 10 years ago, Makarov took in a mother and son. The young mother treated each child equally, so that the children no longer lacked the warmth of their mother in their lives. Therefore, the younger generation of members respected Shunny very much, and so did Laxus, who lost his mother at an early age. Only Shunny could make the rebellious Laxus bow his head. Makarov was grateful for this and directly ignored Shunny's violation of the rules and going upstairs. I know, Aunt Shunny. Laxus was defeated by Shunny's chattering and kept winking at Xiaozhou. Seeing Laxus's eyes, Xiaozhou breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was almost unable to hold on. Fortunately, Laxus raised the white flag first. Xiaozhou quickly stood up and covered his mother's mouth, ending her topic that ran to the horizon. Mom, we know we are wrong, don't say it, don't say it. Shunny nodded, and gave Xiaozhou and Laxus a thumbs up with stars in her eyes. Xiaozhou, Laxus, Makarov, Myra, and Lucy on the side couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a good woman, how could she have such a big mouth? Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Xia and I remembered something and clapped her hands, then she put her hands on her hips and spoke again with pride. When I came back, I stopped Mist Gang from using sleep magic. I'm awesome, right? Mistgone is back too. Xiaozhou was a little surprised. There are 4 wizards who are known as the most mysterious in the guild, but in the hearts of everyone in the guild, Mistgone is the most mysterious. Guild Arts is mysterious because the younger generation is not very familiar with him because he is on a 100-year mission, but the older generation still knows something about him. Xiaozhou's mystery is entirely due to his solitary nature and his strength that he has never shown. Felide's mystery is because he is a member of the Thunder God clan, a fanatical fan of Laxus, and rarely communicates with companions outside of the Thunder God clan. Although everyone knows very little about him, at least they know what he looks like. Only Mistgone is completely different. No one has even seen what he looks like. They only know that he is the S-class wizard of the guild, and his strange behavior of casting sleep magic every time he returns to the guild. Everyone is puzzled by Mistgone's behavior. He seems not to want people to know what he looks like. Only Makarov and Laxus, who have seen Mistgone's true face, know that Mistgone hides his true face to avoid trouble because his face looks exactly like a powerful person. Laxus looked at Xiaozhou, who was calm and composed. He always felt that the other party also knew the true face of Mistgone. Seeing everyone's grateful eyes on her, Xia and I laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, actually Mistgone was just passing by the guild. He told me that he stopped at the door because there was a good show to watch. Xiaozhou's face looked a little strange. According to the time, the good show that Mistgone was talking about should be the time when he was beaten up by Myra. Xia and I was full of regret for missing the good show, not knowing that this was the good show of her son being pinned to the ground and rubbed. By the way, son, this is what Mr. Gang asked me to pass on to you. He just came back from the Demon Cat Inn. Xia and I took out a letter from her clothes and handed it to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou took the letter, ignored his stupid mother's eager eyes, and opened the letter. How is it? Is it a confession letter from the girls in the Demon Cat Inn to you? Xiao's eyes lit up and her tone was excited. No. Xiaozhou's mouth twitched. Mom, Wendy and Melty are only 12 or 13 years old, can you put away your dirty thoughts? Isn't there Arusha? Although she is a few years older than you, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure, and older women are also great. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she had already thought of what her grandson should be named. What's in your mind? Stupid mom. Xiaozhou knew what Xia and I was thinking as soon as she saw her expression, and quickly threw the letter in her face to end her fantasy. After reading it carefully, Xia and I put the letter down. What? It turned out to be an invitation letter. I thought Xiaozhou's charm could bring me a daughter-in-law. Xiaozhou felt a headache. Mom, I'm only 20 years old. 20 years old is not young anymore. Your mom was already breastfeeding you when she was your age. Xia and I pouted, and her eyes lit up when she saw Myra and Lucy, and she left her stupid son behind. Xiaozhou leaned on the table. Oh. It's so tiring to have a thick-skinned mom. Laxus nodded in agreement. To him, women were just stumbling blocks for him to become the strongest wizard in fairy tale. Xiaozhou picked up the letter and thought of something. By the way, Laxus, is the commission for Karna Island on the second floor still there? I'll go there on the way. Deep in the vast forest gas tree sea, the lights of a village gradually went out. Under the cold moonlight, a beautiful figure sat on the roof and looked into the distance, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Sister Arusha. The beautiful figure turned around and saw a white cat carrying a little girl with long dark blue hair and a little girl with short red hair onto the roof where she was. Arusha's hand stroked the heads of the two little girls and the white cat one by one. Wendy, Melty and Xiaolulu, aren't you guys asleep yet? We can't sleep, and we want to listen to our sister's stories. Wendy with long dark blue hair lay on Arusha's lap, and the other little girl followed suit. The white cat Xiaolulu even fell into Arusha's arms without hesitation. Arusha smiled dotingly. Then I will tell you a story about a homeless little girl who was rescued by a mother and son. Is it the same Xia and Xiaozhou again? The little girl with pink short hair said she disliked it, but she still waited obediently for Arusha's story. Soon the little girls and the white cat fell asleep. Arusha knew that they didn't want to listen to the story, they just wanted to be with him. A shooting star passed by in the moonlight. Arusha closed her eyes, put her hands together, and made a wish in her heart. Shooting star, I hope everyone can find their own happiness. Chapter 6. Magnolia Station. There were only a few passengers in the carriage, so Xiaozhou, who was carrying a lot of bags, was able to avoid the worry of being crowded. After putting down her luggage, Xiaozhou immediately complained to the person sitting opposite her, Mom, I'm just going out, why are you carrying so many things? Xia and I, wearing a floral dress, a sun hat, and holding an ice cream in her hand, showed a mysterious expression and reached out to pat the luggage in the aisle. These are the gifts I prepared for Arusha, Melty, Wendy and President Robinlu. After all, it has been a long time since I went to the Demon Cat Inn. Xiaozhou was very upset. He remembered that his mother had taken Mr. Gang to the Demon Cat Inn 2 months ago, and according to Mr. Gang's memory, when they visited the Demon Cat Inn, Xia completely treated him as a laborer. And this time, Xia Zhou became Xia Ni's new laborer without any reason. It seems that Xia has always treated her biological sons and godsons equally. By the way, Mom, how did you know I was going to the Demon Cat Inn? Xia Zhou stared at Xia. It's Lark. Xia suddenly realized that she was being framed, and quickly covered her mouth, hesitating for a long time. Xia Zhou held his forehead with his hand. He actually already had the answer in his mind, and it was 100% revealed by Laxus. He had to think of a way to retaliate. After a little thought, an evil plan took shape in his mind. Trick Laxus onto a vehicle, play with him until he kneels on the ground, and then take pictures of his humiliation. Only such an ultimate insult can vent Xia Zhou's anger. Xia Zhou put away his he thoughts, and looked at Xia sitting opposite him licking her fingers with an unsatisfied look. Xia Zhou left the seat with a word "wait for me" and disappeared. When Xia realized that her son was missing, Xia Zhou suddenly appeared on the seat with 2 ice creams in his hand. You are indeed a good son to your mother. You know everything your mother is thinking. Xia gave a thumbs up and unceremoniously took an ice cream from Xia Zhou's hand, licking it while muttering. Xia Zhou is really amazing. My mother can't use the rabbit spell so fast. The power of the spell depends on the magic power of the user. Xia Zhou, you have inherited your father's magic power perfectly. I used to worry that you couldn't bear it. Dad, is he really that powerful? Xia Zhou's tone was very strange. In Xia Zhou's memory, his father was always away from home, and when he came home, he was dominated by his wife, not like a magician at all, so Xia Zhou had a limited understanding of his father's strength. Xia Zhou's image of his father can be summarized as, like his mother, he dances with orange hair and twin ponytails when he sees his companions. And he cooks when he wants to, washes clothes when he wants to, and kneels on the washboard when he wants to, and calls it manly behavior of loving his wife. Only from Xia Ni's proud tone did Xia Zhou know that this father who was afraid of his wife was actually a very powerful magician. But the powerful father was not there when his hometown was slaughtered by the Dark Guild. 11 years have passed, and his father's appearance has long been blurred. Xia Zhou doesn't want to know whether his father is dead or alive. Xia Zhou only knows that he will not let his remaining relatives get hurt again. As if thinking of her husband, Xia, who has always been cheerful, was unusually low. She ate the ice cream in big mouthfuls and held Xia Zhou's hand with her still slightly cold hands. Our family of 3 will definitely be reunited. Xia Zhou felt his mother's determination and nodded, it will definitely be, Mom. Woo woo. The start-up warning sound of the magic train sounded, and the carriage vibrated slightly. Amid the friction between the wheels and the rails, the train platform gradually moved backwards until it completely disappeared from the view of the window. Xia Zhou, it's so boring. Xia lay on the table, looking bored to death. Xia Zhou looked at the empty snack bag, his mouth twitching wildly, and finally he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table. Stupid mom! We just left Magnolia Station and you've already finished your snacks before we even get to the next station. Did I eat all of it? Xia looked at Xia Zhou with an innocent face, not noticing the cake crumbs hanging from the corner of her mouth. Xia Zhou leaned on the car seat with his arms around his shoulders, staring at Xia without saying a word. He had experienced similar scenes many times. Being stared at by Xia Zhou, Xia finally noticed the food residue at the corner of her mouth. After hurriedly wiping it clean, she smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhou shook his head helplessly and chose to go to other carriages to stroll around and buy some snacks for his foodie mother from the train salesperson. Xia Zhou passed a carriage carrying the snacks he had just bought. A cherry-haired man slumped on a seat caught Xia Zhou's attention. How could he be here? Xia Zhou approached him, and another naked and familiar upper body appeared in his eyes. There was no doubt that this was the guild's mortal enemy, the exhibitionist Gray and the impulsive Natsu. When these two are together, they will evolve into no-brained. I was wondering why you guys are here too. Xiaozhou grabbed the blue cat harpy who was sitting on the table, but unexpectedly found that the newcomer Lucy was also there. Hey, it's Xiaozhou. Happy raised his little paw in surprise and greeted Xiaozhou, and successfully exchanged it for a dried fish Xiaozhou had just bought. After nodding to Gray and Lucy, Xiaozhou walked straight to the last person and slapped Natsu on the face. A red palm print appeared, but Natsu himself did not react at all. As expected, he fainted. Xiaozhou nodded. He noticed the unconscious Natsu when he came. I underestimated you, Gray. I didn't expect you to knock Natsu unconscious to prevent him from feeling sick from motion sickness. Xiaozhou gave Gray a thumbs up, but Gray, who was half naked just now, was now fully dressed, and the sweat dripping from his forehead showed that he was extremely nervous. There was only one person who could make Gray so nervous. Xiaozhou suddenly realized that the person who knocked Natsu unconscious was not Gray, but... The sound of armor rubbing against each other was heard, and a sharp and murderous atmosphere descended on the car. Even the harpy who was chewing dried fish did not dare to move. A gust of wind blew through the open window, gently blowing up the long crimson hair of the person behind him and resting it on Xiaozhou's shoulders. Xiaozhou, are you going to keep your back to me? It was a question, but in the cold tone, it sounded more like an order. Xiaozhou had no choice but to turn around. He wanted to take a gamble that the person behind him had not seen the newspaper Demon's History. A beautiful woman in armor and a short skirt appeared in front of Xiaozhou, but Xiaozhou had no time to appreciate her beauty. The sharp eyes made Xiaozhou swallow his saliva, and he could only bite the bullet and greet the other party. Yo, this is not Urza. Bang! A huge crash sounded, and Lucy and Happy were so scared that they hugged each other. Gray, who was using ice magic, looked as pale as his magic. Urza sat down in her seat with satisfaction, took a sip of the steaming black tea, took out a crumpled newspaper from her armor and read it elegantly. Lucy, who was shivering on the side, could vaguely see the eye-catching headline on the newspaper: the ambiguous relationship between the fairy girl and the fairy queen. Everything was clear, and Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. In the carriage, a body with its head deeply stuck in the top of the carriage swayed gently with the shaking of the carriage. Chapter 7. Arisa, ah. Ah. Is it tasty? Delicious. Urza, wearing a white dress, snuggled up to Shunny, who was sitting next to her, and ate the snacks Shunny fed her, with happiness written all over her face. The heroic fairy queen was now clinging to Shunny like a little girl. The huge contrast made Lucy unbelievable. She had just seen Urza's majestic aura that could instantly quiet down the chaotic atmosphere in the guild. The fact that she could make Natsu, a fearless guy, tremble left a deep impression on Lucy. Lucy picked up Happy and buried her face in the soft hair on the blue cat's back. Her perception of the ideal guild fairy tale had a new change. What a strange but great guild. Lucy, come and have something to eat. Shunny looked at Lucy's actions and thought that she was a little reserved in front of her. As the confidant sister, and, in the guild, Shunny knew that food could best bring them closer at this moment, so she pushed a dessert to Lucy and took out a small dried fish to tempt the greedy harpy. Thank you, thank you. The dried fish is delicious. Sure enough, Lucy, who was eating dessert, soon started talking about girls under Shunny's guidance. Compared with the peaceful days of the girls, the three people in the other row of train seats seemed very silent. Gray sat upright like a piece of ice. Natsu, who was knocked unconscious by Urza, had his eyelids twitched slightly. In fact, he had woken up, but when he thought of Urza's big healing punch, Natsu felt a little scared. He would rather endure the nausea of motion sickness and continue to pretend to be dead than to be hit again. Xiaozhou leaned motionlessly on the seat, with some sawdust on his hair and clothes. He hung on the top of the carriage for 10 minutes before being put down by Urza because of Shuni's arrival. Seeing Urza, Shuni and Lucy looking like good girlfriends, Xiaozhou finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. A murderous look made Xiaozhou shudder. The cold eyes were fleeting. Xiaozhou looked at Urza, who looked like a good girl opposite, and complained in his heart. Damn it! The red-haired violent girl is still staring at me. If I had known that I couldn't escape the beatings anyway, I would have written more lesbian scenes between these two red-haired and white-haired violent girls. Anyway, I am immortal. Yes, I am immortal. Why should I be afraid of Urza? Can she kill me? Xiaozhou, who was listless just a moment ago, came to life. When he saw the two people pretending to be dead beside him, he immediately figured out the reason. As expected, I should stay away from idiots. I just met these two idiots, Natsu and Gray, and I was infected with the virus of fearing Urza. Ahem. As Urza coughed lightly, the three men, including Xiaozhou, suddenly became stiff. Urza wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and knocked on the table. Stop pretending, I'm going to talk about business next. It turned out that Urza accidentally discovered a dark guild called Iron Forest and was preparing to use a prop called Lurabai to cause damage. In order to stop the Iron Forest, Urza returned to the guild to find helpers, and happened to meet Natsu, who sneaked up to the second floor of the guild. So after a friendly lesson, Natsu volunteered to team up with Urza, and Gray, who was watching the show on the side, was not let go. As for why Lucy, a newcomer, appeared in Urza's team, we have to mention the secret operation of a certain Miss Myra. After Urza's description, Xiaozhou didn't take it seriously for just a dark guild, but this Lurabai magic prop made Xiaozhou very interested. It's really interesting, this Iron Forest has not unlocked the seal of Lurabai. Xiaozhou's whisper was heard by Urza, who suddenly remembered that this guy called himself an archaeologist, so she asked, Great archaeologist, you don't know what Lurabai is, do you? Of course. Xiaozhou nodded, crossed his legs, crossed his fingers on his knees, and introduced Lurabai with a proud expression. Lurabai, one of the demons in Ziref's many books, a special demon with the root of curse killing. The special thing about Lurabai is that its body is not a book like other demons, but a magic flute with a skull and 3 eyes. It usually circulates in the world in the form of its original magic flute. It is said that the accursed song released by blowing the lullaby can devour the souls of the entire world. Also, Urza, can you call me a great archaeologist again? A great writer is also fine. The magic train suddenly braked, and the harsh brake sound drowned out Urza's vulgar words to Xiaozhou. Through the window, Xiaozhou saw that there was actually a train platform outside. The name of the station made him a little confused. Ganuka Station. Xiaozhou remembered that this train would not stop here. Was there a problem with the train? Or a huge sickle pierced through the top of the carriage, and above the broken carriage, a white-haired man with a shamet hairstyle suddenly appeared. Xiaozhou looked at the guild emblem on the white-haired shamet, and still understood that the other party was a member of the Dark Guild Iron Forest that Urza was targeting. Oh hey, Urza, you haven't caused any trouble to them, but they came to your door on their own. Xiaozhou's incendiary tone did not affect Urza. The magic circle lit up, and Urza, wearing armor, regained her previous momentum. Urza drew out the sword from the magic circle and pointed it at the white-haired man flying in the air. It seems that you noticed something at that time. Urza did not expect that the vigilance of the Iron Forest was so high. She just accidentally heard about Lurabai from the drinking members of the Iron Forest, and she was actually targeted. We in the Iron Forest are going to do something big that will shock the continent, so we have to be careful of our surroundings. The white-haired man carried the sickle on his shoulder, his expression cruel. Although you accidentally overheard some of our plans, fortunately we have time to deal with the unexpected. I have already dealt with those two big mouths. Now it's up to you and your friends. By the way, I am the leader of the Iron Forest, the god of death, Eligary. Lucy's heart skipped a beat when she heard this name. The reason why the dark guilds are called dark guilds is because they do illegal things, such as murder and arson. And Eligary's name is well known among all the dark guilds, because Eligary often completes assassination missions and takes away lives one after another, and is therefore dubbed the God of Death. Oh my, the God of Death, how scary! Xiaozhou stared at Eligary and continued in a slightly obscene tone, what kind of thing dares to call itself a god, don't you think? Kill Matt. Chapter 8. Xiaozhou originally just wanted to watch the show. He knew very well that Urza's strength was enough to easily deal with Eligary. But Eligary expanded the target of the attack to Urza's companions, and Xiaozhou couldn't stand it, because this included Shunny. It's okay to want to attack Natsu and Gray, these two guys are probably itching to do it and can't hold it back. But you dare to attack my mother? It's not enough to just think about it. Xiaozhou walked past Urza and knocked on her silver armor. I haven't exercised for a long time, let me have this sandbag, Urza. Urza rarely saw Xiaozhou take the initiative, so she naturally nodded in agreement. Eligary in the air looked at the attitude of the two people who didn't take him seriously at all, and was furious for a while. Hey, hey, hey! Who do you think I am? I am Eligary, the god of death. The half-moon sickle was swung down heavily, followed by a sound of breaking through the air. The quick, accurate, and ruthless attack made people feel cold. This was the sickle slash that Eligary had honed after years of assassination missions. With this move, Eligary had killed the target without even using magic on many missions. But at this moment, Eligary's eyes widened. His invincible sickle slash was actually caught by Xiaozhou with 2 fingers. What shocked Eligary even more was that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the sickle out from Xiaozhou's fingers. What a terrible physical strength! Eligary, realizing that the man in front of him was not simple, immediately put away his contempt. He knew that if he was hit by such a huge force, even he might lose his combat ability in an instant. Which guild are you a wizard from? I won't tell you. Xiaozhou's joking answer made Eligary feel like he was being teased. He gave up trying to take the sickle back from Xiaozhou and summoned a gust of wind to lift himself up into the sky. Damn little devil! I'll let you know the consequences of teasing me. A magic circle lit up in front of Eligary, and a huge wind blade turned to cut off the carriage where Xiaozhou and others were. In the Battle of Wizards, magic is of course the core of the battle. Xiaozhou took out an octagonal stone talisman calmly, and as the magic power was injected, the cow-shaped carving on the stone talisman was filled with blue light, and the full power flowed in Xiaozhou's body. See the power of the bull spell. Xiaozhou clenched his fist and punched the air. Instantly, the air wave generated by the powerful force of Xiaozhou's fist crushed the wind blade and swept towards Eligary. Wind magic stormcoat. Eligary did not dare to be arrogant. He raised the airflow and turned it into a hurricane-like armor wrapped around his body, trying to defend against the air wave. The two airflows collided, and the storm coat was swallowed by the air wave without any protection. Eligary was spun into the sky by the air wave. In the air wave, powerful forces hit Eligary's body from all directions, beating him all over. The increasingly thin air made Eligary unable to release effective magic to escape. Exhausted, Eligary soon couldn't hold on, and his body was spinning wildly in the air wave like being stuffed into a washing machine. Before fainting, Eligary stared unwillingly. Being able to transmit power through layers of air, such terrible control, who on earth are you? Eligary rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, and the rotating air wave also dissipated at this moment. Eligary's body fell rapidly, leaving a deep human-shaped pit on the platform of the station. Around the platform, there were not ordinary people, but a group of Iron Forest Guild wizards who were knocked down. Change-clothes Tian Urza, wearing the wheel armor, stood in the air. Since Xiaozhou had taken away Eligary, the trump card of the Iron Forest, she would deal with the other members of the Iron Forest. Natsu and Gray also participated in it, but looking at their unsatisfied expressions, it was clear that they had not yet had enough fun. The celestial mage Lucy and the celestial spirit Cancer Cassis she summoned posed with confusion on their faces. No. You ended the battle before I even made a move, wouldn't that make me look stupid? Lucy, who was madly complaining in her heart, declined. Cancer Cassis suggested changing her hairstyle and cancelled the celestial summon. Shunny, who acted as a cheerleader, put the harpy on her head and danced a weird dance. Among the defeated Iron Forest mages, a wizard who was cosplaying as Shikamaru Nara next door took out a flute from his arms with a gloomy face. At one end of the flute was a three-eyed skull, which looked extremely evil. The wizard put the flute to his mouth and stood up. I originally wanted to use this to kill the guild presidents, but now I'll use it on you first. Urza noticed the wizard's actions, and seeing the hostility that was consistent with Xiaozuo's description, she immediately realized that it was the magic flute Larabai. That's Larabai. Don't let him blow it. Urza didn't need to say anything. Natsu and Gray, who also knew the horror of Larabai, had already rushed towards the wizard. But it was too late. The melodious flute sounded. The ethereal flute sound made Urza and the other two stop. The three of them looked at each other, as if nothing happened. Soon the song ended, and Shunny was intoxicated by the flute's sound, and cast an admiring look at the wizard who played the flute. It sounds so good. It's a pity that you don't become a performer. Haha, I think so too. The wizard playing the flute thought of his original dream. If he couldn't survive, who would be willing to become a wizard of the Dark Guild? The wizard put down the flute and suddenly realized that he was still in the battle. Wait a minute. How come you are okay? After Urza and the others confirmed repeatedly, they were sure that they were okay. How is this possible? This is Lullaby. The wizard said in a state of collapse. We spent a lot of effort to unlock its seal, how could it be useless? Is it possible that the Lullaby in your hand is actually a fake? Urza approached the wizard at some point and snatched Lullaby from the collapsed wizard. The wizard did not resist and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. Impossible, that seal is only on Lullaby. Could it be that the seller of Lullaby is playing tricks? There is a seller? Urza picked up the wizard. Who is the seller? An archaeologist. The wizard recalled carefully and continued. The archaeologist had orange hair and wore a black coat, but he covered his face so I didn't know his true face. He was very fast, and he disappeared after the transaction, leaving us no chance to rob us. The wizard was talking when he realized that everyone present was looking at one person. The man had orange hair and a black coat, and he looked exactly like the wizard had described. The wizard's eyes glowed, and he stood up again with a somersault, shouting, "No doubt about it. It's him." Being stared at by several people, Xiaozuo, who was playing with the bull spell, smiled a slightly evil smile. Yes, it is me. Chapter 9. The person who sold Lullaby to the Iron Forest Guild was Xiaozuo. Urza looked at Xiaozuo, who was shameless and even very proud, and suppressed the urge to beat him up. Xiaozuo, what the hell is going on? Cool down, Urza. Xiaozuo tried to look away from Urza, who was wearing the heavenly wheel armor. It must be said that Urza was really charming. Taking the flute from Urza, Xiaozuo coughed lightly and explained. This flute was indeed the original body of the accursed demon Lullaby, but I only sold this flute to Iron Forest, not Lullaby. As for the demon Lullaby, I only remember that it could play music with its hollow body, but it was really hard to fight with, and it looked like it would break if touched. Xiaozuo's explanation was very clear. He killed Lullaby, then resealed the remaining empty shell and sold it, but the buyer was an Iron Forest wizard disguised as a collector. Whether it was Urza, Shunny, or Natsu, they all thought it made sense, except Lei and the only sober Iron Forest wizard. A shocked expression covered Gray's stiff face. He had two unforgettable painful memories related to a demon that was as notorious as Lullaby. Gray clenched his fists. His companions were already able to fight and defeat demons, but his growth was far from being able to deal with the original demon. After a long time, Gray remembered the teacher who died with the demon in order to save his impulsive self. Guilt and powerless pain filled his heart. The Iron Forest Wizard on the other side was sweating profusely at this moment, and his heart was full of despair. The reason was not only Xiaozuo's self-narration, but also that he finally recognized Urza's identity. The little trouble that they wanted to solve in the Iron Forest turned out to be the famous Fairy Queen. The wizard looked at the other people. There was no doubt that they were also fairy tale wizards, especially the man who claimed to have killed Larabai, which made the wizard feel cold on his back. Not only did he kill Larabai, but he also saw through their plan. However, he still disguised himself as an archaeologist and sold the flute without demons to the Iron Forest. While getting a large sum of money, he also made the Iron Forest's plan fail from the root. What a deep scheme! The wizard knelt on the ground, looking at Xiaozuo with a face full of fear. I understand, I will explain everything. Xiaozuo, who was stared at, was full of question marks. Why did this Iron Forest wizard kneel down for me? And what did you understand? 10 minutes later, the Magic Council branch stationed in Gunyuki City came to the station fully armed. They came after receiving the news from Urza. Xiaozuo looked at the receiver who carefully took the flute from him, but he still couldn't help telling him that Larabai was no longer in it, otherwise it would be embarrassing. A group of Iron Forest wizards were put on magic chains, strung together one by one, and the dejected soldiers were taken away. Eligari, wearing heavy shackles, stared at Xiaozuo and Urza, his eyes full of resentment. It seemed that he was ready to fight to the death with the two. However, Xiaozuo and Urza didn't care. Although the Magic Council was rigid, the prison was still solid. Among the group of Iron Forest wizards, the wizard who walked last was the wizard who cosplayed as Shikamaru next door. He turned around and looked at Xia and My name is Kageyama. When my sentence is over I will try to be a performer. Will you come to support me? No problem, keep going. Shunny gave a thumbs up and smiled at the wizard named Kageyama. She never minded showing kindness to children, even those who had gone astray. Woo woo woo. After a simple repair, the magic train started again. On the platform of the station, the head of the Gunyuki branch of the Magic Council saluted the carriage where Xiaozuo and his party were, because the other party had stopped the evil plan of a dark guild. Looking at the magic train going away, the person in charge sighed. The wizards of fairy tale are not as destructive as the rumors say. In the carriage, several people who didn't know that the reputation of their guild had improved slightly in Gunyuki City chatted with a relaxed look, except for Natsu of course. Natsu, who was on the means of transportation, had no passion for fighting because of motion sickness. Fortunately, Urza's big healing fist helped Natsu get rid of the discomfort of motion sickness again. Xiaozuo, can I ask what your magic is? Lucy couldn't help but release the doubt in her heart. For a moment, Urza, Gray and Happy all looked at Xiaozuo. They also wanted to know. Only Xia and I was still eating snacks with a smile on her face. I don't know why she can still maintain a slim figure by eating like this. My magic? No problem. Xiaozuo put 10 octagonal stone charms on the table. Each of the 10 stone charms was the size of a palm, and they were engraved with images of rat, cow, rabbit, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. With Xiaozuo's permission, Lucy gently picked up the stone charm with the cow image. She remembered that Xiaozuo used this charm to solve the problem of Eligari with one punch. Don't use too much force, Lucy. You are a strong man now. Xiaozuo pointed at the spoon in Lucy's other hand that she accidentally folded in half. Lucy quickly put down the spoon, wondering how she could have such great strength. Xiaozuo smiled and explained. The stone talisman in your hand is called the bowl talisman. The bowl charm can increase the physical strength of the holder, and it will increase significantly with the magic power injected, but if it is used by an ordinary person, it can only increase the strength of a bowl at most. Lucy was surprised, which means that the talisman is a magical tool that can give ordinary people powerful power. Xia looked at Urza and Gray, who were full of curiosity, and introduced the stone charms one by one. Rat spell, turns stillness into movement, can use magic to give life to inanimate objects. Bull talisman, extreme power, if the magic power is strong enough, you can have endless physical strength. Rabbit talisman, extreme speed, can allow the holder to move at supersonic speeds, and can act on objects. Snake charm, invisibility. Horse talisman, expels external forces, and can restore wounds, diseases, and broken objects. Sheep spell, soul out of body, which allows the holder's soul to leave the body, freely enter other people's dreams, and can also sort out their own soul. Monkey talisman, transform animals. The holder can transform the creature into any animal according to the magic power. Chicken talisman, the power of levitation, the holder can control creatures and objects to float. Dog charm, eternal youth, immortality. Pig talisman, the power of lasers, the user's eyes can emit electric light, destroying everything within sight. After Xiaozhou finished his introduction, he leaned back in his seat with his hands on his shoulders. The three people and the cat in front of him were shocked beyond words. Even Urza, who was usually calm and composed, opened her mouth in surprise. It wasn't until Xiaozhou peeled a candy and stuffed it into Urza's mouth that she came back to her senses. Noticing Xiaozhou's actions just now, Urza's face flashed with shyness. These magic props are really too shocking. No wonder Laxus is so interested in you, you are really strong, Xiaozhou. Gray knew that Xiaozhou could probably defeat him with just the bull spell, but if they really fought, Xiaozhou would not be able to use only the power of one spell. Lucy hugged happy with envy on her face. She took off her celestial key, and compared with the spell, celestial magic didn't seem to be so good. The only pity is that Xiaozhou is a magician with a possession system. If the talisman is lost or taken away, you will be in trouble. This is the only similarity between star spirit magic and talismans that Lucy can think of, and it also has the same shortcomings. Xiaozhou smiled and did not answer. He turned his head to admire the scenery outside the train window. If I really was a magician with a possession system, it would be much easier. Xiaozhou put his right hand in front of his heart, feeling the beating of his heart, feeling the power in his heart that allowed him to survive the massacre 11 years ago, and it was also the foundation of the power of the 10 talismans. The power of Explosion Dragon Talisman. A trace of gloom flashed in Xiaozhou's eyes. I will never be your puppet, Holy Lord. Chapter 10. At night, in Kuroba town, in a castle-like building, the elderly were chatting animatedly, talking about everything from national affairs to the trivial matters of the neighborhood. But no one dared to look down on these elderly people, because they all had the same identity, the president of the Magic Guild. The only reason that brought so many guild presidents together, besides the summons of the Magic Council, was the routine meeting currently underway. Routine meetings are gatherings held by guild leaders at regular intervals. The purpose of the meetings is to share some publicly available information and consolidate the friendship between the guilds. As time goes by, routine meetings have gradually become a good place for guild leaders to have fun. Anyway, the cost of the meetings is paid by the Magic Council, so some guild leaders wish that the meetings could be held once a month or even once a week. At this time, in the lively hall, Makarov, who was slightly drunk, burped and chatted with his friends who had adventured with him in his youth. Makarov, you fairy tale are still as troublemaking as ever. Goldman, who was wearing a tall hat and sunglasses, was the president of the Four Hounds Guild. He was full of gloating at Makarov's words. I heard that recently your fire dragon took a newcomer on a mission and smashed the house of a powerful local earl. Goldman lowered his voice, the earl has reported it to the council. Makarov, you guys should keep a low profile recently. The slightly tipsy Makarov thanked his old friend for his concern in his heart, but he didn't care what kind of punishment the council would impose. Are you kidding? If our fairy tale doesn't cause some damage when doing missions, can it still be called fairy tale? Makarov even felt that Natsu and Lucy had only demolished the Count's house, which was restrained enough. A short and fat man with blush on his face, heart-shaped lipstick on his mouth, and dressed like a she-male sat down next to Makarov. He was Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus. Bob was a very cold male god when he was young. He was the most popular male wizard in Ishgar at that time. Unfortunately, time is a butcher knife, turning the once heartthrob into the bald, short, and fat she-male now. Bob smiled and shook the red wine glass. I've heard about that incident too. I heard that the newcomer named Lucy is very big. Oh? How big is very big? Goodman raised his sunglasses and looked at Makarov. Makarov could feel his eyes suddenly light up even through the sunglasses. Probably a def F that's so big. Is it really that big? Makarov's answer made Goodman jealous. He slammed his hand on the table and said, "Damn it, why don't any beautiful wizards come to our four hounds?" Why? Makarov took a sip of wine and said to Goodman with a sympathetic tone, "Who said your guild is called Four Puppies?" "Nonsense, we are clearly the Four Hounds." Goldman immediately retorted. "Aren't hounds just dogs? Aren't they still four puppies?" Bob's finishing blow followed closely, causing Goldman's face to turn red, with veins popping out on his forehead. Goldman hesitated for a long time before saying, "Dogs are good friends of humans." Makarov and Bob laughed out loud at the name of their guild because of their loyalty to humans. For a while, the table was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At this time, a white dove carrying a letter landed on Makarov's head. Makarov recognized that it was a carrier pigeon belonging to his own fairy tale. Taking the letter and releasing the pigeon, Makarov unsealed the letter, and a projection of Myra with an angelic smile appeared from the letter. Makarov immediately showed off to his two friends, "It's Myra, the signature girl of our guild. Isn't it great?" Bob nodded repeatedly, while Goldman's face was almost touching Myra's projection. Several guild leaders' eyes turned into hearts when they heard Myra's name. That's the charm of the fairy girl. Makarov was proud but also worried. He asked Myra to handle all the affairs of the guild before attending the regular meeting. Now Myra was passing on the news to him. Could something have happened to the guild? Makarov didn't dare to delay, so he quickly pushed Goldman away and activated the letter. Myra's sweet voice rang out. "While you were away, something happened in the guild. Urza teamed up with Natsu and Gray. Isn't it great, President?" After hearing Myra's news, Makarov's face suddenly turned pale, and the whole person seemed to be petrified. Feelings of astonishment, shock, and panic rushed straight to his head, and the paralysis brought to the brain by alcohol instantly dissipated. The combination of Urza, Natsu, and Gray can be said to be the strongest combination of wizards willing to form a team in fairy tale. At the same time, these three people are also the ones who have destroyed the most facilities and buildings in the guild. At the thought of these three people gathered together, Makarov broke out in a cold sweat and reached for the gold card in his pocket tremblingly. The money accumulated by the guild over the years should be able to compensate for the losses they caused, right? Makarov swallowed his saliva, a little unconfident. He just hoped that he would not fill his own small treasury in the end. Fortunately, the last sentence in Myra's projection brought Makarov back to heaven from hell. "By the way, President, it seems that Urza and her team took the same train as Xiaozhou." The letter ended here, and Makarov's face returned to normal from blue to purple. Although Makarov didn't know what Xiaozhou had been doing secretly all these years, just because Xiaozhou was the only wizard who didn't bring trouble back to the guild, Makarov was willing to believe Xiaozhou. Suddenly, Goodman picked up Makarov and ran out of the hall. In the woods far away from the conference hall, Goodman put down the confused Makarov. Seeing Goodman's serious expression, Makarov also became serious. "Goodman, what happened? The letter just now mentioned Xiaozhou, right? I don't know if it's an illusion, but Makarov felt that Goldman's tone seemed to be full of admiration for Xiaozhou. After looking around to make sure there was no one else, Goldman mysteriously took out 2 books from his clothes and looked at Makarov expectantly. "Old Ma, do me a favor and ask Mr. Xiaozhou to sign 2 autographs for me." Makarov was confused again. "Mr. Xiaozhou?" It was not until Makarov took over the 2 books from Goldman and flipped through the contents of one of them that he understood what this brat Xiaozhou had been doing all these years. In addition to calling himself an archaeologist, he actually wrote novels part-time. It was really great. "No problem, Goldman. I'll definitely help you with this. But you have to lend me these 2 books first." Makarov and Goldman looked at each other, both showing obscene smiles. The moonlight like a veil gently fell on the 2 of them, and they could vaguely see the names of the 2 books. Young Wizard Aubin. The Gate Wizard Chindayat. Chapter 11. A group of old men were huddled together, concentrating on watching something, and occasionally making obscene laughs. The female president on the other side of the hall had a look of disgust on her face. This was the scene Xiaozhou and his party saw when they arrived at the conference hall. Xiaozhou rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this really a routine meeting of the presidents? It was fine that there was no atmosphere of a meeting at all. After all, these old guys were old acquaintances, but what were those old men doing? "Urza, have we come to the wrong place? This doesn't look like a meeting place, but more like a party." Lucy whispered behind Urza, not noticing that Natsu and Happy had already rushed to the food buffet in the hall. Urza slapped Gray, who was about to take off his clothes, to the ground, then turned to explain to Lucy, "Although this is my first time here, this is indeed the place where routine meetings are held." But Urza's expression was not as firm as her tone. Obviously, this gathering of senior citizens had nothing in common with the serious meeting that Urza had imagined. Shunny did not feel disappointed. She looked around curiously like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, sizing up the decoration of the conference hall. Suddenly Shunny pointed to the table that was tightly packed with old men. "I saw it. The president is there," Xiaozhou said as he looked in the direction of Xiani's finger. Suddenly, a distinctive head appeared in the dense crowd. "Wow! Bald head!" Looking at the shiny forehead, Xiaozhou recognized that it was President Bob of Blue Pegasus. Next to the bloated Bob, Xiaozhou spotted the short Makarov at a glance. The reason was simple, it was just that the reflection of the Mediterranean Sea on Makarov's head was not inferior to Bob's bald head. Looking at the 3 ladies around him, Xiaozhou consciously squeezed into the crowd to call Makarov. Xiaozhou thought it would be difficult, but he squeezed in unexpectedly easily, and Xiaozhou also found that the reason why he could be so relaxed was because the attention of these old men was focused on the book in Makarov's hand. What kind of book can make the knowledgeable old presidents so obsessed? Xiaozhou suddenly became interested and squeezed in even harder. "President? What are you looking at? Let me see it too." Xiaozhou looked at the book in Makarov's hand, his face suddenly froze, and he stared at Makarov. "Xiaozhou? Why are you here?" Makarov was shocked when he saw Xiaozhou, and quickly closed the book, causing the other presidents to complain. "I closed the book just as I was reading the climax." "Makarov, you are so unkind." A president licked his lips with satisfaction and turned to look at Xiaozhou. "Oh, you are Teacher Xiaozhou, you are really a handsome man." "Teacher Xiaozhou, do you have any ideas about publishing a new book recently?" "Teacher Xiaozhou, will Magical Young Woman by G be updated?" "Teacher Xiaozhou." A series of questions made Xiaozhou's mind go blank, not because of the compliments from the presidents, but because of Shunny and Urza who were waiting outside. Seeing Xiaozhou's bad face, Makarov suddenly thought of Myra's message, and he swallowed. "Xiaozhou. Urza, is she here too?" "You say, what?" Xiaozhou looked at Makarov, gritting his teeth. Who could have thought that the highly respected President Makarov would gather people to share H books? The problem now is not the problem of spreading illegal books, but the author of those 2 books is Xiaozhou himself. President, Xiaozhou, what are you doing? A voice came from above the crowd. Xiaozhou and Makarov looked up and found that it was Natsu who was taken away by Happy. It seemed that Urza saw that Xiaozhou did not call Makarov out, so she grabbed Natsu who was eating with relish. Xiaozhou looked at Makarov fiercely, and the meaning was very clear. If it was revealed that he had written a little H article, he would definitely drag Makarov to be buried with him. Makarov understood. If Urza found out that he had gathered people to read little H books, he would not have an easy time either. Makarov pulled the other presidents to shut up, and Xiaozhou immediately conceived a countermeasure. 5 minutes later, at the dining table, Xia grabbed a piece of meat and gnawed it. She didn't look like a lady at all, and she muttered, "What? It turns out you are reading a book." To be able to attract the attention of so many guild leaders, Xiaozhou, you must write well and don't bring shame to our guild. Urza ate the dessert in small bites. Natsu, Happy, and Gray ate their meals in silence. They were not the kind of people who were willing to read. Only Lucy was still interested. "Xiaozhou, can you let me read your first draft?" "Ha ha ha, definitely next time, definitely next time." Xiaozhou politely rejected Lucy. There was no first draft. Because Natsu had already seen the book in Makarov's hand, in order to hide the existence of the little H book, Xiaozhou made up a reason of inviting the presidents to read the first draft of the new book. Under the double deception of Xiaozhou and Makarov, Shunny and Urza were successfully fooled. As for when Xiaozhou's new book will be completed? The majority of book lovers in front of the screen know that the damn author always has a variety of reasons for delaying. Winning the lottery, acting online, feeling unwell, going out to collect materials. With so many wisdom pearls from the predecessors, Xiaozhou believes that he can make Shunny and others forget his non-existent new book. The matter of the book has come to an end, and it is relaxing. Xiaozhou told Makarov about the Iron Forest. Xiaozhou and his group were able to enter the conference hall during the meeting as non-guild presidents because they terminated the Iron Forest plan and were granted special permission by the Magic Council to enter. It is said that a council member praised Xiaozhou very much after knowing this, and it turned out that Fairy Tail still has wizards who can handle battles without causing large-scale damage. Makarov smiled immediately after hearing what happened. The strongest team that he was worried about before did not cause major damage. "It's great, the wallet is saved." Makarov, who was in a good mood, decided to tell a few people about the content of this meeting. Anyway, it was all information that would be made public. "Did you know that the Dark Guild recently formed an alliance?" Xiaozhou and Urza nodded at the same time. The Dark Guild is a magic guild without a bottom line. It will do anything to achieve its goals. They are all vicious people who lick blood on the edge of a knife. Fortunately, the Dark Guild is almost a mess, which makes it easy for the Magic Council and the Guild Alliance to deal with it. But this year, the 4 strongest Dark Guilds actually formed an alliance, the Balam Alliance. The Iron Forest is a subordinate guild of the 6 demon generals among the 3 dark guilds of the Balamu Alliance. Urza is worried that the 6 demon generals are behind the plan of the Iron Forest, so she teamed up with Natsu and Grey to prevent any accidents. Otherwise, with Urza's strength, 2 Iron Forests would not be enough for her to defeat. Xiaozhou heard the hidden meaning from Makarov's words. "President, are you going to take action against the Balam Alliance?" Chapter 12. Makarov nodded slightly and reached out to tidy up his increasingly grey hair. The existence of the Balamu Alliance has seriously threatened the Order of Ishgar, and the Magic Council has decided to strike them down. After negotiation, we Fairy Tail Snake Scale, the 4 guilds of Blue Pegasus and Phantom Ruler formed a guild alliance to attack the Balam Alliance. Wait, the Phantom Ruler is allied with us. Doesn't the council know that our relationship is not good? Xiaozhou interrupted Makarov. Xiaozhou could understand the alliance with Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus. The presidents of these two guilds and Makarov have been friends for many years and have adventured together when they were young. But Phantom Ruler is different. Their relationship with Fairy Tail is incompatible. 100 years ago, the predecessor of Phantom Ruler, the Dark Guild Blue Skull, was destroyed by the four founders who had not yet created Fairy Tail. After the four founders established Fairy Tail, the surviving president of Blue Skull also established a regular guild Phantom Ruler, and secretly he lay down with the intention of looking for an opportunity for revenge. However, since the establishment of Fairy Tail, the guild has become more and more prosperous, and coupled with the Magic Council's decree prohibiting wars between guilds, Phantom Ruler can only do some insignificant actions to disgust Fairy Tail. Xiaozhou looked at the hall of the routine meeting and did not see the guild flag of Phantom Ruler, which meant that the Phantom President did not come to attend this meeting. Makarov knew what Xiaozhou was looking for. Don't look at it. At the routine meeting a few years ago, Joseph and I had a fight, and Joseph hasn't attended the routine meeting since then. After hearing this, Xiaozhou gave Makarov a thumbs up. Joseph is the president of Phantom Ruler and one of the 10 holy wizards of Ishgard together with Makarov. Makarov ranked 5th, while Joseph ranked 6th. Joseph, who was dissatisfied with the ranking, kept provoking Makarov openly and secretly, so at the routine meeting a few years ago, Makarov finally couldn't bear it anymore and had a fight with Joseph. The final winner can be seen from the fact that Joseph did not attend the routine meetings. When Makarov was recalling his past pride, Urza repeated Xiaozhou's question again. President, the council knows that we have always been at odds with Phantom, so why do we still want to form an alliance with them? Makarov's tone was helpless. The Balamu alliance is not so easy to deal with. Without considering other things, the combat effectiveness that Phantom Ruler can mobilize is only second to our guild. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, neither I nor Joseph could reject the decision of the council. Besides, we have the mages of Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale in the guild alliance, so Phantom Ruler won't have a chance to trip us up. Xiaozhou agreed with Makarov's statement and relaxedly tasted the food provided for the routine meeting. It tasted really good. No wonder these presidents were keen on attending routine meetings. If nothing big happened, this would be a good place for the presidents to relax. Soon, the empty plates on the table were piled high. Gray burped, looked at the 20 plates stacked in front of his table, and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Gray, you have a small appetite. You only ate 20 plates, but I ate 21 plates. Natsu held his round belly and looked at the one more plate he had than Gray. The discomfort caused by the overeating immediately turned into the pride of victory. Gray was about to quarrel with Natsu, but was suppressed by Urza's gaze and dared not move. Really, in a place with so many guild leaders, please don't leave a bad impression on our guild, Natsu. Gray. Urza wiped her cherry lips gently with a napkin, and her every move was full of the image of a lady. If she didn't have 30 plates piled in front of her, she would have been, as expected of Urza, so scary times 2. Natsu and Gray looked at each other and both gave up the idea of eating another plate. At this time, there was a heavy sound on the table. Natsu and Gray turned their heads and looked, both opened their mouths in shock. A separate table was piled with empty plates. At a glance, it was estimated that there were 50 empty plates, and the person sitting at that table was Xiaozhou's mother, Shunny. Many presidents gathered around Shunny, talking about how much Shunny could eat. The person in charge of food for routine meetings was sweating profusely not far away, and looked at Shunny as if he was looking at a living ancestor. Gray slapped Natsu in the face, leaving a red palm print. It hurts, Gray, do you want to fight? Natsu was furious and took a fighting stance. Gray put his numb hands behind his back and said, if you feel pain, then you are not dreaming. It turns out that Aunt Shunny's appetite is even stronger than Urza's. It seems that I have to work hard too. Damn Gray, don't try to change the subject, let me fight back. Natsu pounced on Gray, and the two of them immediately started fighting. Logically, Makarov and Urza should have stopped Natsu and Gray at this time, so as not to cause trouble for the other presidents. But at this moment, both Makarov and Urza were deeply shocked by Shuni's appetite. Lucy looked at the lonely empty plate in front of her, and couldn't help doubting herself that she was incompatible with this guild. After all, even the harpy ate 5 plates of fish. Xiaozhou was also shocked. Xiaozhou didn't eat much. With the existence of the talisman, his physical strength and energy can be said to be unlimited. But Shuni is different. She has only been a healing wizard for a few years from a village woman. Because her body's growth has long been fixed, magic has little effect on her body, and it is impossible for her to have such a perverted body. That's right. Xiaozhou rushed to Xian'ai like the wind, grabbed Xian'ai who was eating and looked her up and down. Xian'ai ate so much but she looked fine, her stomach was still flat. Mom, when did you awaken space magic? This was the only explanation Xiaozhou could think of. Some talented magicians would awaken magic unconsciously when they were young. But there seemed to be no examples of adults awakening magic, especially when this person's son was already 20 years old. Xian'ai, who was interrupted while eating by her son, was confused. I don't know space magic. Then Mom, you, Xiaozhou pointed to the table filled with Xiani's empty plates. Xian'ai turned her head and the confusion on her face gradually turned into surprise. Hey! Is this what I ate? Xian'ai seemed to have seen something incredible, but she didn't notice anything. A president nearby immediately testified that he had watched Xian'ai eat so much food. Finally, after observation by all the presidents, they all said that there was no change in Xiani's body, and even Xiaozhou secretly used the horse spell but couldn't detect any abnormality in Xian'ai. Xiani's appetite was described as gifted. Just when Xiaozhou was puzzled by his mother's appetite, a hand was placed on Xiaozhou's shoulder. Xiaozhou looked back and saw a bald man with blush and heart-shaped lipstick looking at him with a smile. There is something fishy going on. Energy suddenly exploded and rushed into the sky, instantly creating a hole in the conference hall. Chapter 13. I'm sorry, President Bob. Xiaozhou apologized to Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus, with an apologetic face. Just now, Bob suddenly appeared behind Xiaozhou, and Xiaozhou was so startled that he unconsciously used the power of Dragon Talisman. The explosive energy directly broke through the conference hall and blasted Bob into the sky. But fortunately, Bob is a powerful magician. After reacting, he used magic to defend his body, but even so, Bob was blown to pieces by the explosive energy. Bob, who was being healed by Xiani's magic, waved to Xiaozhou. He didn't care about the injuries on his body. Brother Xiaozhou, don't take it to heart. This little injury is nothing. Then I thank you for your generosity. Bob may not care, but Xiaozhou cannot. After all, Bob is the president of a large magic guild, and he is also a good friend of Makarov. But Xiaozhou did not expect that Makarov not only did not blame Xiaozhou, but also acted like a gloating face with other presidents, and they all started to make a fuss. Bob, you really deserve it. If you suddenly appeared behind me with this dead she-male outfit, I would also be unable to resist hitting you hard. Ha 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 ha. Finally someone did it. This is what I imagined the steel balloon to be like. That fairy tale guy, you are quite capable. The wizard I haven't seen before, your name is Xiaozhou, right? You are not the secret weapon hidden by Makarov. Many guild presidents noticed the magic power that Xiaozhou burst out when he knocked Bob away, but they were just teasing. Although Fairy Tail causes damage from time to time and is always criticized by the Magic Council, most guilds have a good impression of Fairy Tail. It is really rare to have such a happy atmosphere in a guild. Bob is accustomed to his friends teasing. It seems that he has done such things a lot in the past. Although Bob looked bloody, it was indeed just a few superficial injuries as he said. He quickly recovered to normal under Shuni's healing magic. Bob rubbed his bald head and looked at Xiaozhou. Brother Xiaozhou, we already have a clue about the magic you sent last time. I believe it won't be long before this magic can reappear in the world. Thank you for your trouble. Xiaozhou thanked him sincerely. He chose archaeology because he wanted to find a kind of magic, and Blue Pegasus undoubtedly gave him a great help. What are you thanking me for? It is our honor to be able to repair this magic. Bob patted Xiaozhou's shoulder and turned to join the president's chat. Xiaozhou, do you know President Bob? Urza looked at Xiaozhou secretly. Although she had revealed Xiaozhou's magic, Urza still felt that Xiaozhou was still surrounded by mystery. I am more familiar with President Bob and several of his guild members. Xiaozhou answered readily. Because Xiaozhou saw a lot of lost magic during the archaeological excavation, and among the many magic guilds, Blue Pegasus can be said to be the guild with the highest level of magic research. So, under Makarov's introduction, Xiaozhou shared his research on the lost magic he discovered with Blue Pegasus. It was at that time that he met Bob. Urza smoothed a few strands of scattered long hair behind her ears. Indeed, in the research of magic, except for the Magic Academy, there are few guilds that can compare with Blue Pegasus. The students of the Magic Academy are basically reserved by various countries. Compared with the scattered guilds, those students are more eager to become high-ranking officials of a country. Xiaozhou whispered in Urza's ear. I heard President Bob privately mention that in the past, Fairy Tale, led by the second-generation president, was the guild with the most profound research on magic, and the Magic Academy at that time was not even worthy of carrying shoes for our guild. Urza was surprised. Is the second-generation president so powerful? Fairy Tale has been passed down for 100 years, and there are 3 presidents in total. The first-generation president, Fairy Military Advisor Mavis. The second-generation president, Pres Hito, who laid a solid foundation for the guild. The third-generation president, Makarov, who carried forward the guild. As time goes by, Xiaozhou has almost no impression of the first 2 presidents except their names. He only knows that the first-generation president Mavis and the second-generation president Pres Hito are from the same era, and these 2 are also 2 of the 4 people who founded Fairy Tale. Xiaozhou looked at Makarov not far away. If the first 2 presidents were the seeds and roots, then Makarov was the gardener who made the guild grow into a towering tree. For half of the 100 years of Fairy Tale, Makarov has been working hard. Looking at the short old man, Xiaozhou suddenly remembered that Makarov was already an 80-year-old man, but he still had to worry about the guild. Xiaozhou wished Makarov good health in his heart, and hoped that he could stay in the position of president for a while longer. Now in the guild, except for Laxus, the rebellious guy, no one else is willing to take over the position of president. After all, Fairy Tale cannot do without Makarov, just like 3D cannot do without Tifa. So Makarov will continue to suffer, and the infamy will be borne by Natsu. After joking with his old friends, Makarov returned to where Xiaozhou and others were. Xiaozhou, the 4 guilds in the Guild Alliance will send elite magicians this time. Do you want to go? Let's talk about it next time. My mom and I are going to the Demon Cat Inn to keep the appointment. Xiaozhou's refusal was within Makarov's expectations, but he immediately gave Xiaozhou a reason that he couldn't refuse. Xiaozhou, we found out that the 6 demon generals in the Balam Alliance seem to be plotting a lost large-scale magic, and that magic is hidden in the forest where the Demon Cat Inn is located. What? Isn't the Demon Cat Inn very dangerous? A cry of surprise came from Xiaozhou, not Xiaozhou, but Xia-Ni. She grabbed Xiaozhou's hand and ran out. Ursha, Little Melty, Little Wendy and President Robinlu are all in danger. Xiaozhou, we have to help them quickly. Xiaozhou held Xia-Ni and comforted her for a while, promising that nothing would happen to the Demon Cat Inn, and then Xia-Ni calmed down. Sitting next to Makarov for a while, Xiaozhou did not beat around the bush. President, I will participate in this operation, tell me about the arrangements for other members of the Guild Alliance. Makarov pointed to Urza and said, the people sent by our guild are the strongest team led by you, Xiaozhou and Urza. Temporary conscription? Xiaozhou looked at Natsu and Gray, who were fighting fiercely. They probably wouldn't care. However, Xiaozhou didn't expect that Lucy was also included in Makarov's strongest team. Makarov then introduced the personnel configuration of other guilds. Blue Pegasus, 1 Knight, 100 Knights Xiang, Holy Knight Yifun, Empty Knight Lian. Snake Scale Jura. Phantom Ruler, unknown. The 4 people of the Blue Pegasus are all old acquaintances of Xiaozhou, and Xiaozhou doesn't care about the personnel of the Phantom Ruler. What Xiaozhou cares about is the magician sent by the Snake Princess Scale. Jura? Did the Serpent Princess Scale actually send out her trump card? Chapter 14. Rock Iron Jura. In addition to being a Princess Scale mage, Jura has another famous identity. One of the youngest 10 holy mage Rock Iron Jura. Makarov is one of the 10 holy mages, from which we can see how powerful Jura is at such a young age. When Urza, who had been silent, heard Makarov and Xiaozhou talking about Jura's name, her eyes lit up. Her dream was to become one of the 10 holy mages. In a sense, Jura was Urza's goal. Thinking of being able to fight side by side with 10 holy mages, Urza was full of energy. Let her see how big the gap is between her and the 10 holy mages. Xiaozhou, however, was not very interested in the title of 10 holy mages. The Holy 10 Wizards are 10 wizards who are recognized by the Ishgar Magic Council for their strength, reputation, contribution, etc. It can be said that if one of them is not met, the qualification of Holy 10 will be missed. Xiaozhou learned from Makarov and Bob privately that there is actually a hidden rule in the evaluation of the Holy 10, that is, each magic guild can only have one wizard with the title of Holy 10. It is said that this is to prevent a powerful magic guild from dominating. The Holy 10 wizards selected under so many restrictions naturally meet the wishes of the council and various forces. In Xiaozhou's view, although the Holy 10 are powerful, in terms of strength alone, there are still some wizards who can match the wizards with the name of Holy 10. Xiaozhou glanced at Makarov beside him. Although the old Makarov is powerful, his peak period has passed, but he still cannot be underestimated. But if he fights Makarov with real swords and guns, Xiaozhou thinks that there are at least 2 people in the guild who can defeat Makarov. Gildarts, who is known as the best wizard in fairy tale. And Thunder Dragon Laxus. Xiaozhou thinks it's funny. Laxus, this rebellious guy, talks about taking the position of president every day, but he has never thought of defeating Makarov by force. In the final analysis, he still feels sorry for his grandfather. Although Laxus will talk bad to other people in the guild, he will hardly take action against weaker companions, because if he does, he will be caught by Shunny and verbally educate for several hours. Shunny is the only person in the guild that Laxus dare not talk back to, even his own grandfather Makarov does not have this treatment. Xiaozhou thinks that 4 words can be used to describe this awkward guy Laxus: still stubborn. Now that the introduction of the allies is finished, let's set off. Xiaozhou began to greet Natsu. This easy-to-fool idiot was actually a natural-born ox and horse. As long as he was told that this was training, Natsu would come up and do the hard work. Makarov stopped Xiaozhou. It's night now, take a night's rest and set off tomorrow. Xiaozhou refused. President, it won't take much time for me to get from here to the Demon Cat Inn, so it's better to go there quickly so that my mother can rest assured. Makarov expressed his incomprehension. It would take at least half a day to get from the town of Gunuki, where the regular meeting was located, to the Demon Cat Inn. The Inn of the Demon Cat is located deep in the forest. The magic train cannot reach it, and other means of transportation must be used, so the time spent will be doubled. Xiaozhou leaned sideways to the armored woman beside him. Iluza, I remember you have a magic 4-wheeled vehicle, lend it to me. Urza, who knew the power of Xiaozhou's spells, seemed to understand what Xiaozhou wanted to do. It was just right to see the power of spells with her own eyes, so Urza naturally had no reason to refuse. When she came to the outside of the conference hall, Urza conjured a mechanical four-wheeled vehicle out of the air like a magic trick. Urza's magic is Change Magic Knight, which is a space magic that can store various magic armors and weapons used by Urza in combat, allowing Urza to change them anytime and anywhere. This is also an idealistic magic. As long as Urza thinks that an object is equipment, clothes, or weapons, she can put this object into her magic space. What's even more terrifying is that living creatures can also be put into the magic space by Urza. Xiaozhou saw with his own eyes that Urza put the blue cat Harpy into the magic space, and then took Harpy out from her chest like a magic. With such terrible magic, Urza chose to make it her own equipment library. Isn't it a pity? Xiaozhou remembered that when Urza joined the guild, her mother Shunny told her that Urza was very insecure at that time. Perhaps this is why she chose the knight who could protect her. Natsu and Gray put Shunny's pile of luggage in the car. Xiaozhou sat in the driving seat of the magic four-wheeler when he saw that it was almost done. Opening the energy box of the four-wheeler, Xiaozhou took out the magic crystal inside. As a magic product, the energy of the magic four-wheeler is provided by mass-produced magic crystals. Chairman, take a good look, this is my method. Xiaozhou took out the rabbit talisman and put it into the energy box under Makarov's watchful eyes. The vehicle started with a buzzing sound, and Xiaozhou stepped on the accelerator. Whoosh! Xiaozhou and the car disappeared. Natsu rubbed his eyes. He had taken 2 big healing punches from Urza on the magic train before, so he didn't know about Xiaozhou's spell ability. When Natsu was puzzled, the magic four-wheeled vehicle suddenly appeared at the same place. Because of its super-fast speed, the strong wind raised by the magic four-wheeled vehicle blew away the fallen leaves on the ground. So fast. Natsu suddenly felt that if all means of transportation had such a speed, then motion sickness would not be so terrible. After all, motion sickness only lasts for a moment. Makarov nodded to Xiaozhou, approving Xiaozhou's idea of setting off at night. In fact, Makarov also knew something about Xiaozhou's spell, but he didn't ask if Xiaozhou didn't tell him. Everyone has their own secrets. Makarov respects every member of his guild, as long as they don't harm the guild. President, please tell Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale that we will meet at Demon Cat and Dot. Xiaozhou called Xiani's strongest team to get on the bus. Because there were not enough seats and Xiani's luggage took up space, Natsu was thrown on top of the luggage. Anyway, he was carsick, so it didn't matter whether he sat or not. Unregulated driving brings tears to relatives. For safety reasons, Xiaozhou asked everyone in the car to fasten their seat belts, and then waved to Makarov. Then, President, see you later. Be careful. As soon as Makarov finished speaking, Xiaozhou and his group left here with a whizzing sound, leaving only the fallen leaves blown by the wind. And Natsu, who was confused. Because of motion sickness, Natsu had no strength to hold the rope that fixed the luggage, so he fell off as soon as the car started. Wait a minute. Xiaozhou. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Looking at the running Natsu, Makarov shook his head helplessly. It seems that he can only let Natsu and the Blue Pegasus who will arrive tomorrow, the members of Snake Princess Scale, set out together. Chapter 15. Late at night, in cities, villages, and the wild, the purple light passed through one road after another like lightning, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning that dissipated in the air. Looking at Urza sitting in the co-pilot of the magic car, her expression can only be described as dumbfounded. She was clearly saying goodbye to Makarov outside the conference hall a minute ago, but the next minute, the knights of countless cities passed by the car window like the wind. What amazed Urza even more was that the magic car did not show any overload at such a terrible speed. As the owner of the magic car, Urza knew the performance of her car. The best-selling composite magic four-wheeled car in the kingdom of Fiori was strong and durable, which was its only advantage, but it could never withstand the series of problems brought about by such a speed. Urza looked outside the car, and a faint purple light enveloped the magic car. It was this power that protected people and cars from being torn into pieces by the extreme speed. The source of the purple light was the rabbit talisman that Xiaozhou put into the energy box. Erza looked at Xiaozhou, who was concentrating on driving. With the rabbit talisman, Xiaozhou could probably appear anywhere on this continent if he wanted. Thinking of the fact that Xiaozhou always acted alone in the past, and the number of commissions he accepted throughout the year was extremely limited, and the strength that even Laxus was concerned about, Erza became more and more curious about Xiaozhou. What exactly does he do in his daily life? Is he really an archaeologist? Her lips slightly opened but no sound came out, and Erza still did not raise the doubts in her heart. Everyone has their own secrets, which can be an object or an experience. No one will show their secrets to others before letting go of their grudges. Erza herself is the same. Erza covered her right eye with her hand. Erza's original right eye had long been blind, so she replaced it with a magic artificial eye. But even though it has been replaced with an artificial eye, why does the unforgettable pain still linger on her heart like a thorn in the flesh whenever she thinks of that memory? The shadow of a tall tower appeared in Erza's mind, making her involuntarily embed her fingers deeply into the car seat cushion. Erza, are you not feeling well? Seeing that Erza's expression was not right, Xiaozhou immediately stepped on the brakes and the magic car stopped smoothly. One of the advantages of the rabbit talisman is that it can stop and start at the same time, and there will be no embarrassing situation of not being able to brake. Xiaozhou's concerned inquiry brought Erza back to her senses. She woke up as if from a dream and noticed the concerned eyes in the back seat. She quickly waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about something just now. I'm sorry for making everyone worried. I'm glad you're okay. Have a snack to calm your nerves." Shani knew Erza very well, so she took out a snack from somewhere and handed it to her. Erza declined politely. She had just eaten a lot in the conference hall and now she couldn't eat any more. Shani handed the snack to Lucy beside her, but Lucy also refused, saying that she wanted to keep in shape. Gray and Happy were not interested either. "What? It seems that I am the only one who can enjoy it." Xia and I, who looked regretful, finally couldn't hold back her upward smile and stuffed the snack into her mouth. Xiaozhou looked at his greedy mother and couldn't hold back any longer. He complained, "Mom, don't eat any more. You will get fat. Stupid son, when have you ever seen your mother fat?" Xia and I glared at Xiaozhou, then took out a plate of dessert from somewhere and ate it with satisfaction. "You said you don't know space magic. There can't be a four-dimensional pocket in the world." Xiaozhou suppressed the idea of studying his mother and complained wildly in his heart. Since Erza was fine, Xiaozhou stepped on the accelerator and set off again. Just as the magic car was about to accelerate, a strong engine sound rang out. Yahoo! A red magic motorcycle stopped next to the magic four-wheeler. The person on the motorcycle wore glasses and a chin guard, had yellow hair in a coxcomb shape, and a long and pointed nose, which made him look like a ghost. The motorcyclist twisted the handlebars, and the modified engine made a loud noise that was annoying. Seeing the people on the magic four-wheeler, they looked like they had seen something strange. "Wow! Your classic car looks great. It can be faster than a turtle, right?" Faced with this blatant provocation, Xiaozhou endured it because the car was not his, but Erza could not endure it because it was her car. "Asshole, what do you mean?" "Ah? What did you say?" The motorcyclist deliberately turned up the engine sound to cover up Erza's voice, pretending that he didn't hear it, and then showed Erza a provocative smile, and drove out at high speed. Leaving behind a pile of smoke and dust, Xiaozhou and others covered their mouths and noses. Erza pulled Xiaozhou over and sat in the driver's seat. Xiaozhou, who moved to the co-pilot, knew that Erza's temper had risen, and he didn't intend to dissuade her. It would be better to spend some time to teach that ghost fire motorcycle a lesson. "Erza, chase after her boldly." Xiaozhou gave a thumbs up. Erza nodded and stepped on the accelerator hard. The magic car took off and shot out like a meteor, flying close to the ground. The motorcyclist who was driving his car all the way suddenly heard a whoosh beside his ear and turned his head to look. His eyes were full of disbelief. The old car that he laughed at could actually keep up with his modified high-speed motorcycle. "Hey, your car is so slow, why are you here to make a living?" Xiaozhou, who was sitting on the passenger seat, looked disdainful and raised his middle finger to the motorcyclist, making an international friendly gesture. "Humph, then let me show you what real speed is." Hell Motorcycle Show. A magic circle emitting red light passed through the motorcycle and the rider, revealing the identity of the wizard. As the motorcyclist's magic was activated, the magic motorcycle suddenly doubled its speed and immediately surpassed the magic four-wheeler. Xiaozhou was surprised. "What? It's faster than my rabbit talisman." "No, I don't allow such a person to exist in Ishgar." Xiaozhou opened the energy box and began to inject magic power into the rabbit talisman. The purple light danced on the talisman and almost turned into a substantial mist to wrap the magic car. The motorcyclist, who was still proud of his faster speed, saw the four-wheeler turned into purple light, surpassing him in a blink of an eye. But this time, the motorcyclist couldn't catch up. Seeing the four-wheeler completely disappear from sight, the motorcyclist stopped the car, slipped and fell off the motorcycle. "I can't even see the tail light." "Why?" The motorcyclist held his head in his hands and knelt on the ground with a look of despair. In the dark shadows, a red-haired man in a white coat with a purple venomous snake wrapped around his arm watched all this. "What happened? Our 6 Demon Generals' Laser Lisa actually lost in the speed contest. It's really so interesting." Chapter 16. The provocative motorcyclist had long been forgotten. Xiaozhou and his group did not take it to heart, just as a small episode in the night trip. Only Xiaozhou was thinking about the magic used by the motorcyclist. After the motorcyclist used magic, it seemed that his speed exceeded that of the magic car driven by Erza, but Xiaozhou, who was in full control of the rabbit spell, found that it was not the motorcyclist who was faster at that time, but Erza's driving speed slowed down. In this regard, Erza, who has always been perceptive, did not notice it. Xiaozhou thought about it for a while and thought of a magic recorded in a book that can reduce the perception of speed, slow magic. Being able to make Erza fall into the trap silently, it seems that the motorcyclist is not simple. What is his true identity? Looking at the forest under the starry sky in front, Xiaozhou retracted his thoughts and guided Erza's route on the spread-out map. Since it was the first time to go to Demon Cat Inn, Erza was not familiar with the route. In addition, the racing just now made Erza a little excited, and she rejected Xiaozhou's proposal to let him drive. What kind of guild is Demon Cat Inn? Lucy looked through the information in her mind, but she had no impression of this guild. Lucy's doubts were also the doubts of Erza and the others. Demon Cat Inn was a magic guild, but it had no reputation. Erza learned the name of this guild from Shunny. You know, in this world, as long as a magic guild has not been disbanded, it will accept the commission of the client to maintain the operation of the guild. In this way, it will be noticed more or less, unless the guild does not accept the commission task. Let me tell you. Xia covered Xiaozhou's hand as he tried to explain, cleared her throat, and pretended to be serious. The Inn of the Demon Cat is a very peaceful and tranquil guild, but it is more like a warm village. The members are very comfortable, working from sunrise to sunset, and not worrying about their livelihoods at all. The president of Demon Cat Inn is called Robin Liu, a very old grandfather. I don't know exactly how old he is. Xia then lowered her voice and pretended to be a god, saying this old man is really amazing. When Xiaozhou and I first met him 10 years ago, Robin Liu lived alone in the forest. Because we were being hunted, we entrusted the girl who was traveling with us to Mr. Robin Liu. A year later, we settled down in Fairy Tale and came back here to see how the girl was doing. Guess what? There is a guild called Demon Cat Inn here. There are quite a few members in the guild, and the old man Robin Lu is the president. How is it? Isn't Mr. Robin Lu very powerful? Ziani had an admiring look on her face, but both Urza and Gray, the two old hands of the guild, and Lucy, the new recruit, noticed that something was wrong with the story. In the depths of a deserted forest, can a guild be established in a year? I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to recruit people. Even if the guild is successfully established, will anyone come to issue commissions in a forest that is extremely far away from cities and towns? Do the people here rely on farming to feed themselves? In that case, what is the point of a guild? It's weird no matter how you think about it. With many questions, Urza turned her head and stared at Xiaozhou. Listening to Xiani's story, Xiaozhou had come here many times in the past 10 rooms. It was normal that Aunt Shunny was a fool and didn't notice it, but with Xiaozhou's strength, she could always see some problems. Being stared at by Urza's fiery eyes and the two people who were full of curiosity behind him, Xiaozhou spread his hands helplessly. Don't worry, everyone. Demon Cat Inn will not pose any danger to us. As for why a guild was established here, I can only say that every guild has its own secrets, and it would be impolite to ask any more. Lucy felt that Xiaozhou's words made sense, but Urza didn't think so. Because Urza often visited Xiaozhou's house, although it was mainly to act coquettishly with Xiani, but she also had a deep impression of Xiaozhou's behavior. To put it simply, I know, but I won't tell you. Damn, he definitely knows. Curiosity was running wild, and Urza wanted to uncover Xiaozhou's skull at this moment to see how much he knew in his head. Xiaozhou suddenly felt a numbness on his back, and looked around. Who was staring at him just now? Urza, do you feel like someone is watching you? No, who can see us clearly at such a fast speed? Arisa steered the wheel, staring at the front, but she was muttering in her heart, Xiaozhou's perception is too strong, can't she just think about it? Urza suddenly felt that she really needed to get a set of anti-Xiaozhou armor. For no other reason, just want to beat Xiaozhou up one day. Xiaozhou scratched his head in confusion, thinking that it was an illusion just now, but he didn't know that he was already at the top of Urza's must-beat list. The moon was high in the sky, and under the guidance of Xiaozhou, the magic car passed through the narrow passage between the trees. The field of vision suddenly widened, and a wide plain appeared abruptly. A village surrounded by woods stood on the plain. On the gate at the entrance of the village was a cute cat head painted with white paint, and a flag with a cat-shaped guild emblem was hung high. This is a peaceful village, and it is also the home of the magic guild Demon Cat Inn. It's so late, let's not disturb other people's sweet dreams. Urza looked at the flat ground, let's light a bonfire here and spend the night. Don't worry, we can just go in directly. Xiaozhou pushed open the car door, got out of the car and stretched his body while explaining President Robin Lu specially reserved a big house for me and my mother, otherwise why would I set out so early in the evening? Happy, call Natsu down. Ai. The small magic circle turned, and a pair of wings appeared behind the harpy. It called Natsu's name and flew towards the pile of luggage. Then, the harpy was stunned. What's wrong? Happy. Lucy noticed Happy's sluggish figure and thought Natsu had fallen asleep on the luggage. But Urza and Gray didn't think so. They knew Natsu too well. According to experience, Natsu should have recovered from his motion sickness by now and should have jumped around a few times. Happy turned around in the air. The cute cat head was now tearful and the kitten's face was full of panic. Natsu is gone. Chapter 17. What? It turns out that Natsu fell off the car at the beginning. Xiaozhou was holding a magic prop similar to a mobile phone in his hand, talking to Makarov who was thousands of miles away. He could vaguely hear Natsu's snoring. That's it, President. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Xiaozhou hung up the call. After all this time, the unlucky Natsu was left behind at the beginning. No wonder Xiaozhou always felt that something was missing when he was provoked by the motorcyclist before. It turned out that Natsu, who could ignite the atmosphere, was missing. Xiaozhou suddenly found it very funny. It was not until they arrived at the Demon Cat Inn that everyone realized that the team was missing a person. And as Natsu's closest partner, Happy should have noticed it long ago, but the dried fish fed by Shunny was too much for this little greedy cat to extricate himself. Xiaozhou couldn't help but shout in his heart, the power of forgotten friend dried fish is so terrifying. Knowing that Natsu was fine, the 4 people and 1 cat breathed a sigh of relief, especially Urza. Fortunately, Natsu was not thrown away by her when she was racing, otherwise it would be too troublesome to find someone in the dark in the middle of the night. Since Natsu is fine, everyone can relax and rest. By the way, Xiaozhou, I don't think I've seen the prop you used to talk to the president before. Urza put the magic car into her magic space and looked at the communication prop in Xiaozhou's hand. Magic that can communicate over long distances is very rare, and this kind of magic needs to consume a lot of magic power if it wants to communicate with people over long distances. In order to allow officials to keep in touch with each other, the Magic Council specially commissioned the Magic Academy to make a magic prop that can communicate over long distances, a half-human high magic communication crystal ball. Urza also wanted to buy a communication crystal ball so that she could keep in touch with the guild anytime and anywhere. However, due to the special engravings on the communication crystal ball, the magic circle could not be stored in the magic space, and the crystal ball was half a person's height and it was not convenient to carry it with her, so in the end Urza had to give up the purchase. But now, Urza saw the palm-sized communication prop in Xiaozhou's hand, and she was very tempted. If she had this prop, she would be able to know who the guys who were fighting and making trouble in the guild were anytime and anywhere, which would be convenient for Urza to settle the score later. So no matter how much money it was, Urza was willing to buy Xiaozhou's communication prop. And as a hard-working S-class wizard, it is more appropriate to describe Urza's financial resources as a rich woman. As expected of Urza, you have a good eye for quality. Xiaozhou generously showed the props in his hand to Urza for appreciation, and explained, during an archaeological excavation, I found the production drawings of an ancient magic communication prop called Xiaoling Tong. Out of curiosity, I made it. The communication effect of Xiaoling Tong has greatly exceeded my expectations. Compared with the Little Smart, the crystal ball made by the stupid idiots in the Magic Academy with a lot of materials is simply garbage, worse than garbage. I later found a reliable businessman with strong financial resources to cooperate with. I believe that within half a year at most, the Xiaoling Tong will be officially launched. By then, I will have become a rich man, following the great archaeologist and the great writer. Ha southeast arrow, ha southeast arrow, ha northeast arrow, ha southeast arrow, ha southeast arrow, ha southeast arrow, ha southeast arrow, ha northeast arrow. When Xiaozhou finished reveling in himself, he found that there was no one around him. Led by Xia and I, 4 people and 1 cat entered the Demon Cat Inn talking and laughing. Only piles of luggage were left there, waiting for the mules to carry them. This is the price of being too proud of oneself. Looking at his companions going away, Xiaozhou sighed. Isn't it just pretending? Do you have to be like this? Alas, as expected, outstanding people will be envied and excluded wherever they go, let alone someone as outstanding as me. No matter where I go, I am like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding. You are still as narcissistic as ever, Xiaozhou. A cold female voice sounded from Xiaozhou's side. The moonlight spread out, lengthening the 2 shadows on the flat ground. At some point, a beautiful figure in a white dress smiled at Xiaozhou. If you move any slower, there won't be room for you in your house. Oh? In that case, how about you pity me and let me stay at your house for 1 night? Otherwise, I can only sleep on the floor. Xiaozhou smiled at the visitor and pretended to be pitiful. No, Wendy and Melty are sleeping soundly now. Tisk, Melty, that brat is so old, and he actually wants to drag Wendy to sleep with you. Xiaozhou snapped his fingers unhappily, and under the control of the floating ability of the chicken spell, the pile of luggage floated up behind Xiaozhou. Looking at the gentle woman beside him who was like a fairy under the moon, Xiaozhou spoke the lines he had repeated countless times. Long time no see, Arusha. Long time no see, Xiaozhou. Under the starry night sky, the shadows of people were intertwined. In the shadows under the village gate, Urza, who was about to help Xiaozhou with his luggage, looked at this scene and stopped in a daze. At a commanding height in the village, two little Lolas and a white cat hiding in the shadows were observing all this with a telescope. Damn, there's actually a red-haired woman. I knew that Xiaozhou was a philandering bastard. The pink-haired little lowly Melty put down the telescope and angrily pounded the stone on the roof. The blue-haired little lowly Wendy yawned, and the white cat Xiaolulu in her arms looked sleepy. Melty, why do you say brother Xiaozhou is a playboy? That's what it says in the novel. Melty took out a book and Wendy looked at it carefully. The sun on campus. Hey, isn't this the novel you like to read, Melty? Wendy didn't understand. Can the story in the novel be taken seriously? Melty looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before saying mysteriously this novel was written by Xiaozhou. The guy named Ito Makoto in the book must have used himself as the prototype. But didn't the protagonist of this book, Ito Makoto, have his head chopped off in the end? Brother Xiaozhou can't have died once, right? Simple Wendy still didn't understand. Melty shook her head pretending to be profound like a little adult. No matter what, we must protect Sister Arusha and not let the playboy hurt her. Flirtatious man? Arusha, do you have a boyfriend? No. Two figures suddenly appeared behind the two little girls, blocking the moonlight. Arusha picked up Melty and Wendy in one hand each. What are you two doing here instead of sleeping? I can't sleep, Melty answered with a stiff face, while Wendy on the other side tried to get away with it with an innocent look. Arusha knew the child's tricks and was about to punish him, but Xiaozhou stopped her. Why bother with a child? Xiaozhou shook Melty's little head and said maliciously, since you can't sleep, let your brother tell you a story. This story is called Chu Renmei. No. I don't want to listen to ghost stories. Melty shuddered, and her big eyes suddenly filled with tears. Arusha sighed and glared at Xiaozhou. Melty used to like Xiaozhou very much, but one time Xiaozhou told Melty a horror story, which made the child afraid to sleep. Since then, Melty began to hate Xiaozhou. Chapter 18. In the end, Xiaozhou let Melty go and didn't scare her with ghost stories. Arusha picked up the two little girls, but the white cat Xiaolulu, who was awakened by Melty, suddenly broke free from Wendy's arms. A pair of magic wings grew out of the cute white cat's back. Xiaolulu, like Habi, can use wing magic and can also speak human language. Xiaolulu, have you predicted something again? Wendy asked softly. Xiaozhou, Arusha, and Melty all looked at Xiaolulu. They knew that Xiaolulu's special magic had been activated. In addition to wing magic and language ability, Xiaolulu also has a magic called precognition that is more than just harpy. Precognitive magic can see some fragments of what will happen in the future, so as to avoid danger. But unfortunately, Xiaolulu's predictive magic is not under its control, and will only suddenly start automatically at certain times. Xiaolulu did use predictive magic passively just now, and saw a fragment of the future, and it was about Xiaozhou's future, the land stained with blood, the corpses and bones of countless wizards woven into a flesh and blood throne. Xiaozhou, surrounded by black air, opened his bloody eyes, and the whole person looked extremely evil. Xiaolulu. Wendy's call again brought Xiaolulu back to her senses. She looked at Xiaozhou. Would this seemingly unreliable guy become like that? Xiaolulu couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the predicted content this time. Returning to Wendy's arms, Xiaolulu yawned. I'm fine, Wendy, I just had an uncomfortable dream. Wendy and Melty also yawned at the same time. It was already the middle of the night. The two children were actually very sleepy, but they were still holding on. Arusha felt sorry for her two sisters. She told Xiaozhou that she would see him tomorrow, and then she disappeared in the village with a few jumps. Xiaozhou looked in the direction where Arusha left and said good night silently. A cool night breeze blew across the empty roof. In a blink of an eye, Xiaozhou appeared in front of the house that President Robinlu gave him. Xiaozhou and his group had already divided their own rooms. They left a good night note for Xiaozhou, and everyone went to rest. The room that Robinlu gave Xiaozhou was big enough, and the room was big enough for several people to share. Perhaps Robinlu had expected that there would be guests traveling with Xiaozhou. Lying on the bed, Xiaozhou closed his eyes and stopped moving, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. In his pocket, a sheep carved on a talisman emitted a green light. Sheep spell ability is activated. The ethereal soul left Xiaozhou's body. Soul out of the body, this is a very strange experience. The silent soul can ignore any physical obstacles, only the magician who uses the magic related to the soul can see the soul out of the body. Xiaozhou glanced at the sleeping body, controlled the soul to pass through the wall, and flew towards the house where Arusha lived. At that time, Xiaozhou saw Xiaolulu's performance. Xiaozhou knew that Xiaolulu must have seen the future related to herself. Xiaozhou didn't know why Xiaolulu didn't say it, but it didn't prevent Xiaozhou from going to Xiaolulu to ask clearly. Flying into Arusha's house without any obstacles, Xiaozhou saw a sleeping cat in the bedroom. His sight stayed on Arusha's face for a moment, and Xiaozhou's soul rushed into Xiaolulu's body. Xiaolulu was having a beautiful dream. In the dream, she learned the magic of transformation. As a human, she could finally hold hands with Wendy and play together like good sisters. Xiaozhou looked at this scene. Is this Xiaolulu's dream? What a beautiful and pure friendship! Xiaozhou wanted to interrupt Xiaolulu's dream, but the figure that appeared in the corner of the dream made Xiaozhou temporarily give up this idea. It was a queen cat that looked very similar to Xiaolulu. Could it be Xiaolulu's mother? The phantom of the queen cat kept saying something, but no sound was made. Xiaozhou recognized it for a long time before he pieced together the words of the queen cat, "Catch the dragon slayer." Xiaozhou frowned. The blue-haired little lowly Wendy happened to be a dragon slayer. On the day Xiaolulu was born, Xiaozhou and Xiaozhou happened to visit the demon cat inn and witnessed the birth of the magic cat tonight. Is Xiaolulu the kind of cat with bad intentions? Xiaozhou didn't believe it, because the friendship between Wendy and Xiaolulu was visible. Then could someone use magic to implant this command in Xiaolulu? Xiaozhou denied it again. President Robinlu was the strongest wizard Xiaozhou had ever seen. Even the strongest guildarts in the guild, his magic power was far from reaching Robinlu's level. Even though Robinlu is in a special state and cannot exert his full strength, Xiaozhou still thinks so. With such a powerful Robinlu around, even if someone does something to Xiaolulu, the old man will solve it. So where did the queen cat in Xiaolulu's dream come from? Xiaozhou has the answer. The soul in the embryo is affected by the outside world, so there are memories deep in the memory that the person cannot even perceive. And the phantom of the queen cat should be a scene that Xiaolulu saw before she was born, and this memory remained in Xiaolulu's subconscious. Xiaozhou couldn't help but have a new question: would a harpy of the same breed as Xiaolulu have similar memories? Xiaozhou, come and swing with us. The dream changed, and Xiaozhou saw Xiaolulu sitting on the swing with Wendy not far away. It seemed that the white cat mistook him for the person in the dream. Xiaozhou was also happy about this, so he didn't have to explain his ability to enter Xiaolulu's dream. Xiaolulu, you predicted my future, what did you see? Pushing the swing, Xiaozhou asked the question inadvertently amid the laughter of the two girls. Xiaolulu in the dream gave the answer without any doubt: Xiaozhou, in the future, you will become an evil villain, but it's fake no matter how you think about it. The force pushing the swing disappeared, Xiaolulu looked back curiously, and Xiaozhou's figure disappeared. Strange. Xiaolulu was a little puzzled, but soon immersed in a happy dream. Xiaozu's soul stood on the roof of Arusha. The wind in the middle of the night was a little cold, but it could not bring any feeling to the soul, nor could it relax Xiaozu's frown. In 2 months, I will get a new ability. Will that be the last one? Xiaozu fell into deep worry, and the marks of the 11 talismans kept changing in his eyes. Since Xiaozu activated the Dragon Talisman 11 years ago, he would get a new ability every year. As the abilities kept activating, Xiaozu felt a sense of crisis. In the Dragon Talisman that was integrated with Xiaozu's heart, there lived a monster that called itself Holy Lord. The Holy Lord claimed to be the source of the power of the talisman. It was the Holy Lord who responded to Xiaozu 11 years ago and gave Xiaozu the power of the Dragon Talisman, but the price was to embed the Dragon Talisman into Xiaozu's heart. When Xiaozu was a child, in order to save his mother from the Dark Guild, he agreed to the Holy Lord's request without hesitation. With the growth of age and experience, Xiaozu gradually discovered that the Holy Lord was not a good thing. His evil, cruelty, and treachery were not hidden from Xiaozu at all. Xiaozu could feel that more and more new abilities were added. When he obtained all the abilities of the Holy Lord, he would no longer be himself, but a puppet completely controlled by the Holy Lord, a tool for the Holy Lord to come to this world. Xiaozu would never allow such a thing, so he has been looking for magic that can deal with the Holy Lord for these years, and even his closest mother Xiao'Ni did not know all this. Fortunately, Xiaozu discovered a super ancient magic in a ruin somewhere. Combined with the other 2 magics that Xiaozu discovered, Xiaozu was sure to fight against the Holy Lord. The worst, it was just a mutual destruction. Chapter 19. The night passed and dawn rose. Xiaozu opened his eyes as his soul returned to its place. Even though his soul was out of his body for most of the night, Xiaozu was still full of energy. This was all thanks to the dog talisman. In addition to the ability to be immortal, the dog talisman also has the effect of maintaining a constant mental state, allowing Xiaozu to stay energetic. After Xiaozu visited Xiaolulu's dream last night, he went to Harpy's dream to see if Harpy also had memories of the Queen Cat. But Harpy's dream surprised Xiaozu. Harpy's dream was filled with all kinds of delicious fish. Xiaozu was busy exploring Harpy's dream for nearly an hour before he confirmed that there were no clues about the Queen Cat. I am really impressed. How much does that little greedy cat Habi like to eat fish? After complaining, Xiaozu stretched his body, and his stomach rumbled at the right time. It's a pity that the dog talisman can only stabilize the mental state. It would be great if it could stabilize the physical state, so that even eating and drinking can be saved. But if you really can give up eating and drinking, the meaning of life will probably be lost a lot. People are born to eat. So let's go get some breakfast. The companions, including Xiao'Ni, were still sleeping soundly. No one noticed that Xiaozu left the house quietly. The sky was light, and there were only a few old people who got up early and strolled around in the village. A few old people. Everyone smiled when they saw Xiaozu, and those smiles seemed to be made from the same mold, which made people feel very weird. But Xiaozu pretended not to see anything and walked straight to the center of the village. Arusha slept very late last night, so he didn't bother her, and the old man should have prepared the meal by this time. In the center of the village was a large tent, which was the residence of Robinlu, the village chief and president of the Demon Cat Inn. Xiaozu pushed open the tent, without any sense of being an outsider, and spoke to the short and thin old man in the tent. "Grandpa, is the meal ready? I'm hungry." "Haha, you really know how to manage time." Robinlu was not angry at Xiaozu's behavior. Instead, he smiled and pushed a bowl of steaming hot noodles to Xiaozu. It was just an ordinary bowl of soup noodles, but it made his index finger move, and he picked up the chopsticks and slurped. It was scallion oil, which was added to the noodles. Xiaozu gave a thumbs up. "It's delicious. It's worth my hard work in archaeological excavations in the mountains and forests." "Boy, shouldn't you praise my cooking skills in this situation?" I discovered the recipe for scallion oil noodles through archaeology. If anyone wants to praise someone, it should be myself. Slurp, slurp. Robin Lu was speechless. Xiaozhou was indeed the one who should be praised, because anyone can make scallion oil noodles, and it does not require high technical skills. On Xiaozhou's journey of magic archaeology, he occasionally discovered some ancient and super ancient things. The PHS for communication and the recipes including the scallion oil noodles were all discovered by Xiaozhou. Robin Lu picked up a bowl of scallion oil noodles and sat down opposite Xiaozhou. As the old and the young finished their breakfasts with slurping sounds, the atmosphere in the tent became a little heavy. Robin Lu's tone was a little heavy. Xiaozhou, I want to entrust the 4 children to you. Xiaozhou knew who the 4 children Robin Lu was referring to. They were Arusha, Melty, Wendy and Xiaolulu. The old man's words of entrusting the orphans made Xiaozhou serious. Grandpa, are you going to collapse? Robin Lu nodded and changed the subject. Actually, I contributed a little to your guild alliance this time. I thought of it a long time ago. The giant magic that the 6 demon generals are looking for is also the rumor spread by you, old man. In the regular meeting hall, Xiaozhou heard that the 6 demon generals' target is a giant magic, and it is not far from the Demon Cat Inn. He knew that Robin Lu was behind it. Robin Lu nodded again. Xiaozhou, my mission is to destroy that giant magic, but now I don't have much time. You know what my situation is, and you also know the true situation of the Demon Cat Inn. So I secretly spread the word and let the 6 demon generals find the location of the magic. The 6 demon generals belonging to the Balam Alliance will definitely attract the attention of the Magic Council, and they will turn their attention to them and quickly form the Bright Guild Alliance. In order to deal with the 6 demon generals, this alliance team must be very powerful. In this way, I can use the power of the allied team to destroy Nirvana. Xiaozhou was silent. He also knew that giant magic called Nirvana. It was Robin Lu who took him to see it personally. However, Robin Lu did not tell Xiaozhou the function of Nirvana at that time. Seeing that Robin Lu was so persistent in destroying Nirvana that he even secretly influenced the decision of the Magic Council, Xiaozhou could not help but ask. Old man, what exactly is that Nirvana? Why are you so persistent in destroying it? With a dull sigh and a sad tone, Robin Lu slowly spoke. That is my sin. In order to balance the good and evil in the world, I created a giant magic that can reverse black and white, good and evil, and named it Nirvana. However, the moment Nirvana was activated, it was also the beginning of the extinction of our Nirbit clan. Nirvana can make the darkness of people's hearts overcome kindness. Our Nirbit tribe was affected by this and killed each other until they were extinct. It was a heavy story, and Xiaozhou didn't know what to say. When excavating ancient ruins, Xiaozhou had also seen records of people's homes being destroyed because of magic research, but when a living example appeared in front of him, Xiaozhou was at a loss for words. Old man, isn't it too early for you to ask? At least wait until I destroy Nirvana. After leaving these words, Xiaozhou stood up and left without looking back, his figure disappearing quickly. After watching Xiaozhou leave, Robin Lu looked at the sky outside the tent with melancholy. He knew that Xiaozhou had understood his real plan. Behind attracting the alliance of the 6 demon generals and the Guild of Light, Robin Lu's real plan was to involve Xiaozhou. I hope you don't blame me for forcing you to take action in this way, because only you can completely make Nirvana disappear. Xiaozhou. Robin Lu sighed, his eyes returned to the 2 empty bowls on the table, his face stiffened. That brat just ran so fast, didn't he want to wash the dishes? Xiaozhou, who was strolling outside the village, sneezed. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise the old man would have to take advantage of his seniority and make him wash the dishes and break up his one-stop housekeeping service. In the past, Xiaozhou would have been angry about Robin Lu's plan to force him to take action. But as the new ability is about to be activated, the oppression of the Holy Lord looms in Xiaozhou's heart, and he needs to vent. Xiaozhou took out the small notebook he carried with him, which contained these complex and strange magic spells. On the latest page of the small notebook, a long string of magic words translated into a very concise meaning, the curse magic lullaby. 6 demon generals? Nirvana? It's time to give the world a little shock. Chapter 20. While Xiaozhou and his group were enjoying the beautiful morning, the atmosphere on Natsu's side was full of tension. Makarov, you only sent one person to join the alliance? You won't even send an S-class? Or are they all cowards? Oh, that's understandable. After all, we're dealing with the 6 demon generals. It's normal for the weak to be afraid. They probably hid under the quilt when they heard the name of the 6 demon generals. Ha ha ha. In front of the Spectre ruler team, the Spectre leader Joseph laughed loudly. Hearing someone insult his guild, Natsu immediately got angry and rushed forward without caring about the difference in numbers between the two sides. You are too impulsive, Natsu, Joseph is deliberately provoking you. Makarov waved his hand to stop Natsu and looked at Joseph on the opposite side. Since Joseph lost to Makarov in the routine meeting a few years ago, he has never attended the meeting again. I didn't expect that Joseph would bring his team to the alliance this time. The other members of our fairy tale have already set off one step at a time. Joseph, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you, but if you insult our guild, I will fight you to the death. Although he is just a short old man, the powerful aura that Makarov burst out overwhelmed the group of Phantom Ruler. Only the aura of their president Joseph can compete with it. Like Makarov, Joseph is ranked among the 10 holy wizards, but he is ranked one place behind Makarov. Makarov is 5th in the 10 holy wizards, while Joseph is 6th in the 10 holy wizards. Although Joseph lost a little to Makarov a few years ago, after a few years, Joseph's strength has improved again, and Makarov, due to his age, is still good enough to maintain the strength of a few years ago. This is also the reason why Joseph came in person this time. He wanted to confirm Makarov's condition with his own eyes. If Makarov's strength declines slightly, then Joseph's attack on Fairy Tail will be very effective. BAS plan can be implemented. The century-long feud between Fairy Tail and Phantom will end in his hands. But now in the competition of momentum with Makarov, Joseph felt exhausted. Not only did the old guy's body not age in the past few years, but it became even stronger. What's going on? The surprise that flashed across Joseph's face was still captured by Makarov. While feeling proud, he couldn't help but thank Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou used horse talisman and dog talisman to maintain Makarov from time to time. Now Makarov is not only in good health, but also has a slight breakthrough in magic power. Seeing that the 2 presidents with the name of Holy Ten were about to fight, someone finally couldn't sit still. It was not the group of presidents who were watching the show, but the people sent by the Magic Council. Please calm down, 2 guild leaders. It will not look good if the conference hall is destroyed. Makarov and Joseph saw the person who was talking, and after a stalemate, they stopped. Makarov was fine, but Joseph was secretly relieved. If he had delayed for a while, he would definitely lose in momentum, and this time he would be very embarrassed. Everyone present had the same question: who could make Makarov and Joseph, who were known as the Holy Ten, stop? The answer is Holy Ten. The man from the Magic Council was named Zikline, and together with Rock Iron Jura, he was called the youngest Holy Ten magician. But unlike Jura, Zikline was not a guild magician, but joined the Magic Council. Because of his outstanding performance, he became the youngest member of the Magic Council in history. You have to know that there are only 10 seats for the councillors, and such a high and powerful position cannot be occupied by strength alone. As Zikline called a halt to the conflict, the team of Blue Pegasus also arrived at the venue. The magic bomber Christina that took away the Blue Pegasus Guild emblem slowly descended from the sky, and the wizards of Blue Pegasus who participated in the Alliance Coalition walked out. It was exactly the same as the one on the list: Yi, 100 Knights Hibiki, Holy Night Yvonne, Sky Night Lien, Iron Jura. Hey? Wait, why is Jura from Snake Princess Scale on it too? It turns out that Jura was the only wizard from Snake Princess Scale who participated in the Alliance Coalition, so he took a ride with Blue Pegasus. Zeke Lane. I didn't expect to see you here. Jura looked at Zeke Lane in surprise. Zeke Lane smiled and said, actually, I will also participate in this operation as a member of the council. With 2 Holy 10 mages here, the demise of the 6 demon generals is just around the corner. An unknown president has great confidence in this operation. Although Zakilin and Jura have only recently become Holy 10 and are ranked 7th and 8th respectively, no one will question their strength. Some even believe that it won't take long for these 2 to surpass the Holy 10 ranked in front. Chairman Bob. One night. President Bob dressed as a she-male posed with one night, and at the same time said a strange word man. This man went straight to the top of everyone's head. This was disgusting. Aya Pegasus is obviously a guild full of handsome men and beautiful women, how come these 2 weirdos appeared? President Bob is understandable, as he was also a handsome man who led the trend of his time, and it is acceptable that he has changed with age. But Yi is hard to understand. How could such a person with a short stature and an unflattering appearance join Aya Pegasus? And he is also deeply respected by the members of Aya Pegasus? This will probably be a mystery that will never be solved. Unlike Yi, the handsome and polite Hyakius Yang walked towards Makarov in a gentle and refined manner. President Makarov, is Xiaozhou involved in this operation? That guy has already left, do you have something to do with him? It's nothing, it's just that the magic that Xiaozhou asked us to study has been completed, and I just happened to give it back to him. Hearing Xiang's familiar tone, Makarov was very relieved. It seems that Xiaozhou has made some friends outside in recent years. However, for the study of magic, he didn't even go to his own guild. Does he look down on Fairy Tail? Although they fight, drink, and make trouble. Makarov was silent. In the guild, it seems that there is really no one who is good at studying magic. No. Isn't there me? As the successor designated by the second-generation president, Makarov was carefully cultivated by the second-generation president. It can be said that he has all-round development in morality, intelligence, and physique. It is natural for Makarov to study magic. But looking at the magic drawings that Xiang handed to him, Makarov was silent again. He really doesn't know this. Makarov's face was complicated. He didn't know this magic, but he heard the second-generation president mention it. He didn't expect that the long-lost fire demon extermination method was actually discovered by Xiaozhou. Chapter 21. What? Wendy is also a dragon slayer. At the table, Lucy looked at the blue-haired little girl in surprise. Natsu, the fire dragon slayer, and Laxus, the thunder dragon slayer, left a deep impression on Lucy about the fighting style of the dragon slayers. I didn't expect that such a small little girl could be a ferocious wizard. The white cat Xiaolulu in a little skirt ignored the blue cat Happy, who was holding a fish to please her, and spoke to Lucy in a bad tone. Hey, hey, hey! You blonde woman, are you thinking of something rude to Wendy? Lucy could only smile awkwardly to cover up herself. This white cat is obviously a magical cat like the harpy, how come it is so much smarter than the harpy? Confused Wendy picked up Xiaolulu. Sister Lucy, have you seen other dragon slayers? Lucy was about to answer, but Shunny, who was showing off her noodles, suddenly interrupted. Little Wendy, didn't Auntie tell you that we have 2 dragon slayers in Fairy Tail? Wendy tried to recall. Shunny always brought a bunch of gifts when she came to the Demon Cat Inn. Did she mention the dragon slayer? Looking at Shunny's serious expression, Wendy was a little confused. Did Auntie Shunny mention it, but I forgot? The pink-haired little lowly Melty couldn't stand it anymore. Don't think about it, Wendy, stupid Auntie has never mentioned their dragon slayer. Melty's ruthless answer dealt a heavy blow to Xia Ni. It was not her memory that hit her, but the word idiot. She looked at Xiaozhou with tears in her eyes. Son, is Mom really an idiot? Xiaozhou's silence was deafening. Xiaonie's heart seemed to have been hit by 10,000 critical hits, so she turned her grief and anger into appetite. You all think I'm stupid, right? Then don't eat the food. After Xiaonie swept the dishes on the table like a storm, even the plates were licked clean. Xiaonie glanced at the stunned people at the table and walked towards the kitchen with a proud look. She was not full yet. Alas! Several people at the table sighed at the same time. They were speechless about Xiaonie's behavior. In fact, they had already eaten their fill and were just accompanying the big eater Xiaonie. By the way, did you see where Ursha and Urza went? Xiaozhou, who was cleaning up the dishes, asked casually. Ursha and Urza said that they had already eaten and did not dine with everyone. Gray pointed outside the village and said, they went out. I saw that the atmosphere between them was very strange, so I did not ask much. Xiaozhou secretly complained to himself, no? I'm afraid she didn't dare. Xiaozhou, who knew Gray, knew that Urza must have looked like she was going to hit someone at that time, otherwise Gray would not be like this. But what about Ursha? She and Urza just met today. There is only one answer Xiaozhou can think of, that is, strong women will attract each other. Urza and Urusha might have gone to spar with each other. Xiaozhou used euphemistic words, but it still surprised everyone present. What? They were fighting. Gray crossed his arms and activated his passive skill unconsciously. His exposed upper body made the two little girls cover their eyes shyly. Since she can compete with Urza, Ursha must be very powerful. Lucy looked at Xiaozhou. Her idols were those powerful female wizards, and she also dreamed of becoming such a wizard. Xiaozhou nodded. Ursha's magic is very powerful, and with the guidance of Mr. Robinlu, judging from the data on paper, Ursha can be said to be on par with Urza. On paper. Lucy wondered, could it be that Urusha still had some flaws? Xiaozhou smiled slightly. The lack of combat experience cannot be compensated by powerful magic. For example, if we only compare magic, Urusha can beat Gray, but in terms of combat experience, Gray is much stronger than Urusha. The Demon Cat Inn is a peaceful guild that never conflicts with others and never accepts commissions. Therefore, although Urusha, Wendy, and Melty who live here have powerful magic, they have hardly ever fought with others. In the forest outside the village, two figures crossed each other from time to time. Urza's sharp blade chopped the trees, but under Ursha's magic, the trees magically recovered. One by one, the weapons were destroyed by magic before they could get close to Ursha, as if they had never been summoned by Urza. Even Urza's heavenly wheel armor sword formation could not break through Ursha's magic. Can we stop our competition here? Urusha stood on the branch with a calm expression. She was absolutely confident in her magic. Urza, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, was unusually calm. She had roughly figured out Urusha's magical ability from the previous battle. So that's how it is. Your magic can turn back time. As expected of Urza, whom Xiaozhou often mentioned, she saw through my magic so quickly. Ultia was not surprised. Even without Xiaozhou's introduction, the name of Fairy Queen had already spread to the Fairy Cat and far away from the city. Wait, you said Xiaozhou mentioned me to you. Urza was quite surprised. Urusha smiled and said, yes, but Xiaozhou always calls you by another name. Urza felt that the name was not a good name, but it was difficult to ask. Urusha was very considerate and provocative. Want to know? Defeat me and I will tell you. Okay, just don't get beaten and cry. Urza's fighting spirit was high, equipment magic, flying armor. In the blink of an eye, Urza, dressed in wild clothes, was already in front of Voltaire with two swords in hand. The flying armor can't make Urza take off, but it can increase Urza's speed. Your magic is really tricky, it will hit you before you can react. The violent close-range attack caught Arusha off guard, and she had a hard time defending. Urza attacked frequently, including many false attacks, which seriously interfered with Arusha's prediction and caused her magic to fail. Arusha always wanted to fight back with magic, but was always interrupted by precise stabs. She wanted to retreat but couldn't match the speed of Urza's flying armor. The dense attacks surrounded Arusha like the wind. Arusha, who had a slight advantage the moment before, was suppressed by Urza the next moment. The difference in combat experience between the two sides was vividly reflected in this battle. Arusha's defeat was faster than Urza imagined. In less than 5 minutes, Arusha was pinned to the ground by Urza. The white dress wet with sweat outlined Arusha's curvy figure, and her panting made people imagine. The only pity was that all the people present were women, and the uncontrollable defeat CG could not be triggered. "I lost." Arusha admitted defeat breathlessly. In just a few minutes, her physical strength was exhausted. Was she so bad? How could she take revenge like this? Urza took back her armor and helped Arusha up. "Your magic is powerful, but your combat experience and skills are too poor. Doesn't anyone in your guild teach you how to fight?" Arusha shook her head. President Robinlu only taught her magic. Arusha was a novice in how to fight. Looking at Arusha, Urza was a little helpless. A wizard with powerful magic could not fight. The guild demon Cat-In was too strange. After Arusha rested for a while, the victorious Urza got the answer she wanted, another name for Urza called Xiaozo. Red-haired violent girl. The veins on Urza's forehead bulged, and the burst of murderous intent made Arusha, who was sitting on the ground to rest, tremble. Summer. Zo. Chapter 22. Urza and Urusha are back. Because it was just a sparring match, neither side used heavy hands, so Wendy and Melty, the two little Lolas, were not very worried. It is not difficult to see from Urusha's mess that Xiaozo's previous inference was correct. But why is Urza, as the winner, so gloomy? Although their hearts were full of questions, no one, Cat, dared to speak, whether it was Lucy or Gray or Wendy and Melty, or Happy and Xiaolulu. Unknowingly, Urza's unique majesty has suppressed the whole audience. Xiaozo, who had just finished washing the dishes, dragged Shunny, who had not eaten yet, out of the kitchen, and saw Urza with her back to him, and patted Urza on the shoulder armor familiarly. "Yo Urza, you guys are back, how was your sparring?" After Xiaozo finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere was a little off, and why was Urza looking at him with an apologetic look? "I had a very good communication with Altair, Xiaozo." Urza turned around and grabbed Xiaozo's hand on her shoulder. Her gentle voice and a bright smile dispelled Xiaozo's brief doubts. Ever since Xiaozo met Urza, she has always been a strict person. Although she smiles at ordinary times, she is more serious. She is only like a girl when she is with Shunny in private. It turns out that Urza has such a smile, soft and stunning. Xiaozo's brain went blank and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Urza took Xiaozo's hand and asked him to face outside the village. "Xiaozo, the sky in the forest is beautiful, right?" "Yes." Iluza gently took Xiaozo's hand and quietly stepped back. Silently, the yellow giant armor was armed on Urza, and the matching huge spear evil-breaking spear was held in Urza's hand. "Xiaozo! Wake up quickly!" Gray screamed madly in his heart, forcibly driving his stiff body, trying to warn Xiaozo. However, the next moment, Urza's eyes swept over without a trace of emotion. Gray suddenly fell into panic, and the whole person lost his blood color, and even Lucy and Happy around him dared not breathe. The two little Lolas hugged each other in fear. They were worthy of being the woman who defeated Urusha. It was so scary. As for Xia and I, Xiaozo's stupid mother also looked at the distant sky like Xiaozo, and didn't notice what was happening around her. After warning several people, Urza retracted her gaze, looked at Xiaozo in front of her, turned the evil-breaking spear around, and gestured to Xiaozhou with the butt of the gun a few times, showing a satisfied expression. It was still that gentle voice that sounded in Xiaozhou's ears. "Xiaozhou, I like the name of the red-haired violent girl." At this moment, Xiaozhou felt like he fell into an ice cave, and cold sweat broke out on his body. No wonder Altair apologized to him with his eyes. No wonder the others didn't even make a sound. It turned out that Urza had already controlled them with her majesty. No wonder Urza smiled so brightly. It turned out that she had arranged everything clearly. Damn it, it was so careless. Urza actually used the beauty trap. Xiaozhou didn't dare to turn his head, because he knew that the man behind him must be wearing armor at this time, and powerful weapons were aimed at him. Although his legs were a little weak, as a man, Xiaozhou still had his own backbone, and he shouldn't have knelt so quickly before. "Hey, can we reconcile?" "Hat." Urza couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiaozhou's train of thought was really hard to describe. Reconciliation? At this moment? You are not kidding, are you? A heavy and powerful fist clasped Xiaozhou's shoulder tightly, and with a burst of strong force, Urza threw Xiaozhou into the sky with force, and the spear of evil breaking was thrown out right after him. The armor of giant does not turn Urza into a giant, but it greatly increases the power of the thrown attack. When combined with the huge spear of evil breaking, the two are combined into a powerful attack that combines speed and power. The bursting wind tore through the air, and the tail of the spear of evil breaking hit Xiaozhou. The burst of power blasted Xiaozhou away, and he disappeared like a star in the distant sky. After doing all this, Urza felt comfortable all over. As expected, Xiaozhou felt better to hit than Natsu and Gray. Where's Xiaozhou? Where's my big son? Zanny only realized Xiaozhou was missing after hearing the explosion. The way she searched for her son made others speechless. They all complained, "Your eyesight is too good." In the tent in the center of the village, Robinla put down his teacup and looked away from eating melons. "Are young people outside playing so big now?" The strong wind was howling, and Xiaozhou was pushed again and again by the force of the spear of evil breaking until he stopped at the edge of the forest. It was not that Urza's throwing power was exhausted, but that Xiaozhou stopped on his own initiative. Relying on the effect of the chicken talisman, Xiaozhou floated in the air. In fact, Urza's attack could not shake Xiaozhou, who was blessed with the power of Bull Talisman. Just to save some trouble, Xiaozhou pretended to be knocked away. But then again, being able to witness Urza's stunning smile with his own eyes is worth it even if he dies. What's more, Xiaozhou can't die, and Urza's power is not enough to put his life in danger. The buzzing sound of mechanical operation came from not far away. It was a voice that Xiaozhou was somewhat familiar with. An airship appeared in Xiaozhou's sight. "Are you here in the morning? It's worthy of being Christina." On the magic blaster Christina. Jura, who was admiring the scenery, spotted a figure floating in the air in front of him and immediately warned his companions on the airship. "Everyone be careful, a suspicious person appears, so fast." Kola hadn't finished her warning words when the suspicious person instantly appeared on the deck of the airship. Rock iron wall. Without a second thought, Jura immediately used magic to release the suspicious person. The rock as hard as steel blocked the suspicious person. The magic blockade in an instant made the others nervous and ready for battle. Zakilin, who knew Jura a little, knew that Jura seemed serious, but he cared about his companions. If it was confirmed that the person blocked by magic was a companion, Jura would apologize sincerely, but if the other party was an enemy, Jura's means would not be just controlled magic. In the next moment, a crack that continued to expand from the inside to the outside of the hard rock iron wall appeared, which made Jura frown slightly. Without feeling the fluctuation of magic power, the person inside could tear open his own rock iron wall with physical strength alone. What a terrible power! Jura's accident was fleeting. After all, this is a world dominated by magic battles, and a strong body does not mean anything. Xiaozhou walked out of the rock that was split in two, patted the dust on his body, and smiled at the vigilant people. I can't accept such a big gift when we just met. Chapter 23. Who is this guy? How dare he use such a frivolous tone to the Holy Ten Wizard? Could he be a wizard from the Dark Guild? Some wizards secretly guessed that if it was true as they guessed, then the airship in the sky would not be safe. Jura thought so too. The opponent's vague magic fluctuations made him feel pressured. If a fight really broke out, the airship would definitely not be able to be saved. Jura thought he had some strength. Even if the airship was destroyed, he had the confidence to save his companions. But if he had to fight with the opponent during the descent, Jura's heart sank. Fortunately, there was not only Jura, the Holy Ten on the airship, but also Zekline, who was as famous as him. Don't be so vigilant, Jura, he is not an enemy. Zekline's words surprised Jura that the other party was actually a friendly force. Is he a wizard from fairy tale? Jura's mind worked quickly. This time, only fairy tale set out first among the Guild Alliance teams, so the other party was not here to cause trouble but to welcome them. Haha, sorry, I misunderstood. Jura apologized sincerely, and Xiaozhou also took advantage of the situation. He could see that Jura was trustworthy as a companion. He was the kind of man who could put danger in front of his companions. He was worthy of being called Rock Iron Jura. After Xiaozhou and Jura shook hands, they looked at the man with dark blue short hair wearing the uniform of the Magic Council. Xiaozhou had seen this face a few days ago, but it was another person. It is really condescending for a core member of the council to participate in such a frontline operation. Qila did not care about Xiaozhou's sarcastic words, and said in a kind tone, Mr. Xiaozhou, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect that your strength is as amazing as your archaeological achievements. Xiaozhou smiled. He recognized Zekline because of his great fame, but it was a surprise to Xiaozhou that Zekline knew a little archaeologist like him. As expected of the youngest counselor, his thinking was different from those old antiques. Zekline talked to Xiaozhou enthusiastically, but Xiaozhou was more and more displeased with Zeke. His intuition told him that Zekline had bad intentions towards him. Zekline, who has the title of Holy Ten and the identity of a counselor, is probably not as kind as he appears to be. Xiaozhou thought of the list of personnel that Makarov gave him yesterday, and no one from the council participated, but Zekline came today. Based on Xiaozhou's understanding of those confused old men in the Magic Council, it is unlikely that they will let two Holy Ten go out together. Did the council suddenly have a brain, or did Zekline use some method to convince other counselors to join the allied forces? Xiaozhou didn't care about this, he just knew that something unexpected would happen in this operation. It's so interesting. Xiaozhou opened his PHS and sent a message to someone. In fairy tale, besides Xiaozhou, there are two guys who are often not in the guild, so Xiaozhou found a way to give each of them a PHS to receive messages from the guild. Of course, Xiaozhou also took the opportunity to make a lot of money. The refreshing aroma suddenly spread on the deck of the airship. Xiaozhou, we meet again, shining. The sweet and magnetic voice instantly fascinated everyone on the deck, even the men were no exception. But when they saw the appearance of the person clearly, they all wanted to poke their eyes out. It's hard to imagine that the voice that sounds handsome and charming is made by this short, ugly man. Reality is very different from imagination. A wizard couldn't stand the blow and couldn't help poking his eyes out. Quack. I don't want to see. Xiaozhou shook his head. This guy is really a killer, and he is a spiritual one. The man is called Yi Wangdra Shao, a highly skilled perfume wizard. He is a leader in Blue Pegasus and a good man. The only shortcoming is that Yi's perception of his own appearance can be described as ignorant. He actually thinks he is a handsome guy. When Xiaozhou went to visit Blue Pegasus for the first time, he was frightened by Yi when he first met him. He almost beat Yi to death as a ghost. Fortunately, Yi's healing perfume was powerful enough to heal him alive. Since then, Xiaozhou has been hiding from Yi. Every time he goes to Blue Pegasus to exchange the magic he discovered, he must make sure that Yi Yi is not there. After Yi Yi's introduction, the wizards of the Allied forces learn Xiaozou's identity, a wizard of fairy tale, an archaeologist, and an unknown great writer. What a mess, I haven't heard of it. I think you are just like your Karsic weakling fire dragon, you are all garbage. The man in black clothes with metal nails on his eyebrows, nose bridge, and chin, chewed the iron block and looked at Xiaozou with disdain. Xiaozou knew that the fire dragon the man was talking about was Natsu, and he also knew who the man who was eating the iron block was. Gajeel Red Fox, the strongest magician besides President Joseph of Ghost Ruler, a magician who used the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. From Gajeel's words, Xiaozou could easily find out that Natsu and Gajeel had already fought, and Natsu was the loser. As for the reason why Natsu lost, it is not difficult to guess. How could Natsu exert his strength on a vehicle? After completing the deduction in his mind, Xiaozou looked at Gajeel with a bit more coldness. Of course, everyone is garbage to garbage, because their eyes have never left the garbage can. What did you say? Do you want to get a fight? Gajeel's temper seems to be the same as Natsu's, both of them are easily irritated, and they are about to attack Xiaozou. A female wizard with long aqua blue hair and a gloomy feeling pulled Gajeel back. She is Gajeel's partner, Rain Girl Juvia Rocks. Gajeel, don't be impulsive. Gajeel can still listen to his partner's words. After all, he is one of his few friends, not to mention that there are 2 Holy 10 present. Gajeel is not Natsu after all. He is impulsive but rational. But Xiaozou doesn't think about this. If Gajeel defeated Natsu fairly, Xiaozou would consider letting him go. But taking advantage of Natsu's motion sickness to defeat him and humiliate Natsu, Xiaozou can't stand it. You're not scared, are you? Phantom trash. Gajeel stopped and turned around fiercely. This time Juvia couldn't stop him. Want to die? I'll help you. Archaeologists should be just like those ancient trash. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel's arms turned into heavy and sharp steel swords and slashed towards Xiaozou. Xiaozou stood still and raised his hands. The dragon-shaped pattern in his pupils flashed by. Don't worry, it won't take you much time. Explosion Fire Dragon. The fire dragon made of flame energy wrapped around Gajeel and dragged him high into the sky. No matter how hard Gajeel slashed, he could not break free. Then, a violent explosion sounded, and there was a faint scream. The dark figure fell heavily on the deck, and green smoke was still emitting from his body. Xiaozou slowly walked to Gajeel's side, with a look of disdain on his face. Do you know? When the Dragon Slayer magic is practiced to a certain level, it will transform the Dragon Slayer's body, giving him powerful 5 senses. But this kind of enhancement has a negative effect. The Dragon Slayer will have the weakness of stunning vehicles. You were able to defeat Natsu on the airship because Natsu is stronger than you. Chapter 24. The battle was over in less than a minute, and such a result was really unexpected. Seeing that Xiaozou did not make any further moves, Juvia let go of her worries and helped her partner up. Although Gajeel looked very embarrassed, Juvia found that it was just some superficial injuries after a check. Yi Yi opened the healing perfume in a friendly way, and after inhaling the refreshing aroma, Gajeel's wounds healed visibly. There was reluctance, shock, and complexity in Gajeel's eyes when he looked at Xiaozou. Xiaozou only left him superficial injuries while knocking him down. It was really a terrible control of magic. If it weren't for this identity of an ally, Gajeel felt that he would be seriously injured if not dead. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. If you have the will, I'll wait for you. Xiaozou no longer paid attention to Gajeel and planned to go to the lounge on the airship to see how Natsu was doing. Jura watched Xiaozou leave and said to Zakilan beside him, you also felt it, right? Xiaozou's magic power. Zakilan nodded. I didn't expect that an unknown wizard has magic power that is not inferior to our Holy 10. Fairy tale is really profound. Jura did not respond. He remembered that the president of his own guild, Snake Princess Scale, Granny Oba, once said that Fairy Tale was a very scary guild, but they rarely took the initiative to show their strength. Now Jura could understand what Granny Oba meant. The Loki Xiaozo had such strength, then how powerful would the Fairy Tale's strongest wizard whose strength was unknown be? At this moment, Jura was shaken about the value of Holy 10. Zekline didn't know what Jura was thinking. He turned and looked at the forest below, with regret in his eyes. It was not easy to meet a senior archaeologist, but he didn't expect Xiaozo to have such strength. It seems that he can't use it for himself. Inside the magic bomber Christina, Xiaozo found the lounge with ease, and said hello to Holy Knight Yvonne and Sky Knight Lien in the airship control room. Yonatsu, I came to see you, hey? Are you okay? Pushing the lounge door, Xiaozo was shocked by the situation inside. Although Natsu was not jumping around, he did not feel weak like motion sickness. But when he saw another person in the lounge, Xiaozo was relieved. Natsu, I'm really sorry to bother you, Xiang. Natsu, as the opposite side, the yellow-haired man in a black suit, smiled back at Xiaozo. Hyakia Xiang, handsome, is a frequent visitor to the top of the most popular wizard boyfriend ranking list and has the title of Girl Killer. Xiaozo and Xiang met because of Xiang's magic, the ancient documents, which can search for a lot of knowledge, magic, and intelligence, and compress it to pass it to others. With the ancient documents, Xiaozo and Xiang repaired a lot of ancient magic and books. Although Xiang is not good at fighting, as an intelligent wizard, Xiang's analytical ability and assistance are first class. Natsu's motion sickness on the airship was greatly alleviated because Xiang cured Natsu's sense of balance. Natsu, you have to thank me, I helped you vent your anger. Xiaozo found a seat and sat down. I beat that iron dragon badly. Natsu's face showed a big question mark. You fought with Gajeel? Why? Weren't you defeated by the iron dragon on the airship? Xiaozo looked at Natsu, but found that there was no sign of fighting on Natsu. Natsu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, actually, we didn't fight. When Gajeel challenged me, I fell down because of motion sickness, and it was Gajeel who brought me here. Iron Dragon Gajeel turned out to be a man with a bad appearance but a gentle heart. It turned out that the previous trash talk was all his own nonsense, and he was beaten up by Xiaozo. Xiaozo was silent. Is it too late to go back and apologize now? Seeing Xiaozo's embarrassment, Xiang took out an ancient parchment and spread it on the table, changing the subject. Xiaozo, the magic you entrusted me to repair has been completed. Woohoo! As expected of Xiang. Xiaozo excitedly picked up the parchment and gave Xiang a thumbs up. Natsu couldn't help but curiously leaned over, but the complicated and cumbersome words on the parchment made Natsu's eyes spin in circles. Natsu, a poor student, yawned, what is this? Xiang looked at Natsu and explained the magic on the parchment. This is the long-lost fire demon extermination method, which is a magic specifically for demons. The demon exterminating technique is very difficult to learn and its corresponding power is also very strong. For hundreds of years, not many people have successfully learned it, so it has been lost. But the Devil Slayer can pass the Devil Slayer together with its own magic power to a wizard with the same magic attribute. Higashi used Natsu as an example. Natsu's magic attribute is fire. If Natsu learns the Fire Devil Slayer, then he can pass his magic power and the Fire Devil Slayer to another wizard with the fire attribute. But the price of doing so is to lose the identity of a wizard, which is not something that everyone can afford. This is also one of the reasons why the Devil Slayer has been lost. Awesome! I want to learn it. Natsu didn't listen to what Xiang said at all. He only knew that if he learned the demon exterminating technique, he would be able to defeat Gray. Xiaozo looked Natsu up and down. He planned to learn the fire demon exterminating technique by himself, but it wouldn't be impossible for Donatus to learn it. It just so happened that Natsu's magic attribute was more suitable for this demon exterminating technique. Under the guidance of Xiaozhou and Xiang, Natsu quickly got the basics of the fire demon exterminating technique, and a blue flame ignited on his right hand. This was a big surprise for Xiaozhou and Xiang. Natsu was actually a genius. He could learn the extremely complicated demon exterminating technique in one go. What else could he be but a genius? Xiaozhou could already foresee the scene of Gray being knocked down and Natsu showing off his power. Put it out, Natsu. No, I can't do it, ah. The blue flame of extermination suddenly rose, trying to devour Natsu. Was it a backlash of magic? Or was it a mistake when learning magic? Xiaozhou didn't know and didn't want to know at this moment. He stretched out his hand and flicked the horse talisman into Natsu's hand. The deep blue halo immediately spread to Natsu's body, taking out all the blue flames. Without Natsu's magic power, the blue flame of extermination was extinguished in the air. The power of the horse spell was immediate, and Natsu's right hand, which was corroded by the blue flame, was immediately restored. Wow! It's worthy of being called the Devil Slayer, it's so powerful. Natsu returned the talisman to Xiaozhou, but he still couldn't forget the Fire Devil Slayer. It can only be said that Natsu is really careless. Xiaozhou picked up the parchment. At this moment, he and Xiang, who was sitting opposite him, did not intend to let Natsu learn the Devil Slayer again, at least until they found the hidden danger. The horn on the airship sounded, and the destination was reached. Xiaozhou put away the parchment, thinking that Erza should have calmed down by now. If she is still angry, let her beat Natsu up. Chapter 25. Is this the Cat Demon Inn? It looks like a village. The magic bomber Christina landed outside the Cat Demon Inn, and Natsu couldn't wait to be the first to jump off the airship. The others jumped off soon after, as they had been shocked by the night and needed to slow down. At the village gate, Erza and the others had been waiting for a long time. Gray only had eyes for Natsu. Why are you so slow? Natsu is the last one. Hey! Who are you talking about? Bastard Gray! Oh, I used the wrong word. Natsu, you fell off the wagon. You're not even the last one. But... damn it! I can't refute it. Natsu was speechless and furious after being mocked by Gray. Ignoring the plot of Ice teasing Fire, the captains of the 4 guilds of the Alliance team, the representative of the council, Zeke Line, and the representative of Demon Cat Inn, Arusha, met with the 3 parties. Erza was excited about Jura's arrival, but after seeing Zeke Line, Erza's body stiffened. Fairy Queen, are you feeling unwell? Zikaline's concerned question brought Erza back to her senses. No, I just didn't expect that 2 of the 10 saints would participate in this operation. Haha, after all, the other party is one of the strongest dark guilds, so we can't be careless. Erza didn't answer, but secretly looked at Zakilin's familiar face. Are there 2 identical faces in the world? Juvia coughed. Let's share the information of the 6 demon generals first. Because Gajil was defeated by Xiaozhou, he felt embarrassed and gave the captain position to Juvia. This time, the Phantom Ruler sent a total of 4 people. The Iron Dragon Gajil, Phantom 4 Elements Water Juvia, Phantom 4 Elements Earth Thor, and Gajil's little brother, the little brat Roger Chaney. Ignoring Roger Chaney, this time Phantom Ruler sent half of the guild's high-level combat power. Several people focused their attention on Zeke Line. When it comes to intelligence gathering, the Magic Council has the most say, not to mention the intelligence of the enemy Dark Guild. Zeke Line did not keep the secret and gave the existing intelligence compiled by the Council. The 6 demon generals are just like their name, led by 6 powerful wizards. They are the leader Brian, Poison Dragon Cobra, Laser Lisa, Money Hetty, the only female wizard of the 6 demons Angel, and the strongest of the 6 demon generals Dark Knight. Due to the powerful strength of the 6 demon generals, the undercover sent by the Magic Council only found out the names of their titles, and there was no information about their magic. There are a large number of lower-level guilds in the 6 demon generals. Although their strengths vary, they are enough to be a headache as cannon fodder. This may be true for ordinary wizards, but those present are all elites, and who doesn't have some magic to clear the field? Hasn't the magic of the 6 demons been detected? ARCHAEOLOGIST frowned slightly. Intelligence is a very important part. There are many strange magics in this world. Maybe you will be ambushed if you are not careful. However, ARCHAEOLOGIST is still a little confident in his own strength. Forget it, everyone just needs to be careful when the time comes. By the way, the 6 demon generals came all the way to this deep forest. What kind of magic are they looking for? The Allied forces only knew that the general goal of the 6 demon generals was to find a large-scale magic, but what exactly was this magic? The Magic Council that issued the order didn't know either. Ultia said, I just learned about this from President Robinlu. About 10 kilometers away from the Demon Cat Inn, there is a giant dormant magic that looks like it hasn't been activated for a long time. That magic is called Nirvana. What? Nirvana? Xiang, who followed Yi to join the discussion, almost jumped up. His database of ancient document magic happened to have a record of this magic. Seeing Xiang's shocked look, anyone could see that he knew this magic, and Yi also signaled him to explain it to everyone. Xiang did not hesitate, and activated the ancient document mind connection to pass on the information he knew to everyone. Nirvana is a super magic that can replace light and darkness. The specific manifestation of magic is to distort people's minds. Good people will become evil, and evil people will become good. Because of the terrible effect, no one wants to be brainwashed into the side of justice/evil, so 400 years ago, the Magic Council, the Light Guild and the Dark Guild reached a rare consensus and jointly listed Nirvana as a taboo magic. What a joke! This magic. Zekline didn't know how to describe it. In short, such magic should not exist in this world. The appearance of forbidden magic that can convert good and evil can foreseeably cause great unrest, and it is very likely to drag the world into endless war. The 3 parties looked at each other. This magic must not be obtained by the 6 demon generals. Amidst everyone's discussion, Xiaozhou glanced at Zekline with a solemn expression, and quietly turned away. Xiaozhou could confirm that Zekline's shock was pretended. The Magic Council knew the existence of Nirvana, and every council member had to understand this level of forbidden magic, so that they could find a way to break it in time when a crisis occurs. This is one of the responsibilities of the council. Zekline is such an outstanding council member, but he acted as if he had never heard of Nirvana. And in the past, the Magic Council, the organization and guild alliance, would not send anyone to participate, but this time not only did they send people, they also sent the youngest and most outstanding counselors. This made Xiaozhou wonder if there was an ulterior motive behind this. Xiaozhou's mouth curled up slightly. It was really interesting. Is the conspirator behind this the council? Or Zekline? Let me wait and see. A snake-shaped pattern appeared in Xiaozhou's pupils, and dots of imperceptible green light flickered around him. The sunlight passed through Xiaozhou's body and fell on the shadowless ground. Natsu walked by here, scratched his head in confusion at the empty space where no one was. He wanted to find Xiaozhou to try the fire demon extinguishing technique again. Why didn't he see anyone? Natsu sniffed hard. Strange. He could clearly smell Xiaozhou's scent. Did he run away to some other place? Natsu, come here quickly, let's gather and go. Lucy called from a distance. Natsu looked at the happy who waved at him and immediately forgot about the Devil Slayer. Compared to studying, Natsu felt that fighting was more important. Especially since the enemy this time was a dark guild and the location was deep in the mountains and forests. He could let loose and make a big fuss. As for learning the Devil Slayer? What the hell? Natsu ran away, and a faint sigh sounded on the deserted ground. A sigh for the poor student. Chapter 26. Because of the importance of Nirvana, everyone unanimously decided to stop resting and set out immediately. In order to find and destroy Nirvana before the 6 demon generals discovered Nirvana. The 4 Knights of the Blue Pegasus are responsible for controlling the magic blaster boats to occupy the air advantage and provide fire support. Phantom Ruler except for Roger Chaney, the other 3 are all frontline combatants. Jura from Snake Princess Scale will be the main commander of this operation. Before the 6 demon lords show up, try to preserve your strength. The representative of the demon cat in, Arusha, will join as a guide because she is familiar with the terrain. The representative of the Magic Council, Zeke Line, will guard the safety of the demon cat in the rear to prevent the Dark Guild from doing something crazy. Finally, it is the fairy tale. The strongest team composed of Urza, Natsu, and Grey will join the frontline battle, and the Celestial Mage Lucy and the Healing Mage Shunny will serve as auxiliary personnel in the rear. As for Xiaozuo's arrangement, Urza looked around and did not find Xiaozuo. Who saw where Xiaozuo went? Everyone shook their heads. Not only did no one see Xiaozuo, but no one even noticed when Xiaozuo disappeared. Never mind, that guy is used to acting alone, let him go. Arisa has confidence in Xiaozuo, and with Xiaozuo's personality, he might have set out alone for a while. Time waits for no one, and everyone no longer waits, following the guide Ultia, heading towards the direction of the giant ancient magic that the Dark Guild 6 demon generals is looking for. Zekline and Roger, one big and one small, stayed behind Demon Cat in. Rog, right? Why don't you go find someone your own age to play with? Zakilin pointed at the 2 little girls lying at the entrance of the village, and a white magic cat. Rog didn't answer, and the rejection was obvious in his eyes. Throwing a little boy into a group of little girls, Rog almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet just thinking about the embarrassing scene. Zakilin pretended not to see Rog's rejection, and pushed Rog directly in front of Wendy and Melty, 2 little sisters. Please look after this little brother for your brother for a while. Who are you saying is small? Who is the younger brother? Zikaline saw that the situation was not good and turned around and ran. Are you kidding? Do I, Zikaline, look like someone who has the patience to take care of a child? After running to Robinlu's tent, Zikaline found an excuse to temporarily leave the demon cat in and asked the old man to look after Rog. When Zikaline disappeared, a transparent figure on the cat head sign at the village gate revealed its true identity. It was Xiaozuo who had used the snake charm to become invisible. You took the initiative to ask to stay behind, and now you leave without permission. What do you want to do? Zikaline. Xiaozuo looked at the direction where Zikaline left, thinking about following him, but he was worried about alerting the enemy. After all, Zikaline was a Saint 10 and he was still powerful. A few birds landed on the cat head sign, chirping non-stop, which gave Xiaozuo a new idea. Xiaozuo tore a piece of paper from his notebook and cut it into 4 small pieces. With his fingers flexibly turning over, 4 paper cranes were folded. Xiaozuo took out the rat talisman. The ability to transform stillness into movement is to give life and will to dead things, and to take it back at any time. It is an absolute supernatural ability. Being able to dominate the life of creation so easily gave Xiaozuo a very unreal feeling, so he rarely used the rat spell. He used the rat spell on the 4 paper cranes. After a flash of black light, the 4 paper cranes flapped their wings and flew up, circling around Xiaozuo, making tiny chirps. Come back! The 4 paper cranes immediately stopped flying and landed on Xiaozuo's open left hand. The effect was good, Xiaozuo was very satisfied, and then took out the rabbit talisman and snake talisman to increase the speed and invisibility of the paper cranes. Under Xiaozuo's system operation, the 4 paper cranes became Xiaozuo's 4 eyes, and they would monitor Zekline on behalf of Xiaozuo. Even if they were discovered, it didn't matter. Zekline would only get 4 pieces of waste paper and couldn't trace Xiaozuo. With 4 whooshes, the invisible paper cranes went into the forest. Xiaozuo jumped off the cat head sign and walked slowly towards the direction of the main force. Ding dong. Xiaozhou stopped walking after walking 2 steps because of the sound. Someone sent him a message through the PHS. He turned on the PHS and projected the message in the air. Xiaozhou's eyes lit up when he saw the content of the message. Wow, it's really timely rain. The sender of the message was a wizard who was mixed in the Dark Guild. The content of the message was the detailed information of the 6 demon generals, which was internal information. Compared with it, the information collected by the Magic Council was simply garbage, even worse than garbage. Poison Dragon Cobra uses Poisonous Dragon Slayer magic, the 2nd generation Dragon Slayer wizard. Money Heteai, magic is earth magic, has an inexplicable obsession with money. The Star Spirit Mage Angel, she once killed a member of Blue Pegasus, it is said that the member was Xiang's lover. The leader Brian, magic is dark magic, and has a deep understanding of magic research. Laser Lisa, a wizard who is good at speed and loves motorcycle racing. In the Dark Night, magic is unknown. Xiaozhou took a look at the magic intelligence of 5 wizards among the 6 magicians. He nodded and belittled the intelligence department of the Magic Council in his heart again. Xiaozhou suddenly remembered one thing. The motorcyclist he met on the way to Demon Cat Inn last night was most likely Laser Lisa. The strength of that guy seems to be quite average. Xiaozhou is not sure. After all, it was a pure racing at that time. Although both sides used magic to accelerate, they were very martial and did not use magic to attack each other. Ding dong. Another message came, and the red prompt icon kept flashing on the Xiaoling Tong. It seemed to be very important news. Xiaozhou did not dare to neglect it and quickly clicked it to check. The frivolous smile on the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared. The black magic cult? How did they get involved with the 6 demon generals? Black magic cult? What does it do? A little head with pink hair poked out from Xiaozhou's side. Melty looked at the little pager in Xiaozhou's hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Xiaozhou took out a handful of candies and waved them in front of Melty. Go wherever you want. Melty took the candies and put them in her pocket, and continued to stare at Xiaozhou without blushing or beating her heart, repeating the question just now, the black magic cult? What do they do? He stiffened his fists. Do you think I'm an NPC? Xiaozhou's eyes gradually became dangerous when he looked at Melty. Since Arusha was not here, he might as well teach this little brat a lesson and let her know how dangerous adults can be. Melty's face froze. She was smart since she was a child. How could she not see Xiaozhou's bad intentions? Haha, Xia. Brother Xiaozhou, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving, ha. No, you can't leave. Melty paused after turning around, and rushed out without thinking, but unfortunately Xiaozhou, who had activated the rabbit spell, was one step ahead and had already grabbed the pink-haired little loli and lifted her up. Xiaozhou showed a typical villain's smile, bullying the weak, I'm the best. Melty was scared and burst into tears. Help! Help! Grandpa! Wendy! Xiaolulu! In the center of the village, Robin Lu, who was sipping tea in the tent, smiled knowingly, as if he remembered something interesting. Chapter 27. Under the intertwined branches of the trees, a sneaky figure is talking to someone. The black magic cult is here too? Why are you telling me now? I just received the message. Do their goals conflict with ours? Like us, we want to transform the world with nirvana. It's also to welcome the return of the Dark Mage to the world. That's right, but the prerequisite is to revive the Dark Mage. This is your mission. The old guys in the council are too rigid. It's hard to convince them. You have the Balam Union behind you, we will assist you, just go for it, Gerald, my best student. After the call ended, the magic crystal used for communication lost its luster and shattered into pieces. This kind of communication magic crystal that can only be used once has extremely high confidentiality but is also very expensive, which is not affordable for ordinary wizards. Such an expensive item is nothing to Chi Klein, as he can enjoy too many benefits as a member of the council. If he had not joined the council with a mission, Chi Klein felt that he would definitely be like those old guys, corrupted by comfort and luxury. Who is there? Zickeline suddenly turned sideways and launched a magic attack. The golden light evaporated half of the trunk of the tree beside him, and turned the branches and leaves into ashes. No one? Was the feeling of being spied on just now an illusion? After observing the trees around him again, Zickeline was relieved. If his secret was discovered, there would be another round of killing, even though his hands were already full of blood debts. Zickeline looked up at the sky, and there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. A touch of evil quickly suppressed it, and Zickeline returned to his usual state. After Zickeline left, the 3 invisible paper cranes dared to move, and the missing one had been destroyed by Zickeline's magic. The 3 paper cranes confirmed that there was no other one, and after a whoosh, the only sound left was the rustling of leaves blown by the wind, and a big tree that was still tenaciously alive with half of its body cut off. Dong 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 dong. Amid the dull knocking sounds, Melty's little fist swung out an afterimage, and hit Xiaozuo's back with all her might. Xiaozuo looked at the angry Melty with enjoyment. Melty, didn't you eat? You don't have any strength at all. Damn it! You big bad Xiaozuo! Melty gnashed her teeth. Because she hit too hard, her hands were sore and numb now, but Xiaozuo was not hurt at all, and looked very comfortable. Xiaozuo looked at Melty's aggrieved look. Isn't it just a punishment for you to hit my back? Is it necessary to be so aggrieved? He waved his hands helplessly at her. Okay, I'll let you go this time. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Xiaozuo smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to catch the 3,000 paper cranes and lifted their invisibility. Amid the chirping of the 3 little birds, Xiaozuo learned about the conversation between Zickeline and the mysterious man. Who would have thought that the youngest member of the Magic Council was actually an undercover agent of the Balam Alliance who broke into the council? These dark guilds want to revive the Dark Mage, but what interested Xiaozuo the most was that Zickeline's real name was Gerald. Coincidentally, Xiaozuo also knew a guy whose real name was Gerald, and this person was also related to Zickeline. Klein has the same face, are they twins? Xiaozuo suddenly found it very interesting. He found out that he had the upper hand over Klein. How would Klein react? Would he confront him directly or pretend to be submissive? Or would he kill him to silence him? Melty looked at Xiaozuo's evil smile, thinking that Xiaozuo had come up with another idea to play a trick on her, and she ran away. The familiar feeling of being suspended in the air came, and Melty was caught by Xiaozuo again. This time she learned her lesson and looked at Xiaozuo pitifully. Xiaozuo was amused by Melty's submissiveness. Don't worry, Melty, I just want you to help me with something. A guy who looks like Wendy's brother will come here soon. He is a bad guy. Please help me keep an eye on him. What? So you're asking me for help? Melty was proud, pointing at Xiaozuo's pager. I want that as a reward. The little girl was quite picky, and Xiaozuo bargained beautifully. I can't have this one, but I can give you a new pager. So it's called a pager. Melty's eyes lit up, and she pressed the issue again. A new one is not impossible, but I want 5, 1 for my sister, 1 for Wendy, 1 for Xiaolulu, and 1 for Grandpa. Well, come and get the goods from me. Xiaozuo rolled his eyes at the pink-haired little Lolita, but still agreed. Just a few pagers, for Xiaozuo, who discovered and reproduced them, it was just a drop in the bucket. Putting Melty down, Xiaozuo did not forget to remind her, be careful, if you are in danger, run to Grandpa Robinlu. If nothing unexpected happens, Wendy's brother will be here in half a day at most. In a corner of the forest, a large group of priests were moving in an orderly manner. Unlike the white-robed priests who generally believed in God, this group of people wore black robes. They did not believe in the so-called God, but worshipped the black magician Zeref who spread death in history. Their sect was called the Black Magic Order. Because they believed that Zeref would appear in places where death gathered, they had been carrying out killings since the establishment of the Black Magic Order. This time, in order to seize Nirvana, the Black Magic cult mobilized all the forces of an entire branch, a total of 2,000 people. The High Priest Yaluk, who led the army of the cult, and the High Priest Jerome walked side by side at the front. Jerome carried a black sword and yawned, "Yaluk, how long will it take us to get there?" "Don't worry, the Bright Guild Alliance should have already started fighting with the 6 demon generals." Wearing an iron mask and holding a strange scepter, Yaluk said calmly, "Wait until they are both defeated, and we will reap the benefits, isn't it wonderful?" "Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the High Priest of Yaluk, no wonder he can initiate a purification ceremony." Jerome looked at Yaluk with some admiration. The purification ceremony is a very important ceremony for black magic. As long as it is successfully completed, the power bestowed by the Pope can be obtained. And Yaluk completed a purification ceremony, destroyed a city, and slaughtered all the residents. Seeing Jerome's admiring eyes, Yaluk could not help but straighten his body, with a proud posture. The appearance of a voice broke this harmonious scene. "Yo, sorry to bother you guys." An orange-haired man in a black windbreaker suddenly appeared and looked at Yaluk and Jerome with an apologetic look on his face. "Who are you? How dare you block the way of our black magic cult?" Jerome looked at the orange-haired man fiercely. "Me? I'm just an archaeologist. Why did I stop you?" Xiaozo put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yaluk and Jerome with a smile. "I just want to kill you all, or be killed by you all." Chapter 28. Jerome, did you hear anything? "Of course I heard it, Yaluk, have you never been to a circus?" "So that's it, it's the clown." "Ha ha ha ha. ×2. The 2 high priests seemed to have heard some joke. They looked at Xiaozo as if he was a fool and laughed heartily. "Is this guy crazy? Can't he see our 2,000 strong cult army? Or does he look down on us 2 high priests?" Hearing their 2 bosses laughing so happily, some black magic priests who were nearby also laughed. Xiaozo was indifferent. "Are you done laughing? Can you start fighting quickly? I have other things to do." Yaluk put away his smile, leaned the scepter in his hand heavily on the ground, and the priests behind him all quieted down. "Want to die? Let me, Jerome of the Dark Sword, help you." Jerome turned the black sword, and he wanted to use brute force to smash this ignorant guy into a pulp. The heavy sword slammed down, like an exploding shell, leaving a crack in the ground that kept expanding. The black magic flowed along the sword into the pit, making a constant corrosion sound. Although Jerome was powerful, he did not hit Xiaozo. "You have quite a lot of strength. It's a pity not to go to the construction site to do the plastering." Xiaozo was still calm and composed, and his words were full of regret for a civil engineering saint who had gone astray. Jerome's arrogant look was gone. Xiaozo was so fast that Jerome didn't even see how Xiaozo dodged his attack. No wonder he dared to stop the black magic cult alone. This man is really good. "But that's all you can do?" Jerome shouted, and the black magic flowed upstream along the sword and wrapped around Jerome, turning into a set of tightly fitted black armor. Jerome, fully armed, showed his strongest posture, the Black Knight. Without any extra nonsense, the Black Knight Jerome was like a swift cheetah, attacking Xiaozo with lightning speed. Jerome's strength in the Black Knight state was enhanced in all aspects. He had slaughtered several villages in this state and was carrying hundreds of wronged souls. The black magic cult therefore awarded Jerome the position of high priest. Recalling his honor, Jerome's eyes burst into blood, and the whole person became excited. The black sword was danced vigorously, and every slash was closer and closer to Xiaozo. Jerome finally saw Xiaozo's movements clearly, and couldn't help but feel proud. "You're slowing down, archaeologist." "No, it's me who has become faster." "Ha ha ha ha." Xiaozhou did not respond, but his expression was solemn. It became more and more difficult for him to dodge under Jerome's attack. Finally, Xiaozhou slipped and fell backwards. Jerome didn't know why Xiaozhou only dodged and didn't fight back, but since Xiaozhou revealed a flaw, he had no reason not to seize it, not to mention that Jerome had enough confidence in the defense of the Black Knight's armor. "Go to hell!" Dark flash. Black magic was activated, and a black ball of destructive magic power condensed on the end of the black sword. Jerome jumped up, swung the sword and smashed the black ball towards Xiaozhou. Boom! 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 Amid the huge explosion, a large pit with a radius of 5 meters was blown out on the ground. The smoke and dust in the sky made it impossible for the priests watching the battle to see the situation clearly. But this did not hinder the confidence of the priests. In their view, as long as the high priest took action, there was nothing they could not get. Only the other high priest, Yaluk, frowned and had a bad premonition. Could it be that in that situation, the archaeologist could still make some trouble? Yaluk shook his head. In that situation, even he would being seriously injured by Jerome, let alone a guy who overestimates his own capabilities. The scepter was waved, summoning a gust of wind to blow away the smoke and dust, and the tall back of the Black Knight appeared vaguely in the eyes of the priests. Sure enough, the winner was him. Yeluo nodded with satisfaction, but suddenly found that there was something wrong with the Black Knight. Before Yeluo could think about it, strong magic power burst out from the smoke and dust, dispersing the smoke and wind together. This time, Yeluo finally saw Jerome's condition clearly. The black sword pierced through the chest of the Black Knight, almost splitting Jerome's upper body in two. The corrosive power of the black sword had taken away a large piece of flesh and blood, as well as Jerome's heart. The winner was actually him. Alok looked at Xiaozhou, who had drawn out the great sword, his face full of disbelief, and then he was deeply shocked. The archaeologist was pretending to be at a disadvantage before, and he deliberately showed his flaws to lure Jerome into the trap. Alok shouted despicable. He obviously had the power to kill Jerome easily, but he used such means to tease Jerome. How shameless! Could this guy be a member of the Dark Guild? Alok looked at Xiaozhou, and for a moment he couldn't tell his identity. Xiaozhou was indeed pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but Jerome was not a tiger, at best he was just a pig. Xiaozhou originally wanted to take the black great sword back and give it to Urza, which has the corrosive power. The powerful black sword can be considered a good weapon. But when he thought that this was something from the black magic cult, Xiaozhou gave up the idea. He didn't like it, and Urza wouldn't like such a dirty thing either. The thick and sharp black sword was like a piece of cloth. Xiaozhou rolled it into a ball of scrap metal and threw it on the ground with disgust. The death of Jerome made the priests move, but with Alok still there, they didn't dare to make any small moves. Alok took a step forward and looked directly at Xiaozhou. He didn't care about Jerome's death. After being shocked for a while, he returned to his usual cold expression. "Archaeologist is not your real identity, who are you?" Xiaozhou ignored Alok, and his voice spread to the huge crowd. "Are there any members of the Light Guild or the Devil, undercover from the council? If you have any, please come forward so that I don't hurt innocent people next. I'll count to 5, and if you don't have any, I'll send you to hell. 1, 2, 3. Time is running out. 4, 5. Xiaozhou looked at the cult army, none of which had left, and a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but applaud. "Great, it seems that you all deserve to die." A notebook appeared in his hand, and Xiaozhou's smile gradually turned cruel. In fact, Xiaozhou is a ruthless person, and his emotions are only released to his family and companions. The lives of other people are dispensable to Xiaozhou. On the latest page of the notebook, complex and chaotic magic words extend like lines, entwining around Xiaozhou's right hand. Xiaozhou gently plucked the lines of the text, and soft and pleasant music sounded, and the notes were clearly transmitted to the ears of every priest. The priests were obsessed with this beautiful music for a while, and only Ye Luo recognized what it was. He looked at Xiaozhou in horror. Xiaozhou smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of coldness. "Curse them, lullaby!" The melodious music suddenly changed, and the harsh notes turned into demons. The cult army fell down in an orderly manner, with expressions of fear, distortion, and pain on their faces, and their lives ended in an instant. Chapter 29. The harsh music stopped. Suddenly, bodies that lost their lives shattered and collapsed one after another, becoming part of the land beneath them. The priest army, composed of the most elite branches of the black magic cult, this magic army that committed countless bloody crimes and was feared by the council and many countries, finally ushered in their trial. In addition to the high priest Ye Luo, nothing happened. "Should I say you are worthy of being the high priest?" Xiaozhou closed the notebook in his hand. He was not surprised that Ye Luo was safe and sound after being cursed. Lullaby is very effective in dealing with small fry and has first-class clearing ability. In this world where most people are ordinary people, it can be said to be a very terrifying force. But for powerful wizards, the powerful magic is enough to resist or even ignore the curse of Lullaby. Witnessing the death of his comrades and men with his own eyes, Ye Luo did not show any emotion, whether it was sadness or fear. Ye Luo stared at Xiaozhou. In recent years, a message has been circulating in the Dark Guild that someone is hunting demons. "That person, is it you?" Xiaozhou sneered and did not answer. In recent years, Xiaozhou did kill several demons, but that was not hunting, but Xiaozhou just happened to encounter them. He did not expect to be dubbed as a demon hunter. Ye Luo's gaze shifted to the notebook in Xiaozhou's hand, his eyes suddenly became hot, and he did not care whether Xiaozhou was a demon hunter. "Could it be that what you have in your hand is Lullaby's true form, the Book of Demons?" Yarlok suddenly felt a little strange again. The demons created by the Black Mage are basically based on books, only Lullaby is different, its true form is a flute. Could it be that Lullaby has changed its true form over the centuries? Is there really anyone who can do this? Yarok looked at Xiaozhou with more and more doubts. Xiaozhou weighed the notebook in his hand. This notebook is actually an ancient magic prop called Death Note. As long as you write a name on the Death Note, you can curse the owner of the name, but there are still many ways to successfully launch the curse. More restrictions. When Xiaozhou unearthed this Death Note from the ancient ruins, this prop had lost its original effect, and only blank pages were left. Xiaozhou took a fancy to the special material of the Death Note and kept it, thinking that he could use it for something in the future. Coincidentally, there was a demon wandering near the ancient ruins. Xiaozhou suddenly had an idea, and beat the demon back to its original form in a few moves. He used the power of the sheep talisman to forcibly peel off the demon's soul and stuffed it into the Death Note. From that day on, Xiaozhou gave the Death Note a new name, Devil's Notes. Xiaozhou had no interest in telling Ye Luo about the Devil's Notes. Why would he talk so much to a villain? "High Priest? Are you ready? It's time to go." "Humph! Arrogant." Yalok's face sank, and he inserted the scepter deeply into the ground. A huge blood-red magic circle spread outward with the scepter as the center. In the soil, transparent figures were drawn out one by one. They were the souls of the priests cursed by Xiaozhou. Looking at the thousands of souls being sucked into the magic circle, Xiaozhou couldn't help but frown. Even the dead companions were not spared. What an evil magic! As if seeing Xiaozhou's doubts, Yalok began the classic self-explanation of the villain. "I want to thank you for killing this group of trash, so that I can easily use the power bestowed by the Pope. With these thousands of souls as sacrifice, please use your great power to destroy the enemy for me. Summon magic. The demon of the Book of Black Magic, the god of war." The blood-red magic circle emitted a curtain of light that soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The clear sky looked extremely dull under the cover of dark clouds. A huge figure stepped out of the magic circle, and his extremely burly body almost soared into the clouds. The dim sky blurred his appearance, but it could not cover his yellow eyes. The huge weapon glowed with a dangerous light. The demon of the Book of Black Magic, the God of War, the Bond of War, has arrived. Looking at the powerful God of War, Xiaozhou nodded with satisfaction. The momentum alone looked much stronger than the dead wood giant in the demon form of Lullaby. I really don't know why Lullaby is so famous among so many demons. Is it because he is the first in replenishing soldiers? Ha ha ha. How is it? Are you frightened by the power of the God of War? Priest Arlok laughed wildly, as if the day of killing Xiaozhou, seizing Lullaby, and reaching the peak of his life was just around the corner. Xiaozhou put the devil's note into the inner pocket of his windbreaker, looked at the giant-like God of War, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So strong, so strong. Why don't you give it to me? Xiaozhou's nonsensical words confused Yaluk. Was he scared silly? He actually wanted the enemy to give him the combat power. Yaluk's refusal was understandable. Xiaozhou was just joking. The fighting god demon was not under Yaluk's control. He was in no mood to listen to human nonsense. The fighting god, created by the black magician with hugeness and fighting as the core, was only interested in fighting. The huge weapon was swung down, and the ground cracked due to the powerful force. Yaluk was frantically looking for Xiaozhou's figure. He knew that Xiaozhou would not be easily defeated. But after searching back and forth on the ground several times, Yaluk couldn't find Xiaozhou. What happened? Has he been smashed into meat paste? Suddenly, a violent explosion it sounded in the sky. Yaluk looked up and immediately understood why Xiaozhou couldn't be found. How could he be found on the ground when he was flying in the sky? At some point, Xiaozhou rushed into the sky and bombarded the body of the fighting god with the explosive power of the dragon talisman. The huge body of the fighting god was a living target with many flaws for Xiaozhou. Although the fighting god was very fast, he couldn't keep up with Xiaozhou's speed. His whole body was constantly exploded, and his injuries accumulated at a terrifying speed. With an unwilling roar, the fighting god fell down. Yaluk was desperate. Xiaozhou was stunned. Xiaozhou thought that the fighting god would let him fight for a while longer, but he didn't expect that it would take him 2 seconds longer than when he dealt with Lullaby in demon form. It turns out that you, the fighting god, are also a shock wave. Damn it, I was so happy for nothing. Xiaozhou landed on the huge head of the fighting god and took out the sheep talisman and the devil's note. Although the fighting god was suspected to be a shock wave, it was still stronger than Lullaby. Whether it was collected to gather dust or used to show off, it was a good choice. The fighting god stared at Xiaozhou with his yellow eyes. For some reason, he was afraid of what Xiaozhou was going to do next. Xiaozhou showed an ambiguous smile and poured a large amount of magic power into the sheep talisman, which made his soul's ability to leave his body have a qualitative leap. Don't be afraid, it just hurts a little. Soul extraction. The cyan magic penetrated into the body of the god of war without any hindrance. The extreme pain made the face of the god of war twisted, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't even make a sound. The huge body collapsed layer by layer, and an ancient book was extracted by the cyan magic from the fragments of the god of war. This was the body of the god of war, the Book of Demons. Xiaozhou casually flipped through a few pages of the God of War's Book of Demons, which were all about kill, kill, kill. The dark magic words were stripped from the Book of Demons. This was the origin of the God of War and also the soul of the God of War. Xiaozhou wound the dark magic words around and around like a ball of thread, and finally stuffed the bald magic words into the blank pages of the demon notes. The messy magic words were immediately arranged in an orderly manner on the paper, and the moving project of the God of War's demon soul was completed. This was a scene that made Yaluk despair. The god of war, who was like a god to him, was solved like a joke. How could Yaluk not have a mental breakdown? Looking at Xiaozuo's smiling face approaching him, Yaluk's legs weakened and he fell to the ground, pointing at Xiaozuo in horror. You are the real devil. Xiaozuo picked up the black sword that he had twisted into an iron ball before, raised it high above Yaluo's head, and looked at the frightened Yaluo with a strange look. You guessed it right, there is indeed a fire demon living in my body, but it comes from another world. Chapter 30. On the other hand, the situation on the Guild Alliance side is not optimistic. Hundreds of sword blades formed a circle of sword formations and fell in the direction of the sword-winged angel's finger in the center of the sword formation. Heavenly wheel sword of chaos. Countless sword lights flashed by, and a large number of dark guild wizards only felt a flash before their eyes, and their bodies fell uncontrollably, losing their combat ability under the baptism of sword rain. Clearing the scene by herself, this is the embodiment of the strength of the fairy queen, but Urza, who did all this, could not be happy. Behind Urza is the crashed magic blaster Christina, and Shunny is treating the wounded with sweat on her forehead. Hibiki, Lien, and Yvonne of Blue Pegasus, and Soul of Phantom Ruler all lost their combat capability due to serious injuries. The fairy tale group was not seriously injured. But as the strongest combat force of this operation, Jura's abdomen was pierced by a magic knife covered with poison. Even a tough guy like Jura could not bear the pain of the poison. Half an hour ago, the allied team came to the cave where Nirvana was hidden, but the magic bomber suddenly fell. Jura, who was worried about the safety of his teammates, was the first to step forward to rescue his teammates. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed in the back by Yi Yi and lost his combat capability. As the three Blue Pegasus woke up, the real culprit who destroyed the magic bomber and caused it to fall was also Yi Yi. When everyone was shocked, a large number of dark guild wizards surrounded them. These were all subordinate guilds of 6 demon generals. Although the subordinate guilds were now cleared by Urza, the rebellious Yi was still unharmed, and he was in the mood to throw a disgusting wink at Urza. Looking at the culprit playing with a knife on the opposite side, Natsu was furious. Why did you sneak attack your companions? Why did you betray your own guild? Yi Yi. A long sword was inserted in front of Natsu, and it was Urza who stopped Natsu. Don't be impulsive, Natsu, he is not Yi Yi. Because he was in a state of combat, Natsu's IQ soared like a husky in the snow, and he immediately understood what Urza meant. Someone secretly replaced Yi Yi and disguised himself as Yi Yi to participate in the action, with the purpose of creating an opportunity to destroy Jura. At this time, Yi made a puff and turned into 2 rag-doll-sized magical creatures, one with a smiling face and the other with a crying face. As a star wizard, Lucy recognized that the 2 magical creatures belonged to the star spirits at a glance, and they were probably the Gemini star spirits of the Golden 12. Since the star spirits appeared, where are the star spirit wizards who contracted with them? The 2 star spirits jumped in the air and split to both sides, and a figure slowly appeared. A beautiful woman with short white hair and bangs and a white feather dress appeared. It was Angel, the only female wizard among the 6 demons. Angel ignored Lucy and looked at Urza in the air. As expected of you, you are the fairy queen. You are totally different from those pretty vases. Do you want to join us, the 6 demon generals? Urza frowned. Join the Dark Guild? Are you kidding? Angel chuckled. What's impossible? We all come from the same place. Urza was stunned, and the shadow of a tall tower flashed before her eyes. Just as Urza was distracted, a huge mud hand rose from the ground and held Urza tightly. Under the giant mud hand, one of the 6 demons, Hot Eye's head AI appeared. But Urza was not so easy to be caught. The sharp sword destroyed the giant mud hand from the inside out. Dozens of long swords were summoned by Urza and were about to shoot at Het AI below. An extremely fast figure appeared behind Urza and kicked Urza hard in an instant. The sudden attack caught Urza off guard. The battle-hardened Urza immediately fought back. The moment she was kicked, she controlled more than a dozen long swords to stab back, intending to exchange injuries with the attacker. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Urza's face sank. Her attack failed. Looking down again, a man with a mohawk and yellow hair and wearing a racing suit whistled at Urza. It turned out to be the motorcyclist who lost to Urza last night. His other identity is about to be revealed, one of the 6 demons, Laser Lisa. Beside Lisa, one of the 6 demons, Poison Dragon Cobra, smiled maliciously at Urza, and the poison mist turned into a giant snake mouth and bit Urza. Urza had used up a lot of magic power to release the big move to clear the field, and was injured in 2 consecutive sneak attacks. She no longer had the strength to resist the third attack. But Urza was not alone. The angry flaming claws tore the fangs, the hard ice shield protected Urza, and the sharp iron sword swept towards Cobra. Under the cover of Natsu, Grey, and Gajeel, Urza, who had lost her strength, was caught by the water flow summoned by Juvia and landed smoothly. "You two are dragon slayers, right?" Cobra dodged the iron sword easily and looked at Natsu and Gajeel, who interrupted him. "I am also a dragon slayer, but I am stronger than you two. Stop talking nonsense. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." Natsu was not interested in chatting with the enemy. The injury of his companions had already made Natsu's anger explode. Cobra smiled contemptuously, clenched his right hand wrapped with poisonous dragon-slaying magic, Poison Dragon's Iron Fist. The fire fist collided with the poison fist, and the flames shook violently as if they were about to be extinguished. The black and red poison spread along the flames to Natsu. Seeing that Natsu was defeated, Gajeel immediately took action, and his left arm turned into an iron dragon spear and quickly stabbed at Cobra. What Gajeel didn't expect was that Cobra seemed to have eyes on his back, and he twisted his body slightly to avoid the iron spear. In this short moment, Cobra grabbed Natsu with his backhand and smashed him towards Gajeel, and the two were knocked to the ground together. Natsu and Gajeel got up in a panic, and the two looked at each other and attacked Cobra together. Iron fists, hooks, wing strikes, iron swords, iron spears, iron sticks. In the fierce melee, Natsu and Gajeel were under increasing pressure, and every attack was easily resolved by Cobra. Cobra fought 1 against 2, looking very relaxed, and constantly teasing the 2 dragons. Although at a disadvantage, Natsu, at least he and Gajeel managed to hold back Cobra. But there are more than 1 demon in the 6 demons. Angel, Hodo, and Lisa, who were gathered not far from Urza, were extremely worried. With so many wounded on their side, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Moreover, 4 of the 6 demons were already so difficult to deal with, so how powerful would the remaining 2 be? Now, let alone stopping the 6 demon generals from getting nirvana, I'm afraid it would be a problem to protect myself. Urza sighed softly, and could only hope that Aunt Shunny would heal Jura quickly. But what you fear will come true. Angel and Lisa have already set their sights on the rear. One of them is eyeing the celestial spirit key on Lucy's waist, and the other wants to send Jura on the road. Urza and Juvia wanted to go back to help, but the ground under their feet suddenly turned into a swamp and the two were deeply trapped in it. Outside the swamp, Hodo closed the book in her hand, and several huge earth spikes emitted dangerous light. Chapter 31. The gurgling water flooded the swamp, lifting Juvia and Urza high up, avoiding the fatal blows of several spikes. Hida was not surprised that his attack missed. The wizards sent by the council to deal with them, the 6 demon generals, must be elites. If they can't even deal with such an attack, it would be too disappointing. Taking advantage of the opportunity to escape, a magic circle of the same length passed through Urza's body, and the heavenly wheel armor disappeared. Urza was dressed in the black feather armor with silver stripes. The black wings flapped, and Urza passed through the earth spikes until in front of Hida, and the black feather sword went straight to Hida's face. Hida was not in a hurry, and stepped on the ground again. The ground under his feet carried him back like a building block, and at the same time, one wall after another rose between Hida and Urza. The sword flashed, and another wall collapsed. Even after breaking through 5 walls, Hida's figure could not be seen. Urza's offensive momentum had been mostly exhausted. Urza landed on the ground panting. She was consumed by the cannon fodder of the subordinate guild of the 6 demon generals, and was attacked by Hida and Lisa. Urza could feel that her magic power and physical strength were on the verge of limit. Hida's pupils outside the earth wall turned orange-red, and through the many obstacles she had set, she could see Urza's condition clearly. It's the last gasp, but we still have to be careful. Hot AI said to himself. He was always steady and didn't plan to fight Urza head-on. Although Urza looked exhausted, the reputation of Fairy Queen was not exaggerated. In the 6 demons' plan to deal with the allied team, the second target after backstabbing Jura was Urza, which showed that the 6 demons were afraid of Urza. Before Urza's magic power was completely exhausted, Hot AI would not take the initiative to show up. Fairy Queen, perish in the endless sand. Earth Magic Activity Plaza. With a big wave of his hand, Hot AI created a circle of earth walls to surround Urza. At the same time, the ground beneath Urza's feet became as soft as sand. The sea of sand was churning, and the dust was raised into the sky, blocking the possibility of Urza's flight. The quicksand swept, and the countless attacks hidden in it attacked Urza from all directions. Urza waved her sword and struggled to parry. Gradually, the black feather armor was broken, and only an ordinary dress was left on Urza's body. In the wind and sand, countless small wounds quickly dyed the dress red. But even so, Urza refused to fall. But what does it matter? Urza no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, an inexplicable sweet smell surrounded Urza. Suddenly, the pain disappeared, and the magic power was restored by nearly half, and Urza's eyes flashed. Before the sand and dust attack was about to come again, the magic circle passed through Urza's body. Dress up magic, purgatory armor. The dark black armor with spikes was full of danger. The sawtooth broadsword that looked extremely ferocious was swung by Urza with one hand, slashing at a wall from a distance. The fierce force of the sword left deep cracks in the sand and shattered the wall. Behind the wall, Het AI's face was full of surprise. What happened? Why did he suddenly explode? How did she know I was in this direction? The sawtooth broadsword was inserted into the sand, and Urza looked at Het AI, who had regained his composure with domineering eyes. The second round has begun. Outside Urza's battlefield, Juvia looked at the ugly man in front of her and said in doubt, "Mr. One Knight." "It is me, Shining." Although his white suit was already tattered, Yi made a move that he thought was handsome and put away the empty perfume bottle. The reason why Urza could recover so quickly was because of Yi's recovery perfume, which, with the help of the dust raised by Hotai, sent the fragrance to Urza. Juvia realized that this was the real Yi, and looking at Yi's dusty and exhausted appearance, "Mr. Yi, you were..." Yi put away his funny expression and raised his hand to interrupt Juvia. "Beautiful Miss Phantom, let's just get through this battle first." Juvia nodded. The crisis had not been resolved yet, so if they had any doubts, they could talk about them after the battle. "You ugly thing, you actually came here to die, you are so stupid." Angel, who had set her sights on Lucy, went back, but she didn't expect that Yi yet, who was replaced by her, would break free and come here from afar. Yi didn't listen to the insults at all, he was very confident in his handsomeness. "It's you who hurt my important companions." Yi watched the falling Christina and the 3 wizards of the Blue Pegasus, and his anger continued to rise. It was all his fault that he was careless for a moment, and the enemy took advantage of the opportunity, causing his companions to fall into danger. Self-blame and anger made Yi's momentum change drastically. He took out a bottle of perfume, peeled off the cork, and inhaled the fragrance. "Now is the time to make up for my mistakes. Use this scent called power." In an instant, strong muscles burst the suit, and Yi's body suddenly grew, from Wudalan to Fanjiro. The scent of power is Yi-Yi's strongest perfume magic, which not only improves strength, but also speed, defense, and physique. The body leaned forward, and the ground under his feet shattered due to the powerful explosive force. Yi-Yi rushed towards Angel like a violent lion with irresistible momentum. Angel didn't expect Yi-Yi to be so ferocious. She waved the silver-white star key in horror. "Open it." The door of the carving seat. The celestial spirit of the archangel appeared. It could transform into any weapon or armor. Under Angel's command, it turned into a huge and solid shield. But could it withstand a knight's attack? Of course not, absolutely not. Facing the strongest magician of Blue Pegasus, how could a mere silver celestial spirit resist? The angry fist pierced through the giant shield, and the muscular man tore the giant shield in half. The severely damaged celestial spirit turned into starlight and returned to the celestial spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, the huge fist was in front of Angel. Quick! Too fast! Too late. Using the star key to summon the stars, Angel's eyes widened with fear. When a star mage has no stars to help him, and his physical skills are crushed in all directions, how can Angel withstand such a terrible Yi-Yi? After a series of crackling blows, Yi-Yi punched Angel in the abdomen. Angel spurted out a large mouthful of blood. She didn't even have time to scream, and fainted from the pain. Seeing Yi-Yi seize the opportunity to kill Angel in seconds, the people in the allied team had a greatly changed impression of him. Although Yi-Yi has a strange appearance, but as a companion, Yi-Yi is also a reliable man. Has Angel been defeated? That's really interesting. A lazy voice came, and a flying carpet gently floated down. On the flying carpet, a man with black hair and red eyes yawned and looked at Yi-Yi sleepily. The strange feeling made Yi-Yi's hair stand on end, and the sudden appearance of the man made his heart alarm. Yi-Yi remembered the information from the council, and the identity of the mysterious man was the most mysterious wizard of the 6 demon generals, Dark Knight. Chapter 32. Terribly powerful. This is how Yi-Yi feels about Anyet. But Yi-Yi is not someone who would back down. A wizard of his level is well trained through many battles with powerful enemies. Mobilizing his shiny muscles, Yi-Yi jumped high. After a short period of accumulation, he concentrated all his body strength on one point and slammed down heavily on Anyet. Shining 1,000-pound pendant. Anyet still looked like he had just woken up and had no intention of dealing with Yi-Yi's attack. However, even when Anyet was playing badly, Yi-Yi's 1,000-pound pendant missed the target. Gravel and dirt flew everywhere, and Yi-Yi looked at Anyet, who was so close to him, in disbelief. Yi-Yi, who inhaled the scent of power, could perfectly control every inch of muscle in his body, and it was impossible for his attack to deviate. There was something strange about Anyet's magic. But looking at Anyet, who was so close in front of him, Yi-Yi didn't bother to test Anyet's magic. Yi-Yi wanted to use his attack to force Anyet to use magic actively. Shining 100 strike. The violent storm of fists blasted into the Dark Knight, but no one eye could hit Dark Knight, and every attack inexplicably turned to other directions. The attack continued all night, and I had some inferences about Dark Knight's magic. The ability of refraction is space magic. Hey, ugly man, have you had enough fighting? Anyet came out of his half-asleep state. He only liked to sleep, and what he hated most was people who disturbed his sleep. Anyet stretched his body, raised his hand and waved it at Yi-Yi. The inexplicable power forced the powerful Yi-Yi back 10 meters away. What a strong magic! Yi-Yi was shocked. He couldn't break through the defense of Anyet, who was not fully awake just now. How powerful would this energetic Anyet be now? Anyone who disturbs my sleep deserves death. Anyet showed a cruel smile to Yi-Yi. Yi-Yi felt something was wrong and quickly took a defensive posture. However, the next moment, the space around Yi-Yi was distorted, along with Yi-Yi's body. The spiral space seemed to tear Yi-Yi apart. Not a drop of blood was shed, but the pain in his body made it almost impossible for Yi-Yi to maintain his strength. Looking at the struggling Yi, Anya grinned and distorted the space where Yi was once again. After a muffled groan, Yi rolled his eyes and fainted. How fast Yi killed Angel in seconds was how fast he was killed by Anya, and even Anya was fighting with a playful attitude. Yi fell to the ground, the fragrance of power it has been used up, and Yi has returned to its original size. A trace of disgust flashed in Enyi's eyes, and he raised his hand to kill Yi. The water flow spread just right and dragged Yi away. After saving Urza once, the fire captain Juvia pulled Yi out of danger again. Although Yi was saved, the battle just now made Juvia know that she is no match for Enyi, not to mention that she is now carrying a burden. What to do? Enyi's magic can bend space, and Juvia's own water magic is likely to be unable to touch the opponent like Yi. Enyi was very unhappy that his prey was snatched away. He was still in a bad mood after waking up, and he released magic on Juvia without reservation. Space tier. Juvia immediately used water to form a semicircular barrier around herself and Yi. Juvia had no confidence that she could block Dark Knight's attack. The surrounding space seemed to be squeezed by a heavy object, making an unbearable wailing sound. Juvia's water barrier burst like a punctured water balloon. However, the next moment, the squeezing sound disappeared, and Dark Knight's magic seemed to have never appeared. It was Arusha who intervened in the battle and eliminated Dark Knight's magic. Arusha, holding the magic ball, turned his back to Juvia. "Leave this to me, you go protect the back." Juvia did not expect that the little-known demon cat actually hit a wizard who could fight Dark Knight. She immediately took Yi to retreat to the back to avoid interfering with Arusha's battle. Dark Knight felt very annoyed. He interrupted him one after another. If he had known, he would not have jumped out. It would have been so comfortable to continue sleeping in the back. "Hello, who are you?" "The one who defeated you." Arusha showed the guild emblem on the back of his right hand. It was time to make a name for his guild. Dark Knight looked at Arusha's guild emblem, scratched his head and said to Jalen, he had never seen it and didn't know him. Arusha sighed. Demon Cat-in was a nobody in the magic world. It was reasonable that Dark Knight didn't recognize Demon Cat-in. "No more nonsense," 2 figures, one white and one black, burst out with strong magic power. "Which one is better, Arc of Time or Zigzag Magic?" The scene changed, and the situation in the back was not optimistic. Grey-faced Laser Lisa alone, and it was a bit difficult to support himself. The ice-shaping magic covered the ground with thick ice, but the smooth ice still couldn't hinder Lisa's speed. "Damn it, how can this guy's magic be so fast?" Grey's exposed upper body was covered with wounds. Behind him, a huge and sturdy ice house protected Shunny and the wounded. While allocating magic power to maintain the ice house, Grey also had to deal with the extremely fast Lisa. Grey's physical strength and magic power were almost unable to support it. In the blink of an eye, Lisa appeared behind Grey, and just like a sneak attack on Urza, she turned in the air and performed a big roundhouse kick. Grey was kicked high up, and he vaguely saw Lisa's afterimage approaching, as well as the magic flashing with dangerous aura. Not good. Grey endured the pain and forced himself to turn over, barely avoiding Lisa's pursuit. "Hey! You dodged? You're really fast." Lisa shook her finger and looked at Grey with a teasing expression. After playing with Grey for so long, Lisa was a little tired. It was time to end the fight. Red light covered Lisa's whole body. In this state, Lisa's speed was maximized. Lisa took the starting posture and ran towards Grey like a wild horse. Water flows and clouds rise. A huge column of water rose from the ground. It was Juvia who returned, but her target was not Lisa, but Grey. The water flow carried Grey into the air and avoided Lisa's attack. Fairy Tale's Ice Wizard, Lisa's magic is not acceleration magic, but magic that slows down your perception of speed. In the water flow, Juvia's voice reached Grey's ears, and at the same time, a sweet fragrance rushed to Grey along the water flow. It was the healing perfume that Juvia found on Yi. Gray opened his eyes and looked at Juvia outside through the water flow. The two people who had not even said a few words to each other at this moment knew each other's thoughts. Lisa didn't care if Juvia saved Gray, because he would get rid of both of them. Death GP. More than a dozen magic motorcycles were summoned by Lisa, and each motorcycle was equipped with a magic bomb, which was powerful enough to smash Gray and Juvia to pieces. However, Lisa didn't know that Juvia had seen through his magic, and in an instant she had a battle plan with Gray. Gray jumped out of the water and landed beside Juvia. The two held hands, and the magic of water and ice fit perfectly together. A rare magic burst out from the two of them. Combination Magic Hailstorm. Chapter 33. A large area of magic hail fell, and Lisa's death motorcycle was completely destroyed before it even got close to Gray and the others. In this dense hail, Lisa's speed was completely useless. After all, his magic was not a faster acceleration magic. Ah! Lisa was hit on the head by hailstones as big as basketballs before she could dodge. Her head was buzzing and her limp body was knocked to the ground by the hailstones that followed until she was completely buried. Lisa taught us with her own actions that we should wear helmets when riding motorcycles. If we had worn helmets before, we would not have been knocked unconscious and knocked down in the end. Maybe. In a battle, when one side is exposed, the balance of victory is difficult to reverse. Lisa was frozen and completely lost the ability to fight back. The hailstorm stopped and the tricky enemy was finally defeated. Gray let go of Juvia's hand and stepped forward to check the situation. He didn't notice that Juvia's face, which had been cold for thousands of years, was flushed. When Gray approached Lisa, a red light suddenly enveloped him. It was Lisa who was using all her strength to release the slowing magic on Gray. He could actually use magic. Gray was startled and immediately calmed down. Although his movements were infinitely slowed down by the slowing magic, it was difficult for Lisa, who was frozen, to move. How could she hurt him? Unless, it's not good. Gray's eyes widened. In the ice, Lisa showed a crazy smile. Under his broken racing suit, a magic bomb poked its head out, flashing a dangerous light. The magic bombs on the death motorcycle are not all. Even if he is defeated, Lisa will drag someone down with him. Gray gritted his teeth. His magic power had been exhausted in the fusion magic just now. How could he resist the magic bomb in front of him now? The only way Gray could think of was to use the remaining magic to make a layer of ice armor on his body. However, the reality showed that Gray thought too much. Gray's magic power was exhausted and only two thin pieces of ice condensed on his chest. Damn it! Am I going to die here? I really don't want to accept it. Maybe, this is not bad, at least I can see my dead master. It's a pity that I haven't defeated Natsu yet. I hope that guy won't be sad for me. It's a pity that I haven't asked Arusha whether she has a relationship with the master. It's a pity. Gray slowly closed his eyes and was ready to meet his fate. Ahem. Gray opened his eyes at the sudden cough, and saw Xiaozhou, who had been away from the team for a long time, standing beside him. Was he hallucinating? Xiaozhou looked at Gray with disdain, especially when he saw the two pieces of ice on Gray's chest. His disgust was beyond words. Gray, although we all know that you are a pervert, please, don't be too perverted. At least, don't strip off your upper body in broad daylight and wear women's underwear. You pervert. Gray lowered his eyes and looked at the two thin pieces on his chest. It was embarrassing, so embarrassing. Gray immediately wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into and never come out. However, thinking of Lisa's magic bomb, Gray suddenly shouted, Xiaozhou, run quickly, there is a magic bomb, You mean this thing? Xiaozhou raised his hand. It was the magic bomb that was frozen together with Lisa. There was no need to think too much about what the rapidly flashing red light on it meant, right? Gray pounced forward and did not notice that he had escaped from the slowing magic. However, it was too late, the magic bomb exploded. The explosion with terrible power tumbled in Xiaozou's hand, and then shrank into a ball, spinning at Xiaozou's fingertips. Gray was stunned when he missed, and embarrassedly patted off the two thin pieces of ice on his chest. "Oh, Xiaozou, you are really something. You obviously don't take the magic bomb seriously, but you still come to tease me. Are you trying to please me so that I won't tell anyone about your perverted behavior?" Gray. Xiaozou smiled slightly. To be honest, the moment he saw Gray just now, a perverted exhibitionist villain character had already taken shape in Xiaozou's mind. "You will be the villain in the next indecent novel, Gray." The victim Gray had no idea that he would be the villain in Xiaozou's novel. He just stood there awkwardly. Xiaozou looked at Lisa, who was still frozen. It turned out to be the provocative motorcyclist that night. Lisa also recognized Xiaozou and mocked him for being a slow wizard. "Your name is Lisa, right? You didn't use any despicable means when you were racing. How can you be a dark magician? You have no professional ethics at all." Lisa was speechless. "I am a despicable dark guild magician. What does it have to do with my identity as a motorcyclist? And what you just said, is this something you, a magician from the Light Guild, can say?" Xiaozou shook his head and threw the horse talisman from his pocket to Gray. "You know how to use the talisman, right?" Gray nodded. Xiaozou had explained to them the effect of the talisman on the magic train. "Go treat the wounded, and tell my mom that the battle will be over soon, so she shouldn't worry." Xiaozou patted Gray's shoulder and walked past Juvia, who was daydreaming. It seemed that Gray was not the only one who was sick. Muta muta muta. Ola ola ola. Although the real situation was not the scene described above, Xiaozou felt that it was very appropriate to use it to describe the battle between Arusha and Dark Knight. One kept releasing magic, and the other kept cancelling magic. Xiaozou's intrusion stopped the fighting between the two sides. Dark Knight looked at Arusha opposite him breathlessly. "Hey, woman, aren't you tired?" Arusha, who was full of energy, maintained an elegant posture, without any sign of excessive consumption of magic power. "Sorry, having more magic power means you can do whatever you want." Obviously, the two were evenly matched in the battle, but Arusha was far better than Dark Knight in the magic competition. If Xiaozou hadn't appeared to interrupt the battle, Dark Knight would have exhausted his magic power and been defeated by Arusha. "Xiaozou, you are here." Arusha ignored Dark Knight and walked lightly to Xiaozou's side. She raised the magic ball to show off. "How is it? I am also a magician who can fight now." Xiaozou nodded. Old man Robin Lo taught Arusha powerful magic, but did not teach her how to fight. She could fight Dark Knight and gain the upper hand, which showed how talented Arusha was. When Xiaozou heard Arusha describe Dark Knight's magic, a name immediately came to his mind: Twist Magic. "Okay, Arusha, go and rest for a while, I will finish the battle." Xiaozou turned sideways, but was stopped by Arusha. "Urza, she was injured before, you have to hurry up, Xiaozou." Arusha thought of the woman with long crimson hair, the wizard who had been fighting in the front. Xiaozou smiled and assured Arusha, but when he turned his head, his eyes turned extremely cold when he looked at Anya. It was so cold that Anya shuddered. Chapter 34. As Xiaozou's footsteps approached, Anya couldn't control his body and stepped back for some reason. Unspeakable fear spread throughout Anya's body. "How? What happened? Why am I afraid?" In Anya's cognition, he is the strongest. Even if he sleeps every day, the other 6 demons dare not say anything, because he is the strongest. Brian, the last leader of the 6 demons who teaches magic to the 5 demons, believes that Anya will be the strongest wizard, and Anya believes it. But now, Anya's belief in being the strongest is somewhat shaken. The always conceited Anya met Arusha, who can match him in magic but has much more magic power than him. And Xiaozou, who has not fought yet, but makes his whole body resist fighting. How can I be called the strongest? Anya will never allow himself to fail, for his father Brian, Taking a deep breath, Anya drove away all the negative mentality, and he wanted to fight Xiaozhou in the best condition. Magic distorted the surrounding light, and more than a dozen phantoms of dark night surrounded Xiaozhou. The phantoms cooperated tacitly to attack Xiaozhou. Space was distorted, interfering with vision. Space was torn, compressed. Pain spirals, tearing flesh and blood. Dark Knight, who maintained such a fierce offensive, had already broken through his own limits. Both magic and magic power took a big step forward. Breakthrough on the battlefield. Dark Knight felt like he was going to be excited. He was indeed a genius. Urusha and Xiaozhou were just stepping stones for him to put pressure on himself and make a breakthrough. "Joker, what are you messing with?" The sudden voice came from behind, and Anya was sweating profusely. He used magic to teleport several meters away before he dared to turn around and look. The man was Xiaozhou. Anya didn't understand how Xiaozhou found his true self in so many illusions. He didn't understand why Xiaozhou could escape from the encirclement of illusions without anyone noticing. In this short moment of thinking, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Anya, and Xiaozhou's slightly playful and cold eyes made Anya feel like falling into an ice cellar. The twisted and torn space could not shake Xiaozhou in the slightest. The painful spiral that killed Anya in one blow collapsed on its own under the influence of Xiaozhou's explosive magic. In a few minutes, Anya experienced the ups and downs of life. He thought that a breakthrough in strength would allow him to trample the enemy under his feet, but he didn't expect that he would be like a clown in the eyes of the enemy. Anya was dragged into the air by an invisible force. That was the floating ability of the chicken talisman, but Xiaozhou only exerted buoyancy on Anya's head. At this moment, the buoyancy became an invisible rope around Anya's neck. The feeling of suffocation made Anya gradually lose his mind. He heard Xiaozhou's voice in his blurred consciousness before he fell into a coma. "This is not the right place. I won't kill you. You have to thank my family and my companions for being here. Thank him with your best wishes." Just before he fell into coma, Anya suddenly realized that the darkness in Xiaozhou's heart who defeated him was no less than his, but there was a bond called family and friendship that prevented Xiaozhou from falling into darkness. Anya seemed to see a high tower, which was his nightmare. Although he had left there, Anya knew that his heart had never been freed by the tower. Angel, Hetai, Lisa, Cobra and others were also slaves of the tower with bound souls like himself. Why can't anyone lead us out of the darkness?" Falling heavily to the ground, Anya lost consciousness. "Are you a pitiful person too?" Xiaozhou sighed. He saw the look of Anya longing for light before he fell into a coma. But what does this have to do with his identity as a dark wizard? As long as the crimes committed by Anya are not eliminated, he will always be a dark wizard. Xiaozhou looked at the last two battlefields. Natsu and Gajil were still fighting fiercely with Cobra, but the situation had reversed. Natsu and Gajil saw through Cobra's sound magic that predicted their actions, and cracked it with a huge dragon roar. Without the assistance of sound magic, this would be a completely cool game where the double dragons of fire and iron beat the poisonous dragon. It seems that Natsu and Gajil have established a good tacit understanding in a short period of time. It would be great if this could be a sign that Fairy Tail and Phantom Ruler have resolved their past grievances. Xiaozhou did not choose to intervene in the Three Dragons gathering. After all, fighting is Natsu's only way to level up, and the small fights in the guild can only be said to enhance the relationship with his companions. Turning around, walking towards another battlefield full of dust. The huge dark slash seemed to split the space, and the dust in the sky suddenly fell to the ground. The tall Hita fell to the ground with a deep bloodstain around her. Urza stood proudly with her sword, full of the majesty of a queen. But Ursha beside Urza reached out to support her. She was obviously at the end of her strength, but she still wanted to be cool. Is this the persistence of a strong woman? Xiaozhou understood after watching this scene. No wonder Urza could deal with Hita so quickly. It turned out that Ursha ran to support her. Urza can restore the magic to the arc of time before it was activated. Coupled with Urza's indomitable magic of changing clothes, it is indeed a very strong and tricky combination. If the physical skills are a little worse, it is very likely that there will be no chance to fight back and be killed instantly by this combination. What's more, there are only a handful of wizards on this continent who can tie with Urza in physical skills. Two beauties, you have worked hard in the battle. Looking at Xiaozuo's smile, Urza's mouth corners slightly raised, and then quickly turned into the classic serious expression of Batboy. Hey, isn't this our great archaeologist? You still know we are fighting, where did you go before? Faced with Urza's squeeze, Xiaozuo ignored everything except the great archaeologist. As long as you are thick-skinned enough, everything you hear is praise. However, Xiaozuo still explained his actions. I found that the black magic cult was also involved, so I solved them. Black magic cult? Xiaozuo, are you okay? Knowing that the black magic cult always deploys large forces to fight with human wave tactics, Urza believes that Xiaozuo will definitely be injured in the battle against the cult's army alone. Seeing the concerned look on Urza's face, Xiaozuo couldn't help but smile. Not only did he not have any trouble, but he also added a new collection to the Devil's Notes. Don't worry, Urza, I am immortal. Besides, the army of the black magic cult is just a few small cats. We can deal with them in a few minutes. At this moment, the cave where Nirvana was hidden emitted a huge beam of light to the sky. As the earth shook, a huge monster lifted the ground and rose from the ground. A huge monster stunned everyone. Chapter 35. Dark matter gushed out from the soil, and the evil aura enveloped the forest and was still spreading outward. 6 giant mechanical claws supported a city from the ground, like a giant mechanical spider. What is this thing? It's so big. Natsu was so caught up in the fight that he had completely forgotten the purpose of this operation. This is Nirvana. We didn't expect that we were still a step too slow. Nirvana has been unsealed. Xiang looked at the huge machine with a serious expression. Behind him were the wounded and logistics who came one after another. The wounded have recovered. Shunny's healing magic is enough to treat all the wounded, except for Jura who was stabbed by a poisonous knife. That was a toxin that could not be expelled by healing magic. In the end, Hai relied on the effect of the horse spell to save Jura. Lucy, who was guest starring as a nurse, looked at the huge machine. How much manpower and money would it take to build such a giant magic? Is this the real body of Nirvana? It's a bit unexpected. It's too big. This is the terrifying part of Nirvana. In addition to the ability to convert light and darkness, it is also a huge mechanical fortress with powerful magic cannons and a self-repair system. Xiaozuo couldn't help but sigh. No wonder crushed to death was listed as a super forbidden magic. This thing is completely a war weapon. If it is mass-produced, it will be able to sweep most countries. Xiaozuo, look at these. Xiang picked up the black substance on the ground. This was the characteristic of the activation of Nirvana. Light and darkness had begun to transform. In the early stage of the transformation of Nirvana, it will only work on those who are not determined. Fortunately, the people present are not weak and will not be affected by the transformation of light and darkness for the time being. But Xiang is a little confused. According to the information found in the magic of ancient documents, the spread of Nirvana seems to be too slow. Now it can barely cover the forest, as if something is suppressing the magic of Nirvana. Is it the person who unsealed and activated Nirvana? Xiang shook his head. The person who started the unsealing and activated Nirvana was undoubtedly the last of the 6 demons who had not yet appeared, Head Brian. As the leader of the 6 demons and a man with great ambitions, Brian had no reason to slow down or suppress the expansion of Nirvana. Xiaozuo made a few perfunctory remarks to Xiang's doubts. Xiaozuo knew very well what force suppressed Nirvana. Looking up at Nirvana, Xiaozuo said to himself, "Your strength is far beyond my imagination, old man." Xiang on the side didn't pay much attention to Xiaozuo's words, just thinking that Xiaozhou was amazed at nirvana. Who wouldn't be surprised by such a powerful magic? We can't wait any longer, we must destroy nirvana now. We must stop it from moving first. Urza summoned a long sword and pointed it at the huge mechanical spider. Jura walked to the front of the team. He had been a drag in the previous battle, so this time he would be the vanguard. Overlord rock crushing. Jura waved his arms, and a large amount of rocks blocked the 6 mechanical claws from bottom to top. Then Jura put his hands together, and 2 rock hands no smaller than the spider appeared, slapping the 6 mechanical claws, causing a powerful explosion. Boom! The unsupported city immediately fell from the air with a loud noise. Dumbfounded, this was the expression of most of the wizards present, whether they were the allied team or the 6 demons who were defeated. It would take a lot of time and effort for them to destroy such a mechanical claw, not to mention there were 6. Unless they could repair the crashed airship Christina and use the magic on board the airship, he used a critical strike cannon to destroy the giant mechanical claws. Unexpectedly, Jura destroyed all 6 giant mechanical claws with one move. He was indeed a wizard with the title of Holy 10. If he had not been ambushed, it would not be a problem for Jura to single-handedly defeat the 6 demon generals with his strength. The only problem is that Jura is too upright. He is always the first to rush to the front when encountering danger, but his opponent is a dark guild that will do anything to achieve its goals. It is difficult for Jura to avoid being ambushed. Feeling the admiring eyes around him, Jura felt a little proud and fortunate in his heart. He finally got back the face he had lost before. Although he is powerful, Jura is a young man in his 20s after all. He still has to save some face. Everyone is ready to enter Nirvana, with the goal of destroying Nirvana and defeating the last of the 6 demons, Brian. After Jura made Nirvana lose its ability to move, he did not attack further. It is better not to attack the main body of Nirvana from the outside, so as to avoid unnecessary accidents. Moreover, if Xiang wants to find a way to destroy Nirvana, he also needs to enter Nirvana to infer it. After all, the ancient document magic is not a know-it-all. It is a magic that requires some known conditions to use. Therefore, most of the wizards who use the ancient document are scholars or knowledgeable people. Xiaozhou did not express his opinion. Although he promised Robin Lu to destroy Nirvana, he was not in a hurry. An ancient city is also the center of Nirvana magic. This has infinite appeal to Xiaozhou, an archaeologist. Everyone entered the Nirvana city carefully. The imagined danger did not happen. There were no mechanisms or traps. There were only slightly shaking ground, trees and stones, and rows of ancient buildings that had been covered in dust for who knows how long. From underground to the sky and then falling to the ground, the city was not affected. When everyone was surprised that the city was more solid than imagined, Xiaozhou was admiring the ancient human wisdom. Xiaozhou has seen and heard of many ancient buildings that have existed for hundreds of years, but most of these ancient buildings were eventually demolished and replaced with modern magic engineering. Although magic engineering is equally reliable, and even better than old things in terms of safety and sturdiness, Xiaozhou always feels a little pity. It's not a pity for ancient buildings, but a pity for technology. For example, the PHS that Xiaozhou reproduced has communication capabilities that are obviously superior to this era, but Xiaozhou found based on the same batch of ancient records that the PHS was a common magic prop that everyone could afford at the time. As Xiaozhou's archaeological discoveries become more and more, Xiaozhou sometimes wonders, in the distant ancient times, there was a super-ancient magic civilization that surpassed the modern one? Could those ethereal gods recorded in the literature be related to the super-ancient magic civilization? The past is the past after all, and there are too many questions buried in history. So Xiaozhou chose the path of archaeology. He wanted to record and reproduce the things and objects of the past so that later generations could also know the thickness and sedimentation of the land under their feet. Chapter 36. Xiaozhou stopped in front of a stone tablet. Xiaozhou had the honor to study the text on the stone tablet. It was the text of the Nirbits, who had been exterminated 400 years ago. The Nirbits were a powerful human tribe. They were peace-loving and often helped the people around them avoid the persecution of war. Even the Magic Council 400 years ago wanted the Nirbits to preside over the council, which shows the prestige of the Nirbits. But suddenly one day, such a powerful and kind Nirbits suddenly disappeared from this world. After interpreting the text on the stone tablet, Xiaozhou looked at the familiar name at the signature and couldn't help but sigh. "Have you found anything, Xiaozhou?" Arusha poked his head out from the side, and everyone in the team focused their attention on Xiaozhou. They also wanted to know if Xiaozhou had found anything. The feeling of being stared at by inquiring eyes made Xiaozhou feel very happy. The great archaeologist narcissistically controlled his posture and cleared his throat. This stone tablet records the nirvana and the demise of a nation. Everyone knows that 400 years ago was a chaotic era. There were powerful dragon enemies outside and disputes among the kings inside. Most people's lives could be described as worse than death. A powerful nation called the Nirbits wants to end the chaos in the world. Instead of trying to solve the problem through force, as powerful as they were, they wanted to create a magic that would balance the world. Evil can never be completely killed, but the light of goodness will never be extinguished. With this as inspiration, the magic called Nirvana was born. However, this magic that the Nirbits had high hopes for turned out to be the calamity that led to their extinction. The effect of the activated Nirvana was far beyond the imagination of the Nirbits, instantly distorting their minds. The evil Nirbits killed each other until the last person was left. The story ended. Xiaozhou sighed again as he looked at the stone tablet. The Nirbits were really naive to think that a magic could bring balance to the world. "Xiaozhou, you haven't finished your story yet. Where did the last Nirbit go?" The story made Natsu's blood boil. In Natsu's opinion, it was a story about the Nirbits challenging the chaos of the world with beautiful ideas. Although they failed in the end, it did not prevent Natsu from respecting them. "Natsu, 400 years have passed. What do you think will be the ending of the last Nirbit?" Xiaozhou asked instead of answering, which made Natsu and everyone present fall into deep thought. Natsu thought that the last Nirbit lived in seclusion. Urza and Gray thought that he might have died of his injuries. Lucy thought that he went to step into the troubled times in person and became a king who protected one side. Xia and I was thinking about what to eat in the evening. Juvia stole a glance at Gray, her mind was empty. Gajeel stared at the machinery on the ground of the city. How did the steel taste 400 years ago? Xiang thought that he spent the rest of his life rewriting Nirvana and suppressing the magic of Nirvana. Everyone had different ideas, only Arusha seemed to understand something. She looked at Xiaozhou and said, "Xiaozhou, what do you think of the Nirbits in the end? He is dead, but also alive. He has been staring at Nirvana, waiting for someone to destroy Nirvana." Xiaozhou's ambiguous words made Arusha dazed. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and 2 clear tears flowed down her face. Now, Arusha finally understood where Robin Lu found so many people to build the Demon Cat Inn. "Xiaolei, don't cry, Xiaozhou, apologize quickly." Shunny looked at Xiaozhou angrily. Arusha's name translates to "you are used tears," so Shunny sometimes calls Arusha Xiaolei. Xiaozhou looked at her mother speechlessly. "You are so cruel, what does this have to do with me? You have a few goddaughters, so you can just throw your son away, right?" Fortunately, with Urza's help, Xiaozhou finally escaped Aunt Shunny's nagging. "Everyone, we have found the passage to the interior, shall we start?" Jura, who was looking for the underground entrance while listening to the story, asked for everyone's opinions. Xiang also continued, "I have found a way to destroy Nirvana. There are 6 huge magic balls under this city. As long as they are destroyed at the same time, the Nirvana magic will be completely ineffective. Let me do it." Xiaozhou stopped Naz and his men who were ready. "Your magic is too crude and will destroy this city. Hey, have you forgotten that there is a Brian? If you fight him underground, the city will be destroyed as well. Gajeel asked the question dryly. Although he wanted to be tough, the scene of being killed instantly by Xiaozhou was still vivid in his mind. Xiaozhou didn't care about Gajeel's attitude. Don't worry, I will force Brian out. After hearing what Xiaozhou said, everyone no longer objected. It was a good opportunity to see Xiaozhou's methods. Xiaozhou didn't hesitate. A black and purple magic circle appeared under his feet, and countless purple lines rushed towards the entire city. Xiang looked at Xiaozhou's magic and felt like he had heard of it somewhere. This magic, could it be Amaterasu? Xiaozhou gave Xiang a thumbs up and continued his magic. Amaterasu style? Is it that powerful? Natsu said, the question on everyone's mind. You don't know. Xiang looked at Natsu in surprise, and found that Erza and Shunny also had doubts on their faces. Xiang explained with a strange look on his face. Amaterasu magic is a powerful all-round magic that combines attack, defense, control, and detection. The creator of this magic is the second-generation president of your fairy tale press, Hito. Gajeel looked at the fairy tale group with contempt, especially Natsu. Can't you even recognize your own magic? How embarrassing! Natsu blushed, but couldn't refute. The others looked around awkwardly, even Erza. The sight returned to Xiaozhou. He was indeed using Amaterasu magic, the 14th Amaterasu style that can accurately locate the enemy. Found it. 6 huge magic balls and the location of a wizard appeared in his mind. Xiaozhou took out a talisman and smiled at the pig on it. Old man, take back your power to suppress nirvana. Xiaozhou looked into the distance, and the words in his heart were transmitted to who knows where. A large amount of magic power was injected into the pig talisman, and Xiaozhou's eyes were filled with golden light. Lightning Eyes Omega. Golden beams of light came out of Xiaozhou's eyes and pierced into the ground under his feet. During an archaeological excavation, Xiaozhou discovered a kind of omega rays emitted by his eyes, which could lock onto a target and make it impossible for the target to dodge multiple times no matter how it moved. With the assistance of omega rays and the blessing of the ability of the rabbit spell, the power of the lightning eyes was greatly enhanced. 2 golden rays of light curved and circled, one on the left and one on the right, instantly and accurately penetrated the 6 magic balls with explosive magic power from 2 directions. Bang! A small hole was opened in the ground, and the white-haired and black-skinned man holding a magic wand was pushed out of the ground by the collected lightning omega rays with sweat all over his head. The man's name was Brian. Rocks, swords, flames, ice, steel, water, and other magics launched a grand welcome ceremony for Brian. Chapter 37. My name is Brian, and I am the creator of the 6 demon generals. I used to be the director of the Magic Development Bureau who loved knowledge. One day, I was confused by a piece of knowledge and suddenly realized that it was my conscience that prevented me from learning more. If I could conduct experiments on human bodies, how could I be hindered by such a small difficulty? So from that day on, I packed up my conscience and threw it into the trash can. With the identity of the director of the Magic Development Bureau, I collected talented children as test subjects everywhere, including my good friend URU. As soon as I got the child of that stupid woman, I found a damaged test subject and used magic to modify it to look like that woman's child. I lied to her that her child died before I treated him because he could not bear the powerful magic power he was born with. The stupid woman left heartbrokenly holding the body of the test subject. She would not know that her daughter was still alive, nor would she know what kind of hell her daughter would enter. But due to my negligence, a few years later, URU's daughter unexpectedly destroyed the laboratory and escaped. The wizard I sent to capture the girl was spotted by a mother and son, and was finally captured by the fairy tale wizard who suddenly appeared and sent to the Magic Council. My private child trafficking was exposed, but fortunately my amazing wisdom allowed me to easily escape capture, and by the way, I also fooled the fools of the council. I planned to build my own power, so I bought 5 children with extremely high magic talent from the Tower of Paradise, the largest buyer of the black magic cult where I sold children. In order not to be thrown back to their hell tower of paradise, the 5 children tried their best to learn magic. I recognized the best child as my godson and changed his name to Dark Knight. A few years later, Angel, who dreamed of becoming an angel, was finally stained with black by me. Under my severe punishment, Angel finally killed someone. The other party was the star spirit wizard of Blue Pegasus. From that day on, Angel never said that she wanted to find her sister again. The angel had fallen into hell. He was controlled by me with money because I told him that as long as he had enough money, he could redeem his brother from the Tower of Paradise. Lisa wanted to run faster than anyone else, but I taught Lisa slow speed magic and told him that it was speed up magic. Lisa accepted it very well. Maybe he didn't want to be tortured like Angel. As for Cobra, he wanted to communicate with his venomous snake. I didn't have time to waste time with a snake lover. I easily controlled him with that life snake and made him work for me. Oh, by the way, Jalal, the current owner of the Paradise Tower, is also my disciple, but he is a pawn of the ally. He must be very happy to be played by the devil every day. One day, I suddenly got the news of Nirvana. I was ecstatic. This would be the biggest bet in my life. As long as I get Nirvana, the world will be dragged into darkness by me, and I will definitely be one step closer to the abyss of the devil. My name is Brian. If I can, I want to beg for mercy, but I can't open my mouth because my mouth was frozen after I explained everything above. I don't know why, but the kid who played with ice beat me to death. Even the kid who played with fire next to him was frightened by him. In the end, he was dragged away by Jura. Thank you, Jura. Brian thanked Jura from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Although I arranged for Angel to backstab you, Holy 10 is worthy of being Holy 10. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his stomach. I will definitely deal with you next time. Brian, with a bruised face, tried to breathe through his nose on the ground, not caring about the murderous eyes of the surrounding allied teams. Because Brian knew that the wizards of the Light Guild would hardly take the initiative to kill people, so he could breathe at ease. After Brian was forced out of the underground by Xiaozhou, he was beaten by the crowd until he knelt down and begged for mercy, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Then Xiaozhou used the magic Amaterasu 36 Styles True Words, which was a magic that could make Brian tell the truth. However, what Brian confessed made everyone angry, especially when the victims of that year were at the scene. Arusha felt that her world seemed to have collapsed. It turned out that her mother had never abandoned her, and she was also deceived by Brian. When Arusha escaped from the laboratory, the first thing she did was to find her mother. However, what she saw was that her mother seemed to have forgotten her existence and gave all her love to her 2 apprentices. If she had mustered up the courage to talk to her mother that day instead of turning around and running away, the beloved magic ball fell to the ground and rolled around. That was Arusha's shattered heart. Urza's state was not right either. She stood there in a daze. Shuni hugged Arusha and Urza distressedly, unable to say any words of comfort, and only hoped to warm the 2 children with her body temperature. After knowing Arusha's identity, Jura let go of Grey. If there weren't so many people present, Jura would have been unable to help but accidentally kill Brian. Grey came behind Arusha and opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Should he tell his senior sister at this time that his master died because of his impulse? Grey couldn't say it, knelt behind Arusha, and buried his head deeply in the ground. Seeing his companions so sad, Natsu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and a raging fire burned in his fists. Beast! Die! The heavy iron sword blocked Brian, and the high temperature of the flame penetrated the iron sword, making Brian sweat profusely. Iron Dragon, get out of my way! Natsu stared at Gajeel who was blocking him, his eyes almost sparkling. Gajeel refused to give in. If he and Juvia were the only members of the Spectre, Gajeel would attack Brian together with Natsu. But unfortunately, there was also Thor, one of the 4 elements of earth of the spectre, traveling with them. Gajeel knew that Thor was a despicable man with a dark heart. If Natsu succeeded in killing Brian, Thor would go to the Magic Council the next day to report Natsu, which was what the Spectre President Joseph would like to see. But Gajeel didn't want this. After today's battle, he had already recognized Natsu and didn't want Natsu to be sent to the Council's jail. Stop fighting, oops. One night, Natsu and Gajeel came to stop him, but he accidentally fell down, and a bottle of perfume on his body accidentally rolled to Brian. The stopper of this bottle of perfume happened to fall off, and what was more coincidental was that this bottle of perfume was called Pain Fragrance, which could double the pain. I'm sorry, I'll help you heal. Yi crawled to Brian's side, took out a bottle of perfume and poured it all over Brian. Oops. Sorry, I got the wrong one. This is the sober potion. It keeps you sober no matter what state you are in. Don't worry. I'll change it right away. Oh no. Wrong again. This is the permanent scent of a she-male. I'm sorry. Natsu and Gajeel looked at each other with malicious smiles on their faces. Everyone knew whether it was an accident or not. Hey, after one night, you don't even recognize your perfume? Uncle Tyalong is here to help you. You bastard Tyalong, I got it first. Don't fight with me. That's the real healing potion, you guys take the others, man. Chapter 38. After some carelessness by Yi, Natsu, and Gajeel, Brian finally fainted, and even Yi's enhanced awakening scent could not wake him up. All of this was seen by Xiaozhou and Kyra, who went from being secretly happy at the beginning to being wary of Yi. A large number of perverted perfumes opened Xiaozhou and Kyra's eyes and gave them a deep understanding of Yi. The more fragrant the perfumes are, the more evil the guy Yi has in his stomach. On the other side, Juvia pulled Sol and the 3 blue people to communicate about magic. Sol wanted to refuse, because the secret mission given to him by the president was to monitor Gajeel. But Juvia had already colluded with them through Xiang's telepathy magic, and the 4 of them forcibly surrounded Sol. Xiaozhou walked to the other side, where were Lucy and Happy. Because a fierce battle might break out before, everyone arranged for them to guard the prisoners. The magic forbidden chains tightly locked the lonely 5-member group, plus a poisonous snake with its mouth locked. You 5, you all heard what Brian said just now, right? Xiaozhou looked at the 5 people, with some pity and regret in his eyes. These 5 people were all kidnapped children, bought by the Tower of Paradise of the Black Magic cult and became slaves who would never see the light of day, and then bought by Brian and trained to be killing tools that obeyed his orders. Xiaozhou suddenly felt fortunate that the people who helped him and his mother Shunny were the 3 of Makarov. If they fell into the hands of the Dark Guild, Xiaozhou felt that he would be no different from the 5 demons. Plop! Cobra suddenly knelt down to Xiaozhou, and this action surprised the other 4. Was the always arrogant Cobra going to beg for mercy from Xiaozhou? I beg you to let Kyuberios go. It only fights because of me, and it has not taken a single life. Cobra's head slammed on the ground, and blood oozed from his forehead. Seeing Cobra's actions, the purple venomous snake named Chuberios twisted its body like crazy and moved towards Cobra. Cobra ignored Kyuberios, and when Xiaozhou didn't answer, he continued to kowtow hard. No matter what, Cobra had to find a way out for his friend who had grown up with him, even if he had to give up all his dignity. The constant knocking made Cobra dizzy, but he was unwilling to stop. If he had to use his dirty life in exchange for Kyuberios's chance of survival, he would do it without hesitation. Enough! Xiaozhou half-crouched down and stretched out his hand to stop Cobra's bloody forehead. Unknowingly, the other members of the Alliance team had come behind Xiaozhou. They were all attracted by Cobra's kowtow. Whether it was Jura or Urza, or the other 4 demons, they were deeply shocked by Cobra's behavior. It was a pity that such a loyal person fell into the Dark Guild's big ink pool. We are fine. Make your choice, Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou also made the decision in everyone's mind and untied the chain that locked Kyuberios. Kyuberios broke free from Xiaozhou's hand and entangled himself tightly on Cobra. No matter how Cobra insulted him, he was unwilling to leave him. People don't betray snakes, and snakes don't betray people. Just when Xiaozhou was worried about whether to forcibly separate the man and the snake, Shunny, who was holding Urza and Ultia's hands, spoke. Is your name Kyuberios? Your friend has given so much for you, don't let his kindness go to waste, okay? Kyuberios looked up at Shunny, his tongue flickering and hissing twice. Shunny tilted her head and looked at Xiaozhou. Son, what will the council say about Cobra? Xiaozhou thought for a moment and gave his own answer. According to Cobra's situation, it is very likely to be life imprisonment. Shunny looked at Kyuberios again. Did you hear that? Cobra will not die, you will have a chance to see him in the future. The purple venomous snake hissed twice again and nodded to everyone, as if to thank them. Xiaozhou was no longer calm. Mom, can you understand snakes talking? Son, don't you understand? Xia and I looked puzzled. Should I understand? Xiaozhou looked at the others, and they all shook their heads frantically. They didn't understand either. How could people understand snakes? This time it was Xiaozhou's turn to be confused. Mom, when can you talk to animals? Xia and I thought for a moment, then stuck out her tongue at Xiaozhou with a smile on her face. I forgot. Don't be cute. Why are you being cute when you're in your 30s? Although my mother's face hasn't changed at all in the past 10 years. The above complaints are all Xiaozhou's psychological activities. The issue of age has always been a taboo for women. Xiaozhou didn't dare to try. Thank you, thank you. Kebla kowtowed again. What Kebla had always dreamed of was to understand Kyuberios' words. Now that someone could communicate with Kyuberios, he was happier than anyone else. Kyuberios also imitated Kebla's head hitting the ground, reluctantly leaving Kebla and hovering at Xiani's feet. Xiaozhou, who was squatting, touched the purple snake's head. A strange magic caught his attention, and his brows were furrowed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Kyuberios? Seeing Xiaozhou's face change, Cobra was very worried that there was something wrong with Kyuberios. Xiaozhou ignored him and said to Xiang behind him, Xiang, do you remember the record of the dark ruins I gave you? Xiang has a very good memory. He found the record of the dark ruins that Xiaozhou mentioned in his memory in a few seconds and projected it out with magic. The Dark Relics record records a lot of evil black magic, which comes from a senior in the magic archaeology world. The senior thought that the book was too evil and was afraid that he could not suppress it, so he gave it to the powerful Xiaozhou, who gave it to Xiang to fill his ancient documents book. In the projection, everyone almost simultaneously locked onto a magic mind and body transformed into snake. Mind-body snake transformation is a cruel magic that can only be cast on underage girls. Once the magic is successful, the girl affected by the magic will turn into a poisonous snake. Unless there is a corresponding magic to remove the curse, she will live in the form of a snake for the rest of her life. Xiaozhou, you don't mean? Urza, who had been silent, was frightened by her own thoughts. Xiaozhou nodded. That's right, Kyuberios is not a snake, but a living person. Seeing that Cobra was about to kowtow again, Xiaozhou quickly picked him up. If he kowtows again, it doesn't matter if Cobra dies, but Xiaozhou is really numb. I don't know how to remove the curse, but I can use another method to temporarily turn Kyuberios back into a human. Xiaozhou excitedly took out the monkey talisman. Is it finally time to use it? This talisman, which has hardly been used, is good for turning into an animal for fun. The monkey spell can transform a creature into any animal. As we all know, humans are also animals. As long as the magic power is sufficient, Xiaozhou feels that even if a dragon comes, he can turn it into a human. Chapter 39. Okay, you can turn around. Xiani's voice came, and the male wizard who had his back to the women turned around. In addition to the several female wizards who were traveling with them, there was another woman who was about 20 years old. She had short purple hair, fair skin, short stature, and was a little fat. She had a pair of innocent big eyes that didn't look like those of a 20-year-old. Instead, she looked like a 10-year-old child. Arusha handed the monkey spell to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou didn't use the monkey spell to turn Kyuberios back into a human by himself. After all, there was a difference between men and women, so he asked Arusha to do it for him. Congratulations, the operation was successful, and now you are a girl. Xiaozhou greeted the purple-haired girl. The girl did not respond, but anxiously looked at the man with brown-red hair and dark skin. Eric, my name is, Janana. Remember, my name. Eric. Janana, who had just turned back into a human body, could not adapt to this body for the time being, because she had not spoken human language for 10 years and it was very difficult for her to speak. But no one interrupted Janana's efforts to speak. Hearing Janana calling his real name, Cobra burst into tears. Since he was taken out of the Paradise Tower by Brian and renamed Cobra, he almost forgot his real name. At this moment, Cobra found his name again, and his name was Eric. Janana, I will never forget you. Eric closed his eyes, his wish was fulfilled, now he could face his trial without regrets. The other 4 demons were also very moved, especially Het Ai and Angel who cried bitterly. They were really happy for Eric. A shadow blocked Angel's sight. Looking at the person in front of her, Angel's eyes were startled, and the whole person sank. I'm sorry. Looking at this poor man who killed his girlfriend, Xiang finally loosened his clenched fists after a long silence. Angel, what was she doing the day you killed Karen? Callan was the blue Pegasus star spirit wizard that Angel killed. Angel lowered her head. The scene of being forced to kill someone with her own hands was vivid in her mind. That day, I found Karen in a church. I saw her confessing something to the star spirit key alone. Moreover, after I made my intention clear, she did not resist, but only hoped that I would treat her celestial spirit well. Xiang raised her head, trying not to let the tears fall. So that's how it is. It turns out that Colin has finally forgiven herself. That's great. Hibiki's lover Colin was once a powerful celestial spirit wizard, holding the 2 golden keys of the golden zodiac, Leo and Aries. But Colin didn't care about the lives of the celestial spirits at all, and often abused the celestial spirits under her, especially Aries, and almost used Aries as her punching bag. Finally one day, Leo couldn't stand what Colin did anymore, and used his own power to cross the celestial spirit gate and come to the human world, forcing Colin to stop abusing the celestial spirits, otherwise he would stay in the human world and never respond to Colin's call. Colin naturally did not agree to Leo. In her opinion, the celestial spirits were just tools. But as Leo stayed in the human world, Colin could not summon him with the celestial spirit key, and because he was always abused, the celestial spirits also slacked off. Colin's strength, the hearts of the stars have dropped drastically, and only Aries, who was hurt the most by her, stayed with her. In the later time, Colin also understood her mistakes and hoped to be forgiven by the stars. But how can the injured stars easily believe the humans who hurt them? So in the end, Colin released the contract with the stars, and only Aries stayed with her silently. When Angel came to kill Colin, Colin did not resist, but only hoped that Angel could treat the stars well. But Angel, who had been trained by Brian, had long since sealed her tenderness and love. Whether it was Aries, the trophy obtained from Colin, or her own stars, Angel only treated them as tools. Angel looked at Lucy and said the same words as Colin, I hope you can treat your stars well. I will never let my companions down. Lucy held the star keys hanging around her waist in her hands, and the star key that originally belonged to Angel was among them. Since Angel was defeated by Yi, Yi had the right to distribute Angel's spoils. Lucy originally wanted to buy Angel's star key from Yi, but who knew that Yi generously gave all the star keys to Lucy. This shocked Lucy. Angel originally had 4 star keys, namely the gold keys of Cancer, Aries, and Gemini, and the silver key carving seat. You know, the gold key is expensive, and it is hard to find a price. Although the sculpture is only a silver key, it can be transformed into any weapon and ability. It is also the best among the silver protoss and is a hot commodity. Lucy didn't expect Yi to be so generous. And Yi really doesn't care about gold or silver protoss keys. As the top aroma expert, the perfumes blended by Yi are very popular, and there is an endless stream of princes, nobles, and wealthy ladies who buy perfumes. The sound of uniform footsteps sounded, and the army in white robes arrived. They are the supervisory force of the Magic Council. The team is led by the first captain of the supervisory force, the bespectacled man Lahar, and the second captain, the flat-headed man Doran Bart. Thank you for your hard work, and we will be responsible for escorting the prisoners. Lahar politely thanked the allied team. No one had any objection, after all, that was the duty of the supervisory team. However, the second captain, Doran Bart, showed a sour face to the fairy tale team. It can be seen that he had a lot of opinions about fairy tale, but it was difficult to get angry. The 6 demons were imprisoned in different prison cars. They did not express anything and calmly accepted the dark prison disaster in the future. Sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you have done. This is a truth that every Dark Guild wizard knows. Only Brian, who was tortured half to death, showed a murderous look to the allied team outside when the prison car was about to close, and the black lines on his forehead were looming. The allied team did not leave with the instructor team. They planned to go to Demon Cat Inn to rest and hold a banquet to celebrate. Chapter 40. Cack cack cack. A gust of wind passed by, and the cries of crows on the branches fully reflected the awkward situation at this time. When everyone returned to the Demon Cat Inn, as soon as they entered the gate, they saw a suspicious person in a black robe playing a horse riding game with the children. The black-robed man who was ridden on the back by Wendy stared at the people who had just returned. Natsu was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Hey? Isn't this Mr. Gang? Why are you here? Mr. Gang, who has always been full of mystery, actually played horse riding games with children. This somewhat broke the mysterious impression that Fairy Tale had of Mr. Gang. Mistgun, what are you playing? Ugh! With a muffled groan, Natsu was knocked unconscious. Mr. Gun appeared behind Natsu like a shadow and put the wand in his hand back. He has recognized the wrong person. I am not Mr. Gun. Xiaozo nodded, with an expression of I understand on his face, and put his hand on the other's shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Gun, I won't tell anyone that you are Mr. Gun, and no one here has seen Mr. Gun playing a childish horse riding game. Mr. Gang, what are you doing sticking 7 wands in the ground? You don't want to use your ultimate move. You want to kill someone to silence them. Xiaozo, that's enough. Even though he was masked, everyone could feel how dark Mr. Gang's face must be. It must be said that Xiaozo's ability to stir up trouble was really strong, and Mr. Gang could hardly hold back his wand. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What's shameful about playing with a child? You are just too shy, Mr. Gang. Xiaozo turned his head and whispered in Mr. Gang's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Did that person make any moves? Mr. Gang glanced in a certain direction and replied in a low voice. 2 hours ago, Zekline wanted to go out, but I was staring at him and he didn't leave. 2 hours ago, wasn't that the time when all 6 demons were defeated? And on the way back, Yi also told everyone about his experience of being replaced. It was at the routine meeting venue at the initial gathering point. Yi was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he found that he was trapped in the empty toilet of the venue by magic. Later, Yi broke free from the magic and used running scent and physical strength scent to get himself to the battlefield. Xiaozhou analyzed that the reason why the 6 demon generals were able to easily replace Yi Yi with Angel was due to the internal ghost who knocked Yi Yi unconscious. The personnel list of the Alliance team is kept absolutely confidential. Even they themselves only knew it the night before the action. Know who formed the team? Xiaozhou also asked Lahar. The list of names of the people in the council for the operation against the 6 demons was kept top secret, and only the council members knew about it. He, the captain of the supervisory force, was not notified to receive the prisoners until the operation was over. Now it can be confirmed that the problem is not with the council, but with Zeke Lang. Because the demon cat in has lived in the mountains for a long time, there are many ingredients that are hard to find in the city, so everyone is looking forward to the banquet in the evening and they are preparing together. Xiaozhou casually sat down next to Zeke Lang with a bowl of vegetables similar to leeks. Qi Klein, have you ever been played by the devil? Qi Klein, who was peeling peanuts to prepare snacks, trembled and a few peanuts fell to the ground. Haha, Xiaozhou, what are you talking about? Demons are almost untouchable now, how can I know what it feels like to be toyed with by demons? Zikaline's sunny smile, this cheerful boy seems to have never seen a demon. Xiaozhou did not ask further, but just sighed with emotion, do you know? According to Brian, there was a man named Gerald who fell into the hands of a demon, was tortured terribly, and finally became a minion of the demon. Really? That's too bad. I'll go do something else. After peeling the peanuts, Zeke Line clapped his hands and stood up to prepare other ingredients. But the moment he turned around, Zeke Line could no longer maintain the smile on his face. How does it feel to be toyed with by the devil? It's a hell worse than death, a hell where no one can get mercy no matter how much they howl. Xiaozhou crossed his legs and looked at Zeke Line, who had regained his usual smile and was helping out in the open-air kitchen. Who would have thought that this gentle person had actually been eroded by darkness from the inside out? Take this opportunity to enjoy the happiness you have now, and experience it more before I kill you. Look at the sincerity of the servants, Zakilin, oh no, I should call you Jalal. Xiaozhou wanted to kill Jalal because of his identity as the master of the Tower of Paradise. Although Urza tried her best to hide it, Xiaozhou still noticed her reaction to the name Tower of Paradise, which was an imperceptible tremor. In all likelihood, the painful past that Urza was unwilling to talk about was related to the Tower of Paradise. Thinking of the painful slave experiences that Angel and others had confessed in the Tower of Paradise, where they were beaten and scolded at will, and cruelly punished for making mistakes, Urza must have experienced all of this. Hey, Xiaozhou, stop being so arrogant and get to work. Arisa slapped Xiaozhou on the head, and was furious at Xiaozhou's laziness. Looking at Urza wearing a kitchen apron, Xiaozhou smiled and said, yes, yes, my queen. Why are you laughing? It's nothing, I just think Urza looks good like this, and it would be even better if she only wears an apron. After leaving a slap mark on Xiaozhou's face, Urza ran away with a red face. With everyone's preparation, the sumptuous banquet began soon, and everyone had a lot of fun. Even some people who were in pain temporarily forgot their pain in the cheerful atmosphere. Lucy performed a dance for everyone. Gajil and the singing and dancing group of Yiye were booed off the stage. Happy performed a one-mouthed fish for everyone. Melty, Wendy, and Xiaolulu sang a song together, and Roger accompanied them with a bitter face. Jura told everyone a joke that only he could laugh at. It seemed that only Gray liked the cakes made by Juvia, and he showed off a large plate by himself. Janana, who regained her human taste, kept stuffing food into her mouth. Old man Robin Lu held a can of wine and enjoyed the atmosphere of the banquet very much. The party lasted until late at night. The drunk Shunny rubbed her eyes. She seemed to see Xiaozhou go out, but it seemed that she didn't. Did she? I don't know. Feeling sleepy, Shunny hugged Happy and rested her head on Urza's thighs, sleeping soundly. Jura walked past Mistgone and said that he was going outside the village to get rid of the alcohol. Mistgone, who was leaning against the gate, nodded to Jura, and his eyes still didn't leave Zekline. At the end of this party, some people fell asleep, while others began unknown actions. Chapter 41. At the end of the forest, the prisoner escort supervision team has not yet stepped out of the forest. Because of the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Lahar considerately let the soldiers take turns to rest. For the many soldiers under the Magic Council, Lahar is the strictest captain and the most amiable officer. He is the person that the soldiers respect the most besides the counselors. Sensing the steady breathing of the guards around him, Brian in the prison car opened his eyes and unexpectedly reached out to grab the key to the anti-magic chain. Due to Brian's previous miserable condition, the guards were a little lax, and they were not prepared at all for Brian's sudden rise. He knocked down the guards neatly and untied the anti-magic chain. Brian showed a disdainful smile. It seems that I, Brian, have escaped from danger again. The Magic Council is still so useless. But one soldier cannot represent the entire army. Almost at the same time when Brian escaped, a soldier sounded the alarm. In less than a minute, Brian was surrounded by 3 layers of soldiers inside and outside. Brian, surrender. Laharl walked out of the crowd and faced Brian. Brian laughed instead. Laharl, my old friend, are you still sticking to the rules like you did more than a decade ago and trying to trap me with these ants? Have you forgotten that I am a powerful wizard? Lahar did not speak, but the flat-headed Dolan Bart could not help but said, Brian, let me see how strong you are now. As soon as he finished speaking, Dolan Bart appeared in front of Brian in an instant, and his fist almost hit him in the face. Although he was injured, Brian was a terrible wizard who taught the other 5 magics. He was not afraid of Dolan Bart at all. Now it's up to you to vent my previous frustration, boy. Eternal Dark Rondo. A green screen opened from Brian's body and spun towards Dolan Bart. He actually had such magic power. Dolan Bart was shocked and knew that he couldn't take the opponent's magic head-on. He shouted and asked the soldiers to disperse. The ever-dark rondo fell, creating a big hole in the ground. Dolan Bart's figure suddenly appeared behind Brian, but Brian seemed to have eyes behind his head and saw through Dolan Bart's attack. Your magic is teleportation? Not bad. Brian put his hands behind his back, commenting, but I don't have time to play with you, get ready to see the real me. What do you mean? Dolan Bart was forced back by a magic, but Brian would not answer him, because the personality named Brian was gone. The black lines on Brian's forehead disappeared completely, and terrible magic burst out from Brian, and the soldiers surrounding him could not help but retreat. The black skin turned pale, his eyes were full of blood, and his white hair danced wildly with the airflow. There were 6 black lines on Brian's face. Every time one of the 6 demons was defeated, 1 black line would be reduced. When the black line disappeared completely, the inner personality sealed by Brian would appear. Before, because of the large number of people in Nirvana, even if they were converted to the inner personality, they would be beaten, so Brian had been suppressing the last black line. Now, the outer personality Brian has left, and now in front of everyone is Brian's inner personality, the president of the 6 demon generals, Wu. Compared with the outer personality's love of knowledge, Wu's characteristic is to destroy everything. Wu is lawless. Therefore, Wu's magic power far exceeds that of Brian's personality. How is it possible that your magic power can rival that of the Holy 10 Mages? Dolan Bart, who had felt the power of the Holy 10, was shocked. Now it is not a question of whether Wu can be captured. Even if Wu is not in good condition now, he can kill the supervisory troops. Just when Dolan Bart wanted Lahar to escape quickly, a dark green magic palm grabbed his neck. Boy! You're not quick enough. Eternal Dark Fantasy. The terrifying magic power of penetrating nature spiraled towards Dolan Bart. At the moment of life and death crisis, Dolan Bart burst out his potential, endured the pain of being disemboweled, and used magic to transfer himself out of the clutches of Wu before his body was completely penetrated. "Oh, so that's how it is, your magic is not teleportation, but teleportation." Wu looked at Dolan Bart, who was caught by the soldiers, with great interest. Dolan Bart, whose abdomen was almost pierced, had no strength to fight anymore. Wu's sight fell on the prison cart of the other 5 generals, and 5 magic spells were instantly cast, smashing the prison cart and accurately destroying the magic forbidden chains that bound the 5 demons. The escape of the 5 demons made the situation of the supervisory troops worse. Looking at the 5 demons moving their bodies, Lahar decided to use his body to trigger a special signal to alert the allied team staying in the Demon Cat Inn. But unfortunately, Lahar's every move was seen by Wu. "My old friend Lahar, let me send you on your way personally." Always dreaming. The magic came in an instant, and the dark green magic at hand made Lahar's face turn pale green. The iron fist of the poison dragon. Wu's attack was forcibly knocked into the sky. It was Eric who saved Lahar. Wu was furious. "Cobra! How dare you betray me?" Eric looked at Wu with disgust. "ARCHAEOLOGIST is already free, what else can you use to threaten me? Bastard! Then you go to hell." Eternal Dark Palm. Darkness condensed in Wu's hands, and he kept slapping Eric. Each blow had the power to crack the ground and shatter rocks. Because he was a prisoner, Eric's wounds were simply treated by the supervisory troops and he did not receive any treatment. Just now, he had to take Wu's eternal dark utopia with his seriously injured body. Eric's body had long been overwhelmed, so how could he withstand the furious Wu? Eric was hit by intensive eternal dark palms and he was like a fallen leaf in the wind, without any power to fight back. The dark green magician raised his hand to grab Eric. Wu showed a cruel smile, and then the sound of bones breaking rang out from Eric. A row of earth spikes suddenly rose up, interrupting Wu's magic. Lisa caught Eric in midair and quickly moved away from Wu. "Ha, you two betrayed me too." Wu looked at Het Ai and Lisa, and laughed angrily. Angel behind Het Ai was ignored by Wu. He didn't need a celestial mage without a celestial key. "All of you, die." Explosion magic circle. The magic circle expanded rapidly and surrounded everyone. After an indescribable sense of distortion, the explosion magic circle fell apart. "Dark Knight, even you." Looking at Dark Knight standing in front of everyone, Wu was a little shaken, although he only regarded Dark Knight as a tool. But both Brian and Wu liked Dark Knight very much. Because Dark Knight was his biological son, who was sold by himself as a burden when he was still in the Magic Development Bureau. Dark Knight didn't know his life experience. He just stood quietly in the front, looking at his adoptive father who regarded him as a tool. "Father, this is the last time I will call you this. In your current state, we, the tools, are still capable of dying with you." Was Anya threatening Wu? This was just his last bit of concern for his adoptive father. Wu looked at Anya deeply, turned around and left. It was unknown whether it was because of the little affection left in his heart, or because he was afraid that he would really die here. Chapter 42. Wu left. But Lahari and his troops did not dare to act rashly, because they did not know what choice the 5 demons who had escaped would make, whether to take the opportunity to escape or to kill people wantonly. Anya yawned, passed by the soldiers, and came to the prison car that had held him before. Although the prison car was destroyed by Wu, the chassis was still intact. In the shocked eyes of the soldiers, Anya sat cross-legged on the chassis of the prison car and slowly closed his eyes. Since Anya could remember, he had been a slave in the dark Paradise Tower, working hard day and night in exchange for food that could barely fill his stomach and a few hours of rest time. Because he would be punished for overtime, Anya's biggest dream when he was a child was to have a good sleep. Later, he was bought from the Paradise Tower by Brian, and his sleep time was finally extended. But Brian was not a good person, so Anya spent most of his time learning magic or completing Brian's tasks. With the collapse of the 6 demon generals, he should be able to have a good sleep in the prison of the council in the future. A smile appeared on the calm face of the dark knight. The sound of gentle and peaceful breathing was heard. Asleep, asleep. A soldier expressed his incomprehension of Agni's behavior, and his colleague next to him covered his mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. Although he didn't know why Agni could sleep peacefully, it was better not to disturb him. Lahar looked at the prisoners who took the initiative to put on the magic chains with a complicated expression. Why? Why did you help us? He sat on the ground. With his tall and slender figure, he could barely look at Lahar at eye level when sitting. We have made too many mistakes. Although those blood debts were forced by Brian, we are still not qualified to ask for forgiveness. Why would I help you? Probably, because we want to do so. And yet, Eric, Lisa, and Angel had never done anything that made them happy in the first half of their lives, and now they finally did it. Lahar was silent, and just called the medical team to treat them. According to the regulations of the council, prisoners are only allowed to be treated if they have fatal injuries. And Eric, the most seriously injured of the 5 prisoners, did not meet the treatment standards. Lahar's order obviously violated the regulations. Dolan Bart wanted to stop Lahar, but slowly put down his raised hand. No voice jumped out to oppose Lahar. What's wrong with treating the savior? What's more, although the savior is a prisoner, they chose to plead guilty. With the sound of wind, trees quickly moved backwards. Wu had a smile on his face. Although those tools betrayed him, as long as he was still alive, everything could be restarted. But when he thought of the allied team that defeated him, a gloomy look flashed across Wu's face. Wait, when I come back, I will definitely return the humiliation I suffered 100-fold. Especially that ugly man. And those 2 dragon slayers. Suddenly, Wu stopped. A figure blocked Wu's way forward, and it seemed that he had been waiting for a while. It's you. Wu widened his blood-red eyes. How could that wizard be here, the one who pierced through all the magic balls that provided magic power to Nirvana with one blow, forced himself out of Nirvana, and used magic to make him confess everything? Xiaozhou brushed off the dead leaves falling on his shoulders and gave Wu a mocking smile. From black to white, is this the secret of your living link seal? It's hilarious. Wu Xin was filled with shock. He actually knew the sealing magic on my face. Living link is a special sealing magic. Its sealing technique can be linked to different creatures. Brian used this magic to link the 6 demons and sealed the inner personality Nothing. Brian did not fight back when he was beaten up by a group of people before. In addition to the reason that he could not beat them, he was also trying to suppress the last seal in order to release Nothing at a certain time to escape. Xiaozhou recognized the living link on Brian's face from the beginning. The reason why he let the supervisory troops take Brian away was because Xiaozhou expected that Brian would definitely take the opportunity to escape. And this run, whether it is Brian or Nothing, their fate will come to an end. Encountering a fugitive on the road, accidentally shot him dead. Not only can he execute the evildoer openly, but he can also gain the gratitude of the council. It is a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And Wu also figured out Xiaozhou's intention at this moment. Because of his identity as a member of the Guild of Light during the day, he concealed the discovery of Brian's living link magic. When Brian turned into Nothing and escaped, Xiaozhou, who had been waiting for a long time, could kill him. Wu's face turned ferocious and he stared at Xiaozhou with gritted teeth. Just waiting to die is not something he can do, so he might as well give it a try. Eternal Dark Lament. Wu jumped high, and the dark magic that could easily penetrate steel poured down from Wu's hands. Xiaozhou just raised his left hand, and a strong force burst out from his heart and gathered in the palm of Xiaozhou's left hand. Dragon Blast, Darkness. The dark magic that Wu used with all his strength was swallowed up by the stronger darkness, and it turned into a black dragon and turned its head to pounce on Wu. The dragon talisman does not have so many fancy abilities, it only has one effect: explosion. air, energy, magic, use everything as a guide to destroy everything. This is the Holy Lord's natal talisman. In the silent explosion, the black-skinned Brian reappeared. You killed Wu. Brian was so frightened that he could not speak clearly. He knelt down to Xiaozhou without any moral integrity. Don't kill me. Xiaozhou looked at Brian with extreme disgust in his heart. Eric gave up his dignity and life for his friends and knelt down to Xiaozhou. But Brian, in order to survive, wagged his tail and begged for mercy like a dog. How can someone like you change? Xiaozhou walked slowly towards Brian, and every step seemed to be stepping on Brian's heart. You won't change, only death will do. The words of begging for mercy were stuck in Brian's throat, and everything went dark in front of Brian's eyes. His soul was no longer in this body. Looking at Brian's soul that was extracted by the sheep talisman, Xiaozhou raised his hand and waved it. The power of the dragon talisman wrapped around the sinful soul, and a beautiful firework bloomed in the sky. After doing all this, Xiaozhou did not leave, but said lightly, the fireworks are over, why don't you come out? How did you find me? Keela didn't hide anymore, revealing her camouflaged body. Xiaozhou sighed, brother, you don't think a small tree can block your big body, do you? Keela looked back at the tree where she was hiding, and touched her shiny forehead awkwardly. So, Jura, it's so late, what do you want to do alone? Xiaozhou didn't beat around the bush and asked Jura directly. Jura smiled and didn't avoid Xiaozhou's gaze. Xiaozhou, I am also a holy 10 after all, so I still recognize some magic. As for what I want to do, someone has already taken the lead. It seems that I can only take a walk to digest the food, and then go back to sleep. It seems that Kaiola is not as straight as she looks. Xiaozhou and Kaiola smiled knowingly, dragged Brian's body and walked back to the village. By the way, Jura, what is that camouflage on you made of? It smells weird. Ugh, that, vegetable sauce and peanut butter. Talent. Chapter 43. No matter what happened at night, the sun would still rise the next day. Zekeline said goodbye and left early in the morning. Xiaozhou even asked him to take Brian's body back with him. I wonder how he would feel when he saw the teacher who taught him magic. The 4 night cowherds of the Blue Pegasus borrowed tools from President Robinlu to repair the crashed Christina. Angel had only damaged the power room of the airship, and the material of the airship was extremely strong. It was estimated that the Christina could be repaired in 1 day at most. Janana, who had turned back into a human, went to play with the 2 little Lolita. Although they were of different physical ages, they were psychologically the same age. Xia and I suddenly had the idea of dragging a group of people out for camping. Xiaozhou had always found it difficult to understand his mother's strange brain circuit. Soon, only Xiaozhou and Arusha stayed in the village. Xiaozhou looked at Arusha and sighed silently, let's go, Arusha, old man Robinlu should be waiting for us. Xiaozhou saw Robinlu's name on the record stone tablet of Nirvana City. According to Xiaozhou's professional experience, the stone tablet has a history of more than 400 years, and each word engraved on it has a history of more than 300 years. Robinlu is the last survivor of the Nirbit tribe. After burying the tribe members, the Nirbit tribe was destroyed due to nirvana and recorded on the stone tablet. The demon cat inn is not very big, and the journey to the center of the village only takes 10 minutes at most. But for Arusha, this short journey is a long torture. After losing her mother, will her adoptive grandfather also leave? Outside the familiar big tent, Arusha grabbed Xiaozhou's black windbreaker. Xiaozhou, your inference may not be accurate. The name on the stone tablet just happened to be the same as Grandpa's name, right? Also, think about it, what can live for 400 years? Grandpa can eat a big bowl of rice, drink a big can of wine, and play with Wendy and Melty every day. How could he be a person from 400 years ago? Xiaozhou, please speak up and tell me that your inferences are all false. please. Arusha lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiaozhou or the tent. Big tears fell, and she kept denying the answer she already knew in her heart. Xiaozhou didn't know how to comfort the girl in front of her, the girl who had lost happiness, found happiness, and was about to lose happiness again. Gently taking Arusha's slender hand away from the windbreaker, Xiaozhou put the horse talisman, sheep charm and dog charm were placed in her cold palms. Let's try and see if we can get the old man to stay a little longer. Cure soul immortality. Xiaozhou's words were not a white lie to deceive Arusha. As long as Robin Lu's soul still existed, Xiaozhou could try to repair it with the power of the talisman. Feeling the warmth transmitted from Xiaozhou's palm, Arusha finally had the courage to face what she was afraid of. Thank you, Xiaozhou. Cough. 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 When you two kids are flirting with each other, can you please take care of the feelings of an old man like me? Don't be at my door before. Robin Lu pulled open the tent curtain and looked at the two young people with dissatisfaction. Is it okay to show affection in front of me, a single 400-year-old widower? Of course not. So Robin Lu couldn't sit still and dragged Xiaozhou and Arusha into the tent. 2 cups of clear tea exuded a quiet fragrance. Arusha's face turned slightly red, and she was too shy to look at Xiaozhou. Old man, Nirvana is destroyed, there is no need to hide your past. Hearing Xiaozhou bring the topic back to Robin Lu, Arusha looked at Robin Lu uneasily. Although she already knew the truth, she still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that Robin Lu would deny it all. Robin Lu blew the tea lightly, took a sip, nodded with a smile. Xiaozhou, you are really knowledgeable, you know the characters of our Nirbit tribe. Arusha's tense body trembled slightly, but she still did not interrupt Robin Lu. Robin Lu, who saw Arusha's movements, flashed with pity and kindness in his eyes, and continued, I am the patriarch of the Nirbit tribe 400 years ago, and the developer of the Nirvana magic. 400 years ago, due to the influence of Nirvana, the Nirbit tribe killed each other. Only Robin Lu, the strongest, survived and sealed Nirvana. However, due to severe injuries, Robin Lu's body could no longer support after burying his tribesmen. Before his death, Robin Lu used all his magic power to create a body of thought, and entrusted the task of destroying Nirvana to the body of thought. But what Robin Lu didn't expect was that the power of the body of thought was not enough to destroy Nirvana. So the body of thought used magic to sink Nirvana into the ground and lived nearby, using his own magic power to suppress Nirvana, and by the way, waiting for reliable later people to help him destroy Nirvana. However, this wait lasted nearly 400 years. Now that Nirvana has been destroyed by Xiaozhou, Robin Lu can finally untie his knot. Seeing Robin Lu's indifferent look on his face, Xiaozhou was afraid that his body of thought would dissipate. Wait, old man, aren't you worried that Nirvana will be repaired? I can't bear to destroy that ancient city. Robin Lu shook his head and said confidently, no matter the technology now or in the past, it is impossible to bring Nirvana back to the world, because it lacks the necessary power, the magic power from our Nirbit tribe. Xiaozhou suddenly realized, yes, the Nirbit tribe that created Nirvana has been exterminated. Robin Lu's body lit up, and he looked at the two young men with a smile on his face. Xiaozhou, please help me take care of Arusha, and I'm troublesome to you for the 3 children as well. Seeing that Robin Lu seemed to be about to release the body of thought, Xiaozhou couldn't sit still. Why did the old thing die so soon? The power of the sheep spell manifested in Xiaozhou's hand, and a green claw grabbed Robin Lu. From the gap in the conversation just now, Xiaozhou had discovered that Robin Lu, the thought body, had a soul, which meant that Xiaozhou could extract his soul. Then find a suitable body for Robin Lu to replace. It just so happens that Xiaozhou knows that there is an alchemy guild in the northern continent. It shouldn't be a problem to refine a human body, right? However, the sheep demon claws missed. It was not Xiaozhou's mistake, but the powerful magic power bounced off Xiaozhou's magic. So strong. Xiaozhou's forehead was sweating. Robin Lu's magic power far exceeded the range of magic power that Xiaozhou knew, bringing unprecedented pressure to Xiaozhou. If only a thought body is so strong, how terrible would Robin Lu who lived 400 years ago be? How powerful would the Nirbit tribe he led be? Old man! The villagers are disappearing. A figure broke through the tent. And a nervous voice came out. It was Xia who looked anxious, and a group of people who were pulled out by her to camp followed closely behind. Then, it was Yi Yet and his handsome guys. Even those who were repairing the airship in the forest saw the light rising from the Demon Cat Inn. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Robin Lu emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 44. Xia looked at the three people in the tent, feeling uneasy. Arusha stopped Wendy and Melty who were rushing towards Robin Lu. The sensible Xiaolulu realized something and shed tears silently. Xiaozhou put away the talisman, feeling a little uncomfortable. He understood that Robin Lu refused his help because he had let go of his lifelong obsession and the power supporting this thought body had disappeared. Jura was the last to arrive. He had a complicated expression on his face and said to everyone, "The villagers who disappeared are not living people, but thought bodies. The reason why the healing disappeared." Jura looked at the brilliant Robin Lu. "I think it was President Robin Lu who lifted the thought body magic. Everyone in the village is a thought body. Even the Holy 10 Wizards can't do it, right? At least Jura doesn't think he can do it." "Xiaozhou, you knew it a long time ago." Keela looked at Xiaozhou, and he found that Xiaozhou seemed to be at ease no matter what he did. Xiaozhou did not deny that he had discovered a long time ago that the people in the village were Robin Lu's thoughts. After all, when they asked Robin Lu to take in Arusha, Robin Lu was alone. When he saw Robin Lu again, the demon cat Inn had already sprung up. Xiaozhou must investigate such an abnormal phenomenon. And Robin Lu did not hide it from Xiaozhou. The reason why he established a guild was actually to make Wendy happy. After taking in Arusha, Robin Lu met a pair of brothers and sisters. At that time, the brother had important things to do, so he asked Robin Lu to take care of them. Gu only has a 5-year-old sister. The sister taken in by Robin Lu is Wendy, and the brother who left is now Mr. Gang. Xiaozhou and Xia first met Mr. Gang when they came to visit Wendy in Mr. Gang Demon Cat Inn. Robin Lu, who has taken in 2 children, is worried that he, an old man, cannot take good care of the children, so he wants to give the children a better living environment. Robin Lu, who is originally a thought body, used magic to create many thought bodies, and each thought body has an independent personality, and Demon Cat Inn was born. Then, when Arusha went out one time, he picked up Melty who survived the massacre ritual of the black magic cult. Wendy picked up a patterned egg in the forest, and Xiaolulu hatched from the egg. These 4 children are the only lives in the Demon Cat Inn. Robin Lu taught them magic according to their wishes. Arusha wanted to regain her lost happiness, so Robin Lu taught her the lost magic arc of time. Melty wanted to feel everyone's emotions, so Robin Lu taught her the lost magic heart-to-heart that can communicate with others. Wendy, who had learned the dragon-slaying magic, was helpless against Robin Lu. When he died, the dragon-slaying magic had just been created. How could he teach magic that he had never seen before? This is the story of the Demon Cat Inn. It's not complicated. The story had a huge impact on everyone, especially after Xiaozhou introduced Robin Lu's true identity to everyone. He suppressed the power of nirvana, endured 400 years of loneliness alone, and created a large number of thought bodies with different personalities for the children he took in. Such a person can only be described as great. Melty, Wendy and Xiaolulu, who knew the truth, hid in Arusha's arms and wiped their tears. Everyone didn't know how to comfort her. Xia looked to Xiaozhou for help, hoping that her omnipotent son would solve the problem as before, but all she got was Xiaozhou's helpless shake of his head. Xiaozhou couldn't stop Robin Lu from self-dissipation. Wait. Maybe there is a way. Thought body is a very advanced magic, which uses one's own magic power to create a magic clone. The magic of thought body is that it will create different performances of the magic clone according to the will of the user. Some thought bodies are intangible illusions, some thought bodies can only be seen by the creator, some thought bodies have independent personalities, some thought bodies have all the strength of the original body. According to some records and research materials, the thought body should not be able to continue to exist after the death of the original body. But Robin Lu's thought body has lasted for 400 years. Can this really be done only by magic? Xiaozhou suddenly thought of the difference between Robin Lu's thought body and that he has something that other thought bodies do not have, a soul. Xiaozhou suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Is there a possibility that when Robin Lu created his own thought body before he died and injected his obsession into the thought body, his soul was also transferred to the thought body? You must know that the soul can exist independently from the body. Because the thought body is a new individual, Robin Lu in the thought body state believes that his original body has died, thus ignoring his soul. Old man, don't die yet. You may be the real Robin Lu, not a false thought body. Xiaozhou's words startled everyone, especially Xiang, who seemed to understand Xiaozhou's meaning and frantically searched for something in the ancient document. Xiaozhou took out the sheep talisman and walked towards Robin Lu. Old man, if you believe me, go to the depths of your consciousness and take a look. This time, Robin Lu did not refuse Xiaozhou. If what Xiaozhou said was true, then he could continue to accompany the children. Taking the sheep talisman, a huge amount of magic power was injected. Robin Lu closed his eyes, and the scenes of the past were played back in front of him. Everything that happened in the past 400 years turned counterclockwise in Robin Lu's consciousness. Finally, he saw that at the moment when his thought body was created, the original body died, and the soul entered the thought body with the obsession. Today I know that I am me. Robin Lu opened his eyes in surprise, wanting to tell the children that he might not die, but what caught his eyes was Xiaozhou holding the magic chain to tie himself up. Xiaozhou, what are you doing? Xiaozhou explained, Old man, it seems that you have fully understood yourself. As a thank you to me, you can give me a test subject once. You little bastard, you're really the one who's doing the opposite of me. You don't think that a mere magic forbidden chain can trap me, do you? The magic forbidden chains also have an upper limit. They are just a toy to the magicians with the highest magic power, not to mention Robin Lu, whose magic power can be described as terrifying. However, although Robin Lu said this, his body honestly let Xiaozhou manipulate him. He knew that Xiaozhou would not harm him. And the reality is indeed so. The thought body is a hidden danger. Xiaozhou must transfer Robin Lu's soul out and find him a body that can withstand his power. But Xiang found a record in the ancient documents that makes the soul materialize, a record called Witch Spirit. Xiaozhou got an inspiration, maybe he doesn't need to find a new container for Robin Lu. The black mouse pattern on the talisman flickered with light. Xiaozhou placed the rat talisman in front of Robin Lu, and magic power poured out. Xiaozhou wanted to make Robin Lu's illusory soul alive. The energy gathered and the thought body was disintegrated. But Robin Lu could feel that his soul was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The blue halo filled the tent, and the magic forbidden chains vibrated. With pure power as the body, Robin Lu's new life form was born. Ancient Witch Spirit Robin Lu. Chapter 45. Xiang didn't expect that he had just found the record of the witch spirit magic about the materialization of the soul, and the next moment Xiaozhou replicated this magic on Robin Lu. Are you really not afraid of going too far? Xiang looked at Xiaozhou and didn't know whether to say that he was bold and careful or reckless. Xiaozhou was really not afraid of the failure of the conversion. Robin Lu had already let Xiaozhou operate it. If something went wrong, Xiaozhou would use the sheep talisman to save Robin Lu's soul as soon as possible. The worst result is that Xiaozhou will go to the northern continent and ask the alchemy guild there to help make a body, but the alchemy body will definitely not be able to exert Robin Lu's full strength, and there are other hidden dangers. The condensed blue energy restored Robinlu's appearance and body 1-to-1. When Robinlu opened his eyes, his body looked no different from that of an ordinary person. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" The two little girls and the white cat Xiaolulu came to Robinlu's knees. They were shocked by the change and had already forgotten their previous tears. "Grandpa is doing very well now." With a smile on his face, Robin touched the heads of the three children one by one, then looked up at Arusha and gave her a reassuring look. He had made up his mind to say goodbye to the children, but he didn't expect them to survive such ups and downs in a short period of time. Even Robin, who had been honed by 100 years of time, couldn't help but feel agitated, so he drank some tea to calm down. After taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Robin's eyes widened. This body made of pure energy can actually taste. Feeling the tea being directly decomposed into insignificant energy after it went down his throat, Robin was deeply moved, and thousands of words were summed up in one sentence. "Xiaozhou, thank you so much, kid." Xiaozhou nodded to accept the thanks, and without saying anything more, he sat down next to Robinlu. When he sat down, Xiaozhou found that Xiaoni was actually distributing snacks to everyone, which made Xiaozhou take a deep breath and complain about his mother's rough nerves in his heart. Xiaozhou had no doubt that if Robinlu really died, Xiaoni would be able to make Robinlu's funeral a happy funeral. But after taking the snacks thrown by his mother, Xiaozhou couldn't help but smile knowingly. Perhaps it was because of his mother's optimistic character that he would not be dominated by the darkness in his heart. "Old man, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to create another group of thought bodies to maintain the demon cat in?" Robinlu shook his head. "I created those thought bodies based on the images of my dead clansmen, so let them continue to sleep in my memory." Xiaozhou was stunned. "Is the guild going to be disbanded?" "The Magic Guild has a number requirement for the Magic Guild. Even the original 4-member team that founded Fairy Tail recruited some people." Xiaozhou thought about it and thought that this was a good thing. Now Robinlu was finally freed from the obsession with Nirvana, and he didn't have to stay in this deep mountain forest in the future. It was also a good thing for the two children, Wendy and Melty. After all, living in the mountains for a long time was not a long-term solution. "Have you decided where to go, old man?" Robin poured himself another cup of tea slowly. "Yes, let's go to your place." "Oh, Xiaozhou looked at Robinlu, who seemed to be smiling. He didn't quite understand whether the phrase "go to your place" meant Magnolia City where Xiaozhou lived, or joining Fairy Tail. Robinlu looked at Xiaozhou's tangled expression, knowing that the other party was embarrassed to ask him, so he took the initiative to speak. "Boy, don't you welcome us to join your guild?" "Welcome, of course you are welcome." Xiaozhou immediately understood what Robinlu meant. As an old man, it didn't matter where he went, but he couldn't ignore what the children liked. Wendy liked the guild, and her step-brother happened to be in Fairy Tail, so now Mist Gang didn't have to go all the way to visit his sister. Melty liked lively occasions and was afraid of loneliness. Although Robinlu had never been to Fairy Tail, she knew it must be a lively guild when she saw Natsu. Needless to say, the white cat Xiaolulu would go wherever Wendy went. As for Ursha, she certainly wouldn't mind joining Fairy Tail. As for the reason, of course it was because of Xiaoni, and Robinlu glanced at Xiaozhou obscurely, and the smile on his face became even bigger. Confused, Xiaozhou shifted the topic to Nirvana. "By the way, old man, why did Nirvana 400 years ago have such a serious impact on you?" Xiaozhou didn't believe that Robinlu and the Nirbit tribe 400 years ago would start Nirvana without any precautions. History tells Xiaozhou that the ancients were not fools, and modern people are not necessarily smarter than the ancients. Robinlu's body was a little stiff when he recalled the past. Although a pure energy body has no concept of stiffness, Robinlu can still feel that it was a day he will never forget. When we first started Nirvana, it was actually working fine. We all believe that the power of Nirvana can balance the good and evil in the world. But there was an accident after all. A sudden force interfered with Nirvana, causing its operating mode to change drastically. We had no time to stop Nirvana, and Nirvana turned the white in our hearts into black. The power that disturbed Nirvana, when I saw it for the first time, a name popped up in my mind involuntarily. Black gas. Robin Lu could feel that the black gas was specifically designed to destroy Nirvana, and it seemed to be very afraid of Nirvana's ability to balance good and evil. Xiaozhou didn't say anything, holding the teacup and melting the tea into his mouth, but his slightly clenched palms showed his inner unrest. Xiaozhou remembered that after the dragon talisman merged with his heart and helped to kill the wizards of the Dark Guild. Xiaozhou once heard the Holy Lord in the dragon talisman laughing in his mind, saying that he was very satisfied with this world without a balance between good and evil. It was thought that the black gas might interfere with the Nirbit tribe because of Nirvana's ability. Xiaozhou couldn't help but associate the Holy Lord with black. They seemed to hate a world with a balance between good and evil. Could it be that the Holy Lord and the black gas came from the same world? A world with a balance between black and white? Chapter 46. Xiaozhou thought a lot at once. No matter what kind of conjecture it was, Xiaozhou couldn't confirm it now. Xiaozhou couldn't find the illusory evil black air, and he had to deal with the next crisis of the Holy Lord. So Xiaozhou didn't think about it anymore. As the saying goes, things will be fine when they reach the bridge. Let's talk about tomorrow. Besides, Xiaozhou has made a lot of protection for his ship. Even if it capsizes, Xiaozhou will pull the Holy Lord to death. Looking at Xiaonai and his companions talking and laughing, Xiaozhou's turbulent thoughts calmed down. I hope that day won't come. After a morning, everyone finished their last meal in the village and prepared to leave. During this period, Natsu and Gray lined up to challenge Jura. It was a pity not to take this opportunity to test the gap between themselves and the Holy Ten Mages. Facing the fire and ice who were full of fighting spirit, Jura naturally had no reason to refuse, so he punched Natsu and Gray one by one, and killed them easily and comfortably. No one laughed at Natsu and Gray for overestimating their own abilities. After seeing Jura's strength, they still had the courage to challenge him. This was a courage worthy of admiration. Although Xiaozhou and Erza both thought that these two idiots were just simple and stupid, they did not say it out loud. Everyone walked to the place where the Christina crashed. Originally, the Blue Pegasus wanted to drive the airship out of the village, but Robin Lu still wanted to say goodbye to his former hometown. Not far from the airship, an ancient city stood. It was the city of Nirvana and the hometown that the Nirbit tribe missed. But now the Nirbit tribe has long withdrawn from the stage of history, and Nirvana has finally been destroyed. Robin Lu closed his eyes and recalled the past. He was saying goodbye to his past and his hometown. Robin Lu opened his eyes and slowly exhaled, "Rest in peace my people, my hometown." The surging magic power flowed from Robin Lu to the ground. Under Robin Lu's control, the earth was divided piece by piece like building blocks, until the ancient city sank into the ground and the earth was restored. Seeing the flat ground that was the same as before, and Robin Lu who seemed to have done something casually, everyone took a deep breath. Robin Lu's magic to bury his hometown can be described as splitting mountains and cracking the earth. This is a magic power that most wizards can't even dream of. It's probably not easy for the few remaining wizards to achieve this level. Only the top wizards can exert such power at will. Kola, can you achieve such a level with magic? Yi Yet asked casually, but Kola answered seriously no, and it's not just me, but also Senior Makarov, President Joseph, and Zeke Rain. Unless we use our best moves, it's hard to have such power. I'm afraid only the top 4 of the Holy 10 can do it easily. Natsu turned into a curious baby and raised his hand to ask, are the top 4 people very powerful? Jura, are you so optimistic about them? Jura shook her head, looking a little helpless. Excuse me, the gap between the top 4 wizards and us and other wizards can be described as a world of difference. From the 5th to the last few of the 10 saints, although they are all powerful wizards who are capable of dominating a region, they are still human after all. However, the magic power of the first four has already exceeded the scope of humans. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are magical beasts in human skin. Is the gap so big? Everyone was shocked to hear Jura's praise for the first four of the 10 saints. They thought that there was indeed a small gap between the 10 saints, but they did not expect that the gap between the first four and the last 6 was so huge. Jura also quietly revealed to everyone, I heard that the council is already preparing to design a title for the first four that is higher than the 10 saints, something like 4 heavenly kings. Although it was just a higher title without any other substantial things, it undoubtedly showed that the council valued and showed goodwill to the top 4 of the 10 saints. But whether it was money or fame, the top 4 of the 10 saints were dispensable, even the title of the 10 saints, which countless wizards dreamed of. According to Jura's recollection, he only met the second-ranked Blood Count Haberian on the day he took office as the 10 saints, and that was because Haberian wanted to see what the new young man was like. As for the other 3, they had not even participated in the 10 saints meeting of the council for many years. Wow, these 4 guys are so arrogant, Gajeel said unhappily. In his mind, Joseph, the president of Phantom Ruler and the 6th of the Holy 10, was already extremely arrogant. He didn't care about anyone except Fairy Tale. He didn't expect that there were even more arrogant ones. Whose generals were these? Oh, the 4 heavenly kings, that's fine. In fact, the 4 heavenly kings really don't care about any title. They can get whatever they want with their own strength. Cora introduced these 4 legendary figures to everyone. The 4th one is Spirit of Nature Vlad Sinkin. The 3rd one is Wild Soul Urifolheim. The 2nd one is Earl of Blood Haberian. And the first of the 10 saints, who is also the most mysterious and powerful wizard in the Ishgar continent, Serena. Wait a minute, did you say Serena? When Shani heard this name, she couldn't help but interrupt Jura's introduction, because she was very familiar with the name Serena, so familiar that she would put this name into her dreams every night. Because Shani's husband, Xiaozo's father, was also called Serena. Mom, don't think about it, it's just a coincidence of names. Xiaozo knew what Xiao'Ni was thinking. The title of Saint 10 was public. After knowing that Saint 10 number 1 had the same name as her father, Xiaozo also investigated this god. This god was very mysterious. There were no photos or pictures of him. In the end, she learned about the deeds of God from Makarov. According to Makarov, God destroyed his own hometown and was a terrible person who pursued power blindly. Based on this point, Xiaozo could be sure that God had nothing to do with himself and Xiao'Ni. Xiaozo had told Xiaozo that his father was a powerful magician. But in Xiaozo's memory, his father had no relationship at all. The aura of a wizard. Which wizard would be dragged into the inner room by his ordinary wife every day, and finally crawl out with weak legs? Ordinary, kidney deficiency. This is Xiaozo's impression of his father. After hearing what Xiaozo said, Xiao'Ni also felt that she was overthinking. If her husband had such a reputation, he would definitely look for them and their son. The airship took off, and the appearance of the forest was in full view. Xiaozo, leaning in the corner of the deck, was full of thoughts. When did their family live in such a remote place? It was a remote seaside village with an endless sea, golden sand, and a statue that Xiaozo regarded as a giant in his childhood. Chapter 47. In an inconspicuous corner of Ishgar, the waves hit the golden beach, and a drunk man reeked of alcohol woke up in the coolness of the sea. I'm drunk again. Where am I? Am I still in Ishgar? The man scooped up a handful of sea water to clean his face. The hangover the night before made him a little confused. With his orange slicked back hair, a handsome face even in middle age, and a stubble, it's not hard to tell that he's a very charming man. He took out the magic map from his luggage and nodded. Phew, fortunately, I'm still in Ishgar. I'm afraid of getting lost the most. After putting away the magic map, Gildarts looked around and found a village not far away. With his stomach rumbling at an inopportune time, Gildarts didn't hesitate and walked straight to the village. Dilapidated. This was Gildarts' first impression outside the village. Entering the village, there was thick dust everywhere, and the old bloodstains that had not been washed away by time. Gildarts could imagine what had happened here. Did he encounter a wizard from the Dark Guild, or was he targeted by the black magic cult? What a sin! Gildarts' tone was a little heavy. He had traveled all over Ishgar and had seen too many cases of families being torn apart by the Dark Guild and the black magic cult. Although Gildarts was powerful, he could not save the tragedy. He could only send those crazy guys to hell when he met them. He continued to walk into the village, and the statue in the center of the village caught Gildarts' attention. It was a 2-person high stone statue. Because of the baptism of time, the face of the stone statue could no longer be seen clearly. But for some reason, Gildarts always felt that the environment here seemed to be described by someone somewhere. Where is it? That's right. The golden beach and the village facing the sea look like giant stone statues to the children. Could this be it? Shunny and Xiaozuo's hometown. As the drunkenness faded, Gildarts thought of the mother and son who were brought back to the guild by Makarov's 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren. Since this is his companion's hometown, Gildarts naturally has to worship the dead here on behalf of his companions. But because he was hungry, Gildarts decided to catch a fish to solve the problem of food and clothing. However, when passing by a house, Gildarts stopped. Compared with other dusty houses, this house was too clean. Could it be that besides Shunny and Xiaozuo, there are survivors in this village? Gildarts knocked on the door politely, and he was responded to by silence, so Gildarts pushed the door open and walked in. His palm slid across the wooden table in the room, sweeping off the thin dust. Gildarts patted the dust on his hands. It seemed that no one had lived here for a while. How about staying here for a night? Anyway, no one is here. Gildarts shook his head. His magic was too strong. It would be bad if he accidentally destroyed someone else's house. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? A sudden voice came from outside the house. Gildarts raised his eyebrows and quickly left the house. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The man outside the house had similar hair color to Gildarts. His orange hair was tied into a ponytail, which was parted in the middle and placed on top of the man's head, making it look like 2 ponytails. The man looked a few years younger than Gildarts. There was a horizontal scar in the middle of his face, and a disc composed of 12 swords was floating quietly behind him. The 2 men looked at each other, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. What a strong magic power! Their eyes met, as if sparks were about to fly. In the end, Gildarts took a step back first. After all, he was in the wrong first. My name is Gildarts. I'm a traveling wizard. I came here by chance and wanted to find a place to rest. No offense. The orange-haired man looked at Gildarts' sincere smile and frowned. I'll let you stay for 1 night at most. Get out of here tomorrow. Gildarts chuckled secretly. He was willing to help himself, but he still had to put on a stinky face. What a proud person. Do you live here originally? The orange-haired man did not answer. Do you have any fishing tools you can lend me? This time the orange-haired man responded and glanced at Gildarts. You're a wizard, and you still use a fishing rod to fish. Gildarts laughed heartily. Haha, can fish caught with magic be considered fishing? Hearing Gildarts' answer, the orange-haired man was a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, what you want is under the bed in the inner room. Gildarts immediately turned and walked into the house. Under the bed in the bedroom, he found 2 fishing rods, one large and one small. The small one was obviously for children. Carrying the fishing rod out of the house, Gildarts felt more and more that the orange-haired man was just playing it cool. Based on the rule of 3 times the limit, Gildarts asked his last question, "Do you know who killed the villagers here?" "It doesn't matter if you don't ask." This question instantly solidified the relaxed atmosphere. The orange-haired man's expression became cold. "Died because of me. What do you think of this reason?" Gildarts put away his smile and gently placed the fishing rod on the ground. "I wanted to order 2 more fish to share with you, but now it seems unnecessary." "Oh? Do you want to enforce justice?" The orange-haired man looked at Gildarts with disdain, and the disc behind him turned slightly. Gildarts moved his wrists and looked at the orange-haired man opposite with a smile. "Actually, I'm doing a very difficult commissioned task, but now it seems that I can postpone it for a while. So, my orange-haired brother, will you come with me obediently, or will you come with me only if I beat you up?" Arrogant. How could the orange-haired man have ever suffered such humiliation? There was only one person in the world who could make him give up resistance willingly, but that person was already dead, along with him and her child. Without saying a word, the 2 men's fists suddenly collided. Crackling. In just a few dozen seconds, the 2 men exchanged no less than 100 moves with physical skills. The 2 figures fought while leaving the village. It seemed that neither of them was willing to show their true strength in the village, so as not to destroy the village. "Ha, you still have some skills." On the beach, the orange-haired man stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud, but his hands were trembling slightly. "You didn't disappoint me either." Gildarts sneered and rubbed his numb arms under his cloak. Having left the village, the 2 of them no longer hid their magic, and their magic turned into an overwhelming momentum and collided with each other. "Your name is Gildarts, right?" "My name is Serena. Remember who defeated you? Red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, purple, black, and white, 8 colors of light condensed into a magic dragon accompanied by the dragon's roar, and gathered around Serena. So you are the famous god? Let me test whether you are as invincible as the rumors say." Knowing that the person opposite him is the legendary number 1 of the 10 saints, Gildarts not only did not retreat, but was full of fighting spirit. Magic power emanated from his body, and the sand under his feet and the air around him were squeezed by the powerful magic power, making a crackling sound. "I will never let you go, the guy who destroyed Xian'ai and Xiaozou's hometown." "Wait." Serena gestured to Gildarts to stop, and dispersed her magic to show her sincerity, leaving Gildarts confused. "Did you just say Xian'ai? And Xiaozou? My wife and son are still alive." Chapter 48. Onibus Train Station. The Christina landed outside the train station, and Fairy Tale and Spectre got off the airship. They were going to separate from Aoki, Pegasus and Jura here. Xiaozou, who was the first to get off, looked at Natsu being rudely dragged off the airship by Gray, and could not help shaking his head. It would not be good to take advantage of someone in distress. After his body left the vehicle, Natsu's energy returned. "Damn Gray, let's fight. See, trouble is about to find Gray." But looking at Gray's exposed upper body, maybe Gray was deliberately provoking Natsu. He also wanted to fight. What surprised Xiaozou was that on the phantom side, Gajil, who looked weak, was helped off the airship by Juvia and his little brother Rogue. However, when his feet landed on the ground, Gajil regained his lost strength. Gajil also had the weakness of being dizzy in transportation. It seems that the previous battle in the 3 Dragons Gathering has improved his strength. Now he can be said to be a real dragon slayer. Xian'ai was the last to get off the airship, carrying a large bag of perfumes given by Yiye. These high-end perfumes were made by Yiye himself. These perfumes had no magical effects, but they could be sold on the market for a considerable fortune. "Everyone, we will say goodbye here." Cora stood on the airship and waved to the people below. Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale were in the same direction, so Cora could take the downwind airship back to the guild. Amidst the exaggerated farewells of the night, the Christina flew high and disappeared from sight. After seeing off Blue Pegasus and Snake Princess Scale, the next step was to say goodbye to Phantom Ruler. The branches of Phantom Ruler are all over the country, but they only avoid Magnolia City where Fairy Tale is located, so the two teams will take different lines of magic trains next. Hey, Xiaozhou! Gajeel called Xiaozhou with a cold expression. Did he want to avenge being killed instantly by Xiaozhou because his strength has improved? Of course not. Gajeel said in a voice that only he and Xiaozhou could hear, those magic spells of yours have been seen by Thor. He will definitely report it to President Joseph. Juvia and I can't stop it. You have to be careful, President Joseph is a sinister and cunning man, he will definitely target your magic spells. So he came to remind me. Xiaozhou looked at Gajeel. This cold and arrogant guy turned out to be a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Xiaozhou nodded and accepted Gajeel's kindness. Gajeel, you know that Joseph is not a good guy, but you still help him. Of course Gajeel knew that Joseph was not a good person, but when Gajeel himself was homeless and could only eat scrap copper and iron to fill his stomach, it was Joseph who took him in. So even if he knew that Joseph was using him, Gajeel would not leave Phantom Ruler. Soon, the whistle of the magic train sounded, and the four phantoms got on the train to the Phantom headquarters. In the high-speed train, through the window, you can see Gajeel with a dead face because of motion sickness, Juvia who was in a daze thinking about someone, and Rogue who was eating snacks sent by Wendy and Melty. And those eyes full of greed and cunning Thor. After sending off the last ally, the magic train to Magnolia also arrived, and the Fairy Tale group got on the train in a mighty manner. The mighty here refers to Shunny's luggage. Because the demon cat no longer exists, Shunny, with Robin Lo's consent, packed up all the food that could be taken away from the village and took it away. Because they have lived in the forest for a long time, Demon Cat has collected a lot of mountain products, which is a bargain for Shunny. On the train back home, Natsu ran around in the carriage with full energy. Ha ha ha, it's so good not to feel carsick. Because Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic has healing magic, which helps Natsu balance his body and saves him from the pain of car sickness. However, Xiaozhou thinks that the reason why Natsu is so happy may be more because he escaped from Urza's big healing fist. Speaking of Urza, Xiaozhou found that Urza has been staring at him since he got on the train. Urza, although I am indeed uniquely handsome, I will be shy if you keep staring at me. Hess, so there is a word shy in your dictionary, Xiaozhou. Urza mercilessly said, I thought your face was lost in an archaeological excavation. Xiaozhou was not angry at being scolded. The offensive power of this little language was not enough to tickle Xiaozhou. Just say what you want to say, Urza. That spectre soul seems to be very interested in your spell. Although he didn't show it, I can feel it. During this operation, Gajeel and Juvia broke Urza's impression of the spectre ruler and became two reliable companions. As for Rogue, Urza simply ignored him. But Urza could tell at a glance that the spectre four elements earth soul had bad intentions, especially after seeing Xiaozhou use the spell. The greed in Soul's eyes was completely seen by Urza. As a companion, Urza naturally had to remind Xiaozhou. As expected of Urza, she is so perceptive. Xiaozhou yawned, looking relaxed. Without any worry, Gajeel whispered to me before, asking me to be careful. Xiaozhou supported her face with her hands, showing a harmless smile. However, your focus seems to be somewhat off, because the spell is not important. The spell is not important, these 5 words exploded like a thunder in Urza's mind. Xiaozhou is not a possession-type wizard. Xiaozhou looked at the surprised Urza. What a smart woman, she saw through my fighting style from one sentence. There are 2 types of wizard fighting methods, ability type and possession type. The holding system needs the help of magic items to fight. Urza and Lucy are the most typical representatives of the 2 branches of the holding system wizards. Urza relies on dress-up magic and her own strong physical fitness to use various powerful weapons for close combat. Lucy relies entirely on star spirit magic to summon star spirits to fight. Without the help of the star spirits, the star spirit wizard's own combat power can be said to be the weakest. Angel, who was killed instantly by Yaya in close combat, is a good example. Ability system refers to being able to fight with one's own magic without the assistance of magic props. Natsu and Gray are ability system wizards. Of course, wizards can also learn other magic to strengthen themselves. For example, Xiaozhou has devil's notes even without spells. Xiaozhou's combat power is first-rate. But not everyone is as talented as Xiaozhou. Most wizards have limited energy and can only learn 1 or 2 spells at most, and most of them are auxiliary magic. Erza came back to her senses. If Xiaozhou is not a holding wizard, then what is his real magic? Looking at Xiaozhou, Erza found that Xiaozhou had closed his eyes for a nap. Erza buried her doubts in her heart, turned around and asked Shunny for a strawberry cake. Compared with Xiaozhou's magic, Erza still thinks strawberry cake is more important. After all, it is Erza's favorite. Chapter 49. Run! Xiaozhou. The beautiful woman was covered in blood. She ignored the pain of her wounds and used her last bit of strength to hold back the evil wizard, just to buy a chance for her child to escape. The blade condensed by magic was raised high, and the flashing cold light made the evil wizard's smile look particularly hideous. Then, the dragon-shaped monster with a dragon head and a snake body opened its eyes, and the blood-red eyes showed cruelty and cunning without any care. Use my power, little mortal. Your soul will be the best sacrifice for me to come to this world. Ha 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 ha. Xiaozhou woke up from his dream with hoarse laughter and pain that penetrated deep into his bones, his clothes soaked with sweat. Xiaozhou covered his chest and endured the great pain. He did not use the horse talisman to drive away the pain, because the horse talisman was one of the sources of this pain. The power of the 11 talismans ran wild in Xiaozhou's body, as if to tear Xiaozhou's body apart. After being tortured by such heart-wrenching pain for 10 years, Xiaozhou thought he had adapted and become numb, but the heart-wrenching pain told Xiaozhou every time not to think too much. This pain is a signal that the monster named Holy Lord who gave Xiaozhou power is calling Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou clasped his palm in front of his heart, and his 5 fingers pressed hard into the skin, as if to take his heart out. Hey! I just want to take a nap, do you have to disturb me at this time? Holy Lord! Xiaozhou closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, what he saw was no longer his room, but a space burning with endless flames. This is the space in the dragon talisman. Xiaozhou can only enter it by communicating the talisman with his spiritual will. In the fire-filled space, a monster with a dragon head and a snake tail hovered around its illusory body, breathing out a fiery breath, and its scarlet eyes did not hide its evil at all. It was clearly a low, hoarse voice, but it sounded like a dragon's roar to the ears. Xiaozhou, you are here. Holy Lord, if you have to fart, do it now. Xiaozhou looked at the monster in front of him coldly, without any worry about angering the other party. Even if he angered the Holy Lord, what would it matter? It would only make the heart-wrenching pain happen again. The huge dragon head showed a hideous smile. We have known each other for 11 years, Xiaozhou, why are you still so unfamiliar with me? I am your savior. Life-saver? Xiaozhou sneered. He regarded himself as a container for storing power and wanted to take over his body. He was also a life-saver? If you have something to say, please tell me, otherwise I will go back. The existence of black energy, Xiaozhou, you already know about it, right? Xiaozhou's face turned gloomy. Sure enough, the Holy Lord was related to the black energy. Seeing Xiaozhou did not answer, the Holy Lord was not angry and introduced the black energy to Xiaozhou. In my original world, good and evil are in balance with each other. We use righteousness and evil to refer to the two sides. When good is strong, evil becomes stronger. On the contrary, when the evil side becomes stronger, the righteous side will quickly start to cheat and defeat the evil with a weak body. At this point, the Holy Lord looked a little unhappy. He remembered the human who always ruined his good deeds in the original world. The one wearing a blue shirt, shouting bad luck, defeated all kinds of monsters along the way, and repeatedly prevented him from regaining his strength and ruling the world, until he and his brothers and sisters were finally expelled from their world. The Holy Lord wanted to roar out the name of that human, but it was a pity that this was just impotent rage. He was finally defeated by the human group headed by a man. Without paying attention to the Holy Lord's changing expression, Xiaozhou contacted an incident through the Holy Lord's introduction. So, after you knew that the Nirbit tribe created the Nirvana magic that balanced good and evil, black and white, it was you who secretly drove the black energy to affect Nirvana and caused the Nirbit tribe to perish. Xiaozhou stared at the Holy Lord with a sharp gaze. He already knew that the real culprit behind the destruction of Robin Luo's family and the extinction of the entire clan was the Holy Lord in front of him. Because once the balance of Nirvana successfully affects the world, the righteous energy that can fight against the black energy will automatically be born in this world. The Holy Lord, who uses the black energy as his power, will definitely not tolerate the righteous energy that is mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive with him to come to this world. And now Xiaozhou is very suspicious that the attack on his village by the evil wizard 11 years ago was also the work of the Holy Lord. After all, Xiaozhou's hometown is a remote fishing village with a small population and not rich. Even the Dark Guild and the Black Magic cult can't have nothing to do after eating and go all the way to massacre a small fishing village. The Holy Lord did not deny Xiaozhou's statement. 400 years ago, the soul of the Holy Lord came to this world, changed Nirvana, and eliminated the Nirbit tribe. After that, the Holy Lord condensed his real name Spell Dragon, put his soul into the spell and fell asleep. The dragon spell was obtained by Xiaozhou's ancestor, and he used it to kill a weak evil dragon. From then on, the dragon spell was regarded as a family heirloom and eventually passed to Xiaozhou. After 100 years of sleep, the first thing the Holy Lord did when he woke up was to find a way to restore his strength. Because he lost his physical body, the Holy Lord needed a good body as a container to carry his power, and he set his sights on Xiaozhou at that time. Although he was just a child, the Holy Lord could feel the great potential of this child. Then the Holy Lord used black air to guide some greedy evil wizards, and made himself the savior of Xiaozhou in the killing. The Holy Lord was very proud. What if you know it? Xiaozhou, don't forget, after you are forced to accept my last ability, you will be mine. When the time comes, I will rule this world, just like I did to the original world. If you kneel down before me now, I may consider letting your mother go later. Xiaozhou, you don't want the scene in your dream to appear again, do you? It turned out that you came to show off to me, but it really worked. Xiaozhou looked at the Holy Lord coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes, and his figure disappeared in the fire. After exiting the Holy Lord's space, Xiaozhou opened his eyes, pressed the palm in front of his heart and fiercely tore open his chest, holding his heart tightly. You shouldn't threaten me with my mom, Lord. Come and enjoy with me the gift I prepared for you. A dark flame rose in Xiaozhou's hand like a pool of sticky liquid, burning and corroding Xiaozhou's heart and body, but quickly repaired under the power of the horse talisman. A painful roar sounded in Xiaozhou's mind. Xiaozhou heard the Holy Lord's curse on him. It seems that the fire demon exterminating method is as effective against demons from other worlds. The demon exterminating method penetrated Xiaozhou's heart, which was combined with the dragon talisman, and penetrated into the firelight space. The ominous black color stained the firelight, gradually turning this space into a hell. Damn human! How dare you! Ah! The Holy Lord rolled over in pain. He had been sleeping in the dragon talisman for 400 years, and he didn't know that this world had given birth to a magic against demons. But how could such a vicious person like the Holy Lord let himself suffer alone? The bone-eating pain swept through Xiaozhou's body again, and the 11 powers belonging to the Holy Lord tortured Xiaozhou again. His heart was constantly destroyed and repaired, and coupled with the tearing feeling that hurt to the bone, Xiaozhou had already collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling. But even so, Xiaozhou did not let go of the hand that was holding his heart. Xiaozhou knew that before getting the last talisman, the Holy Lord would not kill him, and there was no one who could not kill him. The smile on his face became more and more crazy. Xiaozhou swallowed the blood in his mouth and let the blood in his chest flow out, staining his clothes red. The dark flames condensed into extreme black, and the huge pain from his heart in an instant almost made Xiaozhou lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Xiaozhou grinned. Well then, Holy Lord, let's see who can beg for mercy first. After all, you were once a powerful man who ruled the world, so please don't let me down. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 50. Walking on the familiar central street of Magnolia. Xiaozhou hummed a tune happily. His face looked a little pale because of the extreme pain last night. His body was still aching. Although he had the sheep talisman to repair it, the madness last night still exceeded Xiaozhou's physical limit. Even the sheep talisman could not completely eliminate the pain in his body for a while. But Xiaozhou couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that Xiaozhou won the mutual torture with the Holy Lord last night. The Holy Lord promised not to disturb Xiaozhou again, on the condition that Xiaozhou would no longer use the demon-killing method to hurt himself. Xiaozhou readily agreed to this. But both Xiaozhou and the Holy Lord knew that the two sides were already fighting to the death, and this short truce was just a moment of peace before the storm. For Xiaozhou, as long as he won once, he could keep winning, because another weapon to deal with the Holy Lord was coming. Who made this fire demon also have the identity of a dragon? Fairy tale is still as lively as ever. No, it should be said that this liveliness has never stopped. But today, Natsu was surprisingly quiet. A package has been left on the bar counter where the fairy girl Myra works for a whole morning. And Natsu has been staring at it for a whole morning. As Natsu's teammates, Lucy and Happy have also been observing Natsu for a whole morning. Also looking at Natsu is his old rival Gray. Next to Gray, Loki also followed Gray's line of sight and looked at Natsu. One after another, the people inside didn't know what Natsu was doing, and the people behind didn't know what the people in front were looking at. The lively guild hall just fell eerily quiet. Finally, Natsu slammed his hand heavily on the table, breaking the quiet atmosphere, and the liveliness returned to the guild. I've decided. I'm going to open this package. Natsu picked up the package. Even Lucy and Happy, who were well prepared, couldn't stop Natsu. Because he could feel the breath of a dragon from the package, Natsu, as a dragon slayer, was hooked by this breath. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came to take the package away. Natsu couldn't help it. Natsu looked at the words Mr. Xiaozhou on the package. Just open it and take a look. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Natsu, it is wrong to open your companion's packages. Although Lucy persuaded Natsu verbally, she had already loosened her hand on Natsu. She had no interest in the package. But seeing Natsu like this, Lucy couldn't help but feel a little curious. Well, as long as you don't touch the things in the package, Xiaozhou shouldn't be angry. So with the help of Lucy and Happy, as well as Gray and Loki who were watching, Natsu's evil claws still couldn't reach out. A hand pressed down on the package and easily snatched it from Natsu's hand. Who is it? Dare to snatch things from me, Natsu? Natsu's eyes were wide open with anger. Urza was not here this morning, and it was the right time for him to do whatever he wanted. Who is so blind? But looking at the white-haired beauty with a sweet smile at the bar, Natsu lost his temper and sat down obediently. Oh, it's Myra, that's okay. Natsu knew that Myra was one of the few wizards in the guild who was not afraid of Urza's majesty. Although Myra's smile was like an angel, she was a devil when fighting. She could be a ruthless demon when attacking, and a fairy girl who fascinated thousands of people when retreating. This is Myra, one of the 5 S-class wizards of fairy tale. Myra was in a good mood today and didn't care about Natsu's previous behavior. This is a package sent from the distant southern continent. It should be very important to Xiaozo. Don't think about it, Natsu. Myra's explanation made Natsu's curiosity even more uncontrollable. It was sent from such a far place, and the package must contain good things. But Natsu dared to do anything to Myra, so, Gray, let's fight. Hey? No. Gray refused to be the object of Natsu's curiosity. Are you scared, Gray? Would I be afraid? I'm afraid of beating you and making you cry, Natsu. Gray took off his shirt and threw it casually, and wrestled with Natsu. Ritasu, who was painting, waved his paintbrush wildly, and clothes falling from the sky landed on the drawing. Ritasu's face changed drastically, which bastard threw clothes around. Hey, Ritasu, keep your voice down. Wakaba held a cigar in his mouth and puffed out smoke. But Ritasu didn't care about Wakaba's warning, his painting was destroyed. Seeing Ritasu continued to shout, Wakaba also had a bad temper, and he punched the painter and hit his tall model with one fist. Elfman was invited by Ritasu to be his model, but he didn't expect that the painter was beaten before the painting was finished. How could Elfman tolerate this? Men should fight. Elfman rushed to Wakaba's table. His huge movement startled Makao, who was with the child. He used purple flame magic to blast Elfman to another table. Loki, who was picking up girls, was knocked dizzy by Elfman. He pushed Elfman away and the light magic ring in his hand emitted a flash of light to hit Nob, who was passing by. The countless group fights in Fairy Tale unfolded in such a mess. For a while, the guild hall was in chaos. Lucy held the harpy as a shield, looking at the chaotic hall, and complained in her heart, this guild is too casual. Lucy has been in Fairy Tale for less than a month, and she has experienced several group fights. It is really hard to hold back. Myra, can I hide at your bar? Lucy turned over and jumped into Myra's bar, but Myra's slightly red eyes made Lucy regret her behavior immediately. Looking at Lucy, who came to her door, Myra licked her lips and said, fighting can enhance the relationship with companions. Running away is wrong, Lucy. Lucy and the harpy she kidnapped were trembling at Myra's feet. What kind of guild is this? Yo, good morning, Myra. A slow voice came, and Xiaozo sat on the chair in front of the bar without knowing when, and waved to Myra with a smile. Good morning, Xiaozo, would you like something to drink? Give me a cup of hot milk. I haven't had breakfast yet. Give me a sandwich with more meat. Seeing Myra gently heating up milk for Xiaozo and preparing sandwiches, she was completely different from the Myra with a smirk on her face just now. Her expression changed too quickly. Lucy and Happy looked at each other and said at the same time, there's an affair. Oh my, sorry, I forgot about you, Lucy, please leave now. Myra gently picked up Lucy and Happy and invited them out of the bar. Lucy and Happy, who were thrown out by Myra, hugged each other and cried. They were about to fly out of the guild gate, but they bumped into a bright armor. It was a female figure with flamboyant red hair and a flowing short skirt.